Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 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 mic 2, testing, mic 2. Testing, 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 mic 2, testing, mic 2. Testing, Christina mic, testing, Christina mic. Testing, Christina Mike. No, I actually have two cards. So one's a gambling, and then one's just a version of the same thing that goes by first, and then it's go between the same two. Yeah, so it kind of goes from one to the other. I'd like to get one that's probably matched on the list. Yeah, but then I have to tie up to. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do the computer. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to do. That's cool. Yeah.
I'm not quite ready to test camera yet just because I need to get lashes on. And I'm having trouble connecting to, let me take all my stuff out of the way. All it's going to be here early, and he was right. Oh, yeah. He said, you better run that extra in the morning. Yeah.
Testing mic 3. Testing mic 3. Testing mic 3. Testing mic 3.
Testing mic 4.
Okay. Guess what I forgot to send you, Andy? The intro video.
Test, test, test. Testing, 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 testing. Testing. Testing mic 1. Testing mic 1. Testing. Testing mic 3. Testing mic 3. Testing mic 2. Testing mic 1. Testing mic 1.
before I get shoes on? We can go ahead and mic these ladies up too if you want. Hello, hello.
Good morning and welcome to the 2021 Nashville Women in Real Estate Summit. We are so thrilled and delighted to have you, and we are actually live. So hopefully each of you are tuning in to watch us at soarstronger.com/live. And my name is Christina Livingston. I am the owner and founder of SOAR, which is an acronym for Strengthening Opportunities Around Real Estate, where we seek our mission to be that exact phrase. Every single thing that we do, day in and day out, is to line up with the mission, vision, and values of that slogan, that acronym. All of our events, all of our media projects, all of our annual publications, which I'll tell you about in just a moment. But I want to give you a little bit of background about myself. Again, as I mentioned, my name's Christina. I have a background of 15 years in the mortgage industry, left that behind, started SOAR as a way to give back to the real estate community. This is a media company where here we have currently 3 media projects in filming, which consist of SOAR Talk, which is a roundtable talk series, SOAR Storytellers, which is a documentary series, and Positive Praise and Testimonials, which is our new podcast. In addition to that, we do monthly events every single month for local Nashville real estate agents. And then in addition to that, we do have 2 annual publications. The first being SOAR Awards, the top 2,000 agents of the year based on production volume. And then in addition to that, we have an annual publication titled Pocket Preview. And just to give you an idea about what Pocket Preview is, since it is coming up on April 1st, it'll be our 3rd year in a row to bring Pocket Preview to Nashville. Pocket Preview originally started as a means and ways to allow real estate agents to come together to share their off-market listings and their coming soons. In addition to that, when the rules changed in 2020, we then increased a couple of different things to include all listing types, which we now do. And this year we're adding a brand new segment, in fact, 2 brand new segments. The first being one, I Have a Buyer, where each real estate agent can share their buyer needs with the other in case they're aware of something that may be coming. And then the next segment that we're adding is called I Need Land, for the exact same purpose, because there are so many of you who need land this time, whether it's to develop commercially or to build on your own lot or to do a variety of things with. So that's why we added in that segment. What we have coming up for you today is a fantastic all-day jam-packed event. Our format for today is going to alternate panels and individual guest speakers. The first panel that we will have this morning, you will see shortly after our sponsor announcements. You will see about 12 sponsors today, and I do ask that you would consider using each of those folks for the individual services that they provide. I will tell you that here at SOAR, we do not allow just any old vendor or service provider to come in and be a part of SOAR as a sponsor. Every single sponsor is not only thoroughly vetted for integrity, customer service, and reviews, but in addition to that, we do our own private reconnaissance work to make sure they are who they say they are and that their service levels are what other people claim and what they claim, so that we can make sure we bring you high-level, trusted individuals of the marketplace. And who else better to understand that than myself as a former lender? I know all too often how important that truly, truly is for you. In addition to that, a couple of housekeeping announcements. In terms of the way that we're going to progress our format today, as we alternate in between a panel and then a guest speaker and then another panel and another guest speaker, you'll hear from 1 or 2 of our sponsors in between each of those segments. You can find our agenda outlined for you on a couple of different places. The best place for you to find it, since you're going to need this particular website for the rest of the day anyway, is to go to soarnashville.eventbrite.com. There you will find all of our current events that are on the calendar. Again, that website is SOAR, S-O-A-R, nashville.eventbrite.com. Now, our website for the company is, again, soarstronger.com. Now, let's just revisit one quick thing about that Eventbrite site. One thing you'll find on there is our agenda for today, as well as how to register for this Wednesday's event, called the Realtors DIY Camera Crew Skills 101 with Nashville Realtor Justin Holder of Parks Realty. If you know Justin locally, you'll know he is an expert when it comes to all things photography and videography. He's actually self-taught, he does his own marketing, and he's ready to bring you some basic skills that you can learn as a real estate agent on how to DIY your own camera shots, video marketing, and a couple of other items. You can register for that at the same website, soarnashville.eventbrite.com, and just click on the event link itself. As you may notice, you may see a flash photography happening throughout the room. Behind the scenes and behind these cameras, we have professional photographers, our speakers lined up, our sponsors behind the scenes. So if you do see some flash photography, that's what that's from. I am so looking forward to bringing you each and every one of these fantastic men and women from our local Nashville real estate market. You will notice that we have an all-female lineup plus one gentleman, because here at SOAR, in as much as we value women and the contribution that they make to real estate, we also value men as well. I'm so looking forward to the segment with Mike Zeller this afternoon titled Rewrite Your Money Story. I personally went through it. It was completely powerful for me, and I'm a woman. It benefited me fantastically, so I wanted to make sure I brought that to you as well. And with that said, that concludes all of our housekeeping announcements. Do keep in mind I am unavailable today on my cell phone because I am coming to you here live. We do have a special thanks that we'd like to give to Stephanie Parnell, who has graciously volunteered to moderate today's comments in the live stream, and every other person that's on set also helping, to include my daughter, Michaela Livingston Boss. And with that said, here's a couple of quick words from our sponsors. First, you're going to hear from Tanya Escabel. She's someone that back in my days in the mortgage industry, I competed against a lot. She's fantastic. She's one of the few sponsors I give my personal endorsement to. And then after that, you're going to hear a quick word from John Bell at Bell Law. Oh, and while we're waiting in line.
the mortgage industry has changed so much, especially with COVID. A lot of things have, driven the industry in different ways with different overlays that we weren't used to before COVID. And so we do offer like a mortgage tune-up. So if you're a broker and you want us to come in and do some training for your agents, maybe you're a new agent and just need to get the basics, the foundation going of how important financing is to help your buyers and identify their purchasing power, we'd be happy to do that and host an education around that. So it's our mortgage tune-up if that's what you're looking for. Maybe you love your loan officer and the company that they're with is struggling through this high volume time, and the turn times and underwriting aren't exactly what you're accustomed to, but you still love your loan officer and you're loyal. We would love to recruit them and bring them on board too. We're continuing to grow, and Cross Country Mortgage is a great platform to build that business. So if you have a great loan officer and they're unhappy at their current company, please, we'd love to contact them. 300-0794 is our number, 300-0794. Okay, so Christina, I'm fixing to do something that I've never done before. I'm gonna try to share the screen. If it does not work, I wanted to show you guys the real estate report card. So let's see if I can get this happening. Let's see. All right, I think I made it work. So what this is, it's a real estate report card. And this is a tool that maybe could help you when it comes to buyers or sellers. I'm gonna put in 37203, that's my zip code. You can put in any zip code. And let's see. So this is what it pulls up for you. It shows you the median home price for that neighborhood. It also shows appreciation. As you can see, it'll show like a 5-year gain. So a lot of times people don't realize by them renting, how much are they missing out on in appreciation? And obviously these are conservative numbers and these can be tweaked however you want to, but something else that I think you've got your demographics in here. You also look at that, there's 83.16 renters who cannot afford to purchase. Who can afford to purchase. That's a lot of buyers in that zip code that are paying high money in rent that they could actually be purchasing. So it just gives you some good information. It takes just seconds, as you can see, to put in a zip code. And if that's a good tool for you and you want to use that for maybe a listing presentation, or maybe sit down and talk to someone that's thinking about buying in that certain area and just have some different stats for them, we'd be happy to share that with you. Like I said, we can send it in a PDF and email it over to you. We have one too that's called your purchasing power. And it basically will let you see what the cost of waiting is. Again, if we go in here and I'll put in 37203. Let's see. It's going to want a little bit more information, but basically you can put in your sales price. Let's just say it's 500,000. I'm going to take out. Let's see if we put in $300,000 loan. I'm going to see if it'll let me skip some of this just to show you the graph of cost of waiting. So if you put in all the detailed data, I just want to kind of show you the fields, but it shows you what a loan would look like today. And then you go in and you change the interest rate, where you can see here, if they wait for 6 months, is that rate going to go up 0.5%? If they wait a year, is that rate going to go up 1%? Waiting 2 years or 3 years? And basically it will calculate all that to really show a consumer, if you wait to buy, that house is going to cost you this much more money because of the appreciation aspect. And then also with the interest rates rising, this is how much more that house could cost you by waiting. So there is a cost to waiting. And that's the main thing that we're just wanting to, show that consumer that, a lot of times they're like, well, I want to just sit on the fence for a little bit. I want to maybe save an extra 5% for a down payment, maybe get my credit score from a 720 to 740. But if you wait 6 months, how much more is that house going to cost you? And what are those interest rates going to look like? So it's a great loan comparison and kind of shows you the cost of waiting too. So those are just a few samples of some tools that we have that can get out to you really quickly if you think that would help add some value to.
Hi, I'm Tanya Escobar with Cross Country Mortgage, also the host of the Tanya Escobar Real Estate Show that airs every Saturday from noon to 1. It is the original real estate show here in Nashville. Been doing the radio show for probably about 15 years now, in the mortgage business for 25 years. And what I'd like to talk to you today is about how some of our clients are saving tons of money when it comes to interest rates. Why should you refinance? If you've got a really great rate right now, does it really make sense for you to refinance? So this is one of our clients that we did an analysis that I'm going to pull up for you. Basically, this particular client is on a 15-year mortgage and has a great rate now. It's 3.25%. The loan amount's $235,000. Called in. It doesn't cost anything to find out what your savings look like. I have a free comparative analysis that breaks it down for you and shows you the difference of what a refinance looks like, so you can make an educated decision based on the numbers according to your financial goals. So $235,000 loan amount, 15-year mortgage, 3.25% rate, not a bad rate at all. But because I mentioned we're at unprecedented historic lows, so what did a refinance look like for him? He was basically 3 years into his mortgage, so he did not want to go backwards into a 15-year. So at Cross Country Mortgage, we can actually do a 12-year term, maybe it's a 13-year term, or maybe you need a 28-year term, so you're not going backwards and starting over in your interest. So this particular analysis took his current balance at that time, which was $208,000. Number of payments, he wanted to go in a 12-year because he did not want to add 3 years back into the mortgage. This particular client, at the time he locked in, qualified for 2.375, 2.375, a very aggressive low rate, and ended up savings. This is the biggest thing that a lot of clients don't understand. You've got to look at the numbers to make an educated decision. The total interest on his original loan at 3.25% was over $62,229 over the life of that loan. This refinance going to 2.375 and paying it off in 12 years was only $31,325 in interest. You can see that's over $30,000 in interest that they're saving just by refinancing. So find out today, with these unprecedented low rates, even if you do have a 3.25, maybe a 3.5% rate on a 15-year, or even if it's a 30-year, maybe go into a 25-year or 20-year or 15-year term might save you more money and build better equity into your home. So that way, more of your payment each month goes to principal versus interest. Give us a call. Call me first. My team, Tanya Escabel, Cross Country Mortgage, 300-0794. That's 300-0794. Or you can go to the website at tanyaescabel.com. Thank you. Hi, Tanya Escabel here with Cross Country Mortgage. Wanted to reach out to you and give you a little bit of advice when it comes to purchasing. Only takes 10 to 15 minutes to find out your purchasing power. So give us a call. Apply online today.
You know, the mortgage industry has changed so much, especially with COVID. A lot of things have, driven the industry in different ways with different overlays that we weren't used to before COVID. And so we do offer like a mortgage tune-up. So if you want to
Hey everybody, John here. I'm taking my 35-year-old son to the Tony Robbins Unleash the Power Within conference. And I'm really excited about it, and they're giving us some homework to do to be prepared for it. And I got so much out of it, I wanted to share it with you. The first thing we had to learn are the 4 agreements. And I think they're really powerful, and I just wanted to take a minute to share them with you guys. The first one is be impeccable with your word, which aligns perfectly with the values of Bell Law. Integrity and honesty are the bedrock of our corporate culture. And this homework we had to do talks about integrity in your words. When you say something, say what you mean and mean what you say, and that just eliminates so much conflict. It also talks about how we use words against ourselves. Being kind to yourself and using the power of words for love and truth. And that's not only for other people that you deal with in relationships, business, personal, family, but it's also true when you're talking to yourself, to be kind with the words that you're saying to yourself. So be impeccable with the word. The word is so powerful. The second one, which is the last one we're going to go over today, talks about don't take anything personally. And there's a lot of books out on the market talking about how to not give a care and different kind of things. And I think this is sort of talking to that. when other folks do things, they're doing things not because of you. They're doing things for their own story and their own reality. So you've got to understand that. And if you just take the time to be immune to the opinions and actions of others, don't take it personally, you're going to eliminate a lot of grief in your life. So make sure, guys, to be impeccable with your word, use it truthfully and in love and honesty, and just don't take yourself so seriously. Don't take things personally that other folks do to you, because they're living in their reality and they're doing the best they can.
Good morning, and we are back. Again, my name is Christina Livingston. I'm the owner and founder of SOAR, and today we are so honored to have these lovely ladies joining us for our first segment of the day, which is so important, titled A Woman's Mindset: Confidence, Comparison, and Overcoming Limiting Beliefs. Each of these ladies has been hand-selected based on their market expertise and just overall contribution as a woman. I want to introduce you first to LaTanya Martin, and then we have Miss Elle Hatcher, and we have Eva Angelina, and we have Kelly Ramos. And the format we're going to follow with this is each of these ladies are going to share for just a few minutes, and then we'll get into a little bit of Q&A. And we have quite a bit of time set aside for this particular segment. I do believe that we have about 40 minutes total, give or take. So with that said, we're going to start our countdown clock. And LaTanya, I'll let you take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you. So today I want to speak on limiting beliefs, finding your passion, and letting it motivate you to have confidence, right? And to do the things that you really want to do. So as a woman, you know, we were taught to believe that we were meant to be homemakers, just meant to have children and raise a family, right? Which is great, because we all do that too. But we're more than that, right? We're leaders, we're confident, we're problem solvers, we're business owners, and we put communities together. So just wanted to talk a little bit about that, about how powerful we are. And for me, I wanted to talk a little bit about how I got started. So when I was 19 years old, I had my first home built. And even before that, I was working, helping my father with his construction company, right? Behind the scenes. And that's when I realized I didn't like being behind the scenes. I didn't have an employee mindset. I wanted to own something. I've always wanted to be a business owner. So at an early age, I knew that I wanted to do something. I wanted to make a difference. And unlike most people, men, women in the Black community, I was afforded the understanding and education about credit, about financing, about budgeting, that a lot of others don't have, right? So I knew about the importance of paying bills and paying bills on time and building your credit up. So when I bought my first house at 19, and later on I bought some more properties. But the experience that I had, my first experience buying that property, is what led me to have the motivation and mindset to what I do now, which is help other people understand what they need to do to get where they want to go. My first realtor, she took me to areas that I did not want to live. She showed me a house I did not want to buy. And then I felt safe when she was taking me. But I still gave her a $1,000 check in earnest money because she told me this is all I could afford. So I was nervous and scared, and I went home and I was like, this is not what I want to do. This is not what I want. So I called her up and said, cancel it. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do this. And then I wound up finding another realtor who, again, I was able to buy a new construction home. She afforded me with information that I wasn't given the first time that I was buying a home, right? She told me about things that I was not aware of, as far as down payment assistance, right? What I could do to help me purchase, even though, again, I had been saving for this. So again, I was able to buy my first home, new construction. And that led me, I never wanted anyone to feel how I felt when I was looking to buy a home. I feel that everyone needs information. Sometimes they don't know where to get it. But as realtors, it's our job and our goal to set the expectation, to teach our clients, to teach our buyers what is available to them, as well as how we can help them obtain home ownership. So I partnered with several nonprofit organizations over the years, teaching the home buying process, as well as education on credit and things like that, to help the community, to build the community, because it's important for us to build wealth through real estate.
I love it. I love it. And just to give you ladies a little bit of background on LaTanya, the thing that I love so much about you is that truly you are a Renaissance woman. You can do it all. So let me, I actually should have led with this, and my apologies to each of you ladies watching that I didn't. I wanted to give you some background on each of these ladies. The thing that I love about LaTanya is she owns her own brokerage, real estate brokerage.
Wow.
She knows how to do credit repair. She has a license in insurance as well. I mean, she knows it A to Z. She is well studied, well read. You heard me all say this about her in January too. She's a woman of excellence and character, and she's a great leader, not just in the feminine community of women in general, but also in the community of business. You know, LaTanya does some big things, I think, in our marketplace. She just put on her annual humongous annual wealth building summit last week on February 27th, and she had an all-star panel lineup, so kind of like what we're doing here, LaTanya also does, and she's been really instrumental to me. She makes me laugh every single time I talk to her. She's very funny, and I really, really, really appreciate you so much, and thank you for being here. It takes a strong woman, I think, to wear that many hats, you know, because that's a lot of responsibility, and I really just value your leadership overall. The next lady I want to introduce to you is Elle Hatcher. So the way that I got to know Elle, it was her singing ability. So what you might not know about her is she's not only a realtor extraordinaire, but she can sing, y'all. Not just sing. She can sing. And the whole family can sing.
Aw,
okay?
thank you very much.
Her family, they all like to sing a cappella. So that's how I kind of got to know Elle a little bit, and got to hear more about her heart and her faith. And as many of you know, out in the public, I am a Christian. I'm a faith-filled woman, and I'm unapologetic for it. And that's something that I know I share in common with all of these women here today. And it's something that makes me just love and value and respect you even more than I already would. And so with that said, Elle, I'll let you kind of share what's on your heart.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Elle Hatcher, as Christina's already stated, and I'm with Compass Realty. The team that I'm on is Roten Partners, and I'm honored to be here today. Happy National Women's Day to everybody out there, all the women that may be watching on Zoom. Welcome, and this is just exciting and fun to be a part of this beautiful set and what we've got going on this hallelujah sunshining day. So I just wanted to share a little bit about myself from personal experience and kind of like LaTanya, how I started this journey. And I had been blessed to be a stay-at-home mom for many, many years. And with that, I just kind of mixed in what I could, always having the common denominator of sales for myself. And people along the way, family and friends, would tell me more and more and more, Elle, you need to be in real estate. What are you doing? You need to stop, you know, fill in the blank, whatever it was at the time. There were many things, and tell me, you need to get into real estate. So I had a dear friend that would pursue me from time to time, and long story short, the last time that she pursued me, my oldest son, Connor, had just gone off to college, and my husband had 2 days prior had a tough love conversation with me, if you will, and said, honey, I love you. 23 years of marriage, I think, at that time. And he said, I love you. And to be honest, you're not doing so great. And tears, you know, I know I'm not. And he's like, okay, well, it's going to be okay, but it's about to get worse because our other children are also headed out the door. And you have gifts that you need to use beyond these walls again to help people and minister to people. And so I began to think and pray about what that looked like. And just a few days after that hard conversation that I knew I needed to hear, a top producer coach reached out to me and said, hey, let's go to lunch. And I knew what that meant because we had had that lunch previously several years in a row. And so she was a dear friend of mine that I love and respected in the real estate industry and a top producer. And she's like, okay, come on, it's time for you. I'll never forget it. We were at Bricktops in Franklin, and she turns and looks at me, and I'm crying in the restaurant. And she's like, are you okay? And I said, no, I'm not okay. And she said, what's wrong? I said, I know that I'm supposed to do this, and I'm not in my 20s and I'm not in my 30s. And to be honest, I'm going to do this, go big or go home kind of girl. And I wasn't sure if at this stage of life, if I was ready for me. You know, some of you can relate, I'm sure, that are listening. So that's where I was. So my oldest son goes off to college. I jump into real estate, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be awesome. I start setting goals for myself. And right at the very beginning, boom, I get slapped in the face with, I go and take the test. And let me just tell you, at my age and not doing those types of things, I had to literally wake up my brain and my brain muscles, okay? I don't know if anybody understands that, but I did. And it didn't, apparently I didn't wake it up enough, because I'm going to tell you, full transparency, I didn't pass the test. And it devastated me. I repeat, devastated me. And I'm a pretty positive person, as you can probably already tell, but I thought, okay, I'm not cut out for this, and I'm embarrassed, and I'm frustrated, and so you go through that. Some of you maybe did that as well. I don't know. Y'all are probably all way more awesome than me, but I failed that test. I had to pick myself up, go back, take it again, and y'all, I reversed the scores and passed one portion and failed another. So I'm telling you this because it really, really, really knocked me down. So my daughter, Madison, who you're actually going to get to meet later on one of the panels late this afternoon, you don't want to miss that. She's a redhead, and she is fiery, y'all. But she comes in my room, and I didn't want to see anybody. I didn't want anybody to know. I didn't want to see anybody, and I was just embarrassed, to be honest. And she comes in, and she starts giving me one of her best speeches, and I'm like, I don't want to hear it, get out. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this kind of sounds familiar, this stuff you're saying to me. And she says, yes, because these are your words that you have said to me previously. And now she was like using them against me here, y'all. Yeah. And so I was like, okay. And she says, it's going to be okay. And you're going to pick yourself up, and you're going to get back in the game, just as you taught me to do. And that was tough. Be careful what you say. It may just come back to bite you. So I did have to pick myself up, and I'm so thankful that I did that, because now here I am today, sitting with a panel of lovely, amazing, successful women. And I am thankful, grateful. We're going to touch and talk, I guess, on some about the fear of comparison. But, you know, my daughter says often, you don't know my testimony. And we make fun of that, but it's true. You don't know people's testimony. You don't know what they've come from. We get very caught up in social media these days and what we think we perceive of other people. And, you know, LaTanya just said some great, amazing things. I didn't know those things about her and her journey, and I thought that was awesome. And you don't know her journey and what she's been through to get where she is. The same with every single lady on this panel. And so I'm just thankful for where I am. You know, there's a Mike Tyson quote, and he says, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Okay? I think that is a great quote. And to be honest, that's the way that I felt that day. I am a planner. And I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing. And now I've told the whole world I'm going to go get my real estate license. Oh, but wait, I just failed the test. Not once, but twice, unexpectedly. Like, what just happened? But yet I did not let that paralyze me. I didn't let it. I could have stopped right there, to be honest. I could have. And there may have been some really evil, bad thoughts, dark thoughts in my head. Like, you know what? Let's just call it, this is not meant to be. It's just not meant to be. But I knew that I had the God-given gifts and the ability, if I could get past that point and wake up the brain muscles, like I said. And so I was able to do that. I love to serve people. And I think all these girls would say, you know, being able to be involved in a real estate transaction, it's such a very different. I've done a lot of sales and was highly successful at many of them. And I don't say that to boast. I'm just saying that this is a different thing. This is, I come from a place of ministry. That's really the part. It's fun to sell. It's fun to win. It's fun to, you know, get some notoriety. Let's all be honest. But I think at the end of the day, for me, I'm extremely relational, and it's about being, we deal with people that may be in the middle of a divorce. They may have had loss, and they're having to sell a home because of someone that has passed away. And those things that is a very tall order. It is a very difficult journey for some of those people. I remember saying to one of my very first coaches, I was in a horrible situation. This was my first year, and I was handed a lot. And I said to my then coach, she says, you're going to go tell them this? I said, so wait, I'm a marriage counselor now? I'm not a marriage counselor. I'm not equipped for this. She goes, oh, yes, you are. You just wait. You won't even believe the things you're going to be. And I'm like, Lord, what have you gotten me into? I'm not equipped for this. But I look back on my journey, and I'm sure y'all can relate. I'm like, I see where God was preparing me all along. Do I have everything that my clients need? Am I everything? No, but we learn daily, right? Every deal is so very different, and we learn constantly. I love when I say to a coach or someone that's been on this journey much longer than me, I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. And most comforting words I ever heard from one of my coaches, she goes, guess what? Neither do I. I've never been down this road before either. And I'm like, okay, just breathe. It's going to be okay. But we're going to serve people, love people, and encourage people and help them. A home is obviously the biggest purchase that I think anybody is ever going to make. And we are honored to be a part of that journey and help them. And we celebrate the wins. So I'm just thankful to be here today. I love, like I said, I'm extremely relational. I love people. I love working with people. And I'm thankful to get to know all these ladies on this panel today.
Yes, and what I love about your story too is just, even if you fail the first time or you fail the second time, what I do want to say, if any of you guys, if any of you ladies and gentlemen did get a chance to see the SOAR Awards magazine, Elle is actually named as a top 2000 agent. So it just goes to show you might fail your first time, you might fail your second time, but if you just keep on trying and keep on trying, I don't care if you have to cry your way through it. I don't care if you have to replace the inserts on your heels 47 times before you can afford to go buy a really nice pair, girlfriend. If you just keep on and you keep on and you keep trying and you're persistent and you're diligent, then you too, despite, past failures, will be a top producing agent just like Elle is. And hopefully you'll come see us at SOAR and we'll talk about it. All right, so I would like to move on and talk a little bit about my friend. Oh, I just love Eva. I've known her for a long time. The thing that I love about you is that your inner beauty matches your outer beauty. I love your husband. I love how good he is to you. And I love your family. I love that you are so family oriented. And you're very, very intelligent. The thing that I love about Eva is that she professionally speaking has a lot of skills over and above real estate itself. If you want to talk about that, you can. You don't have to. But I do want to hear from you about your heart on today's topic, though.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Being with these amazing women, and Christine, I love you. You're an amazing leader in our community, and being here is really an honor. I think it's so important to kind of talk a little bit about my testimony, because I think that says a lot about, I think hearing these women talk a little bit about their stories, like, that's really what gives us our character, what builds our character. And I think it's so important to, when we look at other women and other people, is like, not, sometimes we easily judge a person by what we see. But I think everybody has something to give. Everybody. God created us with a purpose. And I do think that sometimes, everybody's on their own journey. And I came to real estate kind of by mistake as well. I had kind of a really, really tough beginning. I grew up in inner city Los Angeles. I was a teen mom at like 16. My mom married me off to an older man when I was like 13. So I have quite a story that has helped me become the woman I am today. I was that part of a person that, I was supposed to be on welfare. I was supposed to probably get into drugs, have more kids, coming from a Mexican family, having a lot of kids is kind of normal. So, having a young daughter really, really ignited something in me at like 15, 16, because I was very lost at that age. But one thing that I always have had is my faith. Like God has been the center of my life, and I've always gone back to my faith. So I do believe it's so important to kind of know what your purpose is and have a deep faith. Like, I really don't think I would be here if it weren't to my faith. But I grew up going to college, doing all the things that I believed would get me out of poverty. Well, here I am at 28 years old, out of college, did all the right things, beyond, everything was against me. I figured out a way to go to college. I figured out a way to do all these things. So I knew I had it in me, but I still wasn't making enough money to sustain, my family, my daughter. So a mentor, kind of a guy that was helping me sell, became my mentor, helping me sell one of my properties, was my first property in the middle of a divorce. He's like, you need to go into real estate. Here I am, out of college, tons of debt, teaching high school, which I loved high school kids, I loved teaching, but I wasn't making enough money. And he said, you just need to do real estate. And I go, I don't even like business. I can talk to kids, but I can't talk to adults. Like, I couldn't even look people in the face. People don't understand. Like, I couldn't even shake somebody's hand. I couldn't start a conversation. When I tell people that, they're like, I can't believe that was you. But that was me, but I found a good mentor. I believed that I could do that. If I had gone through so much and I was still alive, I thought, you know what, I can do this. And you have to just find something, in you that God, I believe God gave us all that fire, but I do believe in angels, and I do believe God puts people around us to kind of ignite something that might not be alive within us. And that's kind of what happened with me. So long story short, here I am all these years in real estate. I think this is my 15th year in real estate. I've started other companies, not just real estate. I started a medical company with my husband. We have 2 medical companies we own now, and I do different things, but number one is my family and my faith, no matter what. And how I do it all, I just find resources. Let me just tell you find other women, you find everything. And in big families, we just rely on other people, big sense of community. Same in business, I didn't have, when I moved here, I didn't know anybody. The first thing I did was started reaching out to people, like, who can I talk to? Who can I associate myself with? So finding people to support you, because let me tell you, successful people love to help other people. Amen. They do. So if somebody says no, you know what, they're not meant to be in your journey. That's not the person you want to become anyway. So I've always relied on other people to help me. I don't know it all. I don't think you ever get to a point in anything in your life that you have it all together. I don't believe in that. I think you just figure it out and you just show up. I tell my kids, just show up. You don't have to know all the answers. Just show up, and here we are,
I love that. In fact, to your point, I think I was recently sharing with a friend of mine, one of my favorite books is the book, Everything is Figure Outable. Right. So we hear some of the business leaders, even in the secular world, such as like Gary Vee, he says, in the day and age that we live in, everything you need is at your fingertips. Everything is figure outable. So I absolutely just love that. I was really fighting back the tears as you were sharing your story, just because as a single mother, which my daughter, you'll hear from her today, she's a young woman now, she's an adult now. Having been a single mother myself, for so many years, and making it sort of my life's mission to not become a statistic, to, I sort of took a vow when I became a mother in college, very, very young, that everything that came before me would not come after me. And there was a whole long list of things that was, everything from poverty, abuse, neglect, hatred of all kinds, division, argumentativeness, like all of these, competitiveness, jealousy. There were so many things that came before me in my bloodline that I knew I didn't want to pass down to my daughter, Michaela. So hopefully I do not lose my mind on filming this live today, because I really almost did start bawling just hearing your testimony. So that's because unless you've lived it, nobody could ever possibly know or understand or fully relate to the amount of hardships and responsibilities that a single mother has to carry.
Sure.
And I, honestly, even as we're just now talking, I didn't even think that until this very moment right here live, that, we should probably bring voices to more single mothers in the industry. So I'll just fill in for that, because that's me anyway.
Sure. Can I just interject one thing? Thank you so much for being so transparent and sharing that. Of course, obviously, I didn't know that about you, and that's powerful. One of the things that I love that you said you teach your kids, just show up. And I love that. And taking that a step further, you've already said with your testimony, not only just show up, but don't quit, right? We're here. You could probably list 4 or 5 reasons right off the top of your head why you're here and why you've been chosen. But one of the reasons is just simply because you didn't quit. You know, you could have quit. I could have quit when I failed once, twice. You could have quit. We could mention lots of different things. Being a single mom, I can't even imagine, you know, the trials and the journey, the things that like, you know what, maybe today I'm done. You know, I want to quit, but you didn't quit. So, and that's, you know, encouraging for people out there going through whatever, maybe it's about real estate, maybe it's about something else totally different, but just hanging in there and not quitting, showing up, like she said.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that you said that you never get to a place where you have arrived or that you have everything figured out. You know, my business coach, Nick Unsworth, I'm coached by a married couple, Nick and Megan Unsworth, who are also believers. And they say, they have this mantra, and it is done beats perfect. And I feel like that really, really released me. And can I be honest with you? I'm just in front of the whole world. I want you to hear this. That released me out of perfectionism so bad. My daughter will tell you that I am a woman of excellence and I like things to be done in an excellent way, but also I really, really struggled a lot with perfectionism. And so when Nick and Megan started coaching me last year and teaching me sort of how to transition SOAR out of like in-person events more into the online, they taught me a ton of things. That was the first thing, was done beats perfect. If you do not let go of perfectionism, you're never, ever, ever going to get started. If you have to have it perfect to get started, if you have to have it perfect to do something, then you're probably never going to do it. So with that said, you guys remember that today when we have a few mess ups. I'm sure we're going to have some. I'm sure we'll have several along the way. So with that said, I also want to introduce my dear, dear friend, Kelly. Kelly and I could say so many things about Kelly Ramos. We go so far back. I'm not gonna cry. Kelly is so wise. Kelly is so wise. I feel like she carries a mantle of wisdom that sometimes is such a big mantle of wisdom that I don't even know if you realize it all the time, but yeah, I can tell you, I personally and professionally seek Kelly out often for counsel, wise counsel, and for wisdom, because Kelly has a really unique, I think, perspective in this ability to see different things from multiple perspectives. It's really interesting. It's almost like your vision in your mind almost works like a kaleidoscope. You're like, oh, I see it this way, in this shape, and that way. Anyway, I'm going on and on. But with that said, I'll let Kelly share her heart.
Well, it's interesting that you see me today, because going into the whole topic of what we're speaking about today, when Christina came to me and said, hey, I'd really like you to participate in this. What do you think about doing it? My first reaction was, oh, no, I don't want to do it. So this is all going on in my head. For that exact reason, I said, yes, I'm going to. Let me see if my mic is green. It is green. All right.
We can share microphones if we need to.
Okay. And so, of course, mine would be the one that works. But that's okay. So Christina invited me to do this, and in that moment, everything in me said, no, I don't want to do this. I'm going to say no. I'm going to find a reason not to. I'm sure I'm busy. There's got to be something else going on. But I fought that, and I decided to say yes. And I told her, though, at that time, I said, I'm going to say yes to this because I feel like my approach is the approach to this topic of I don't have this figured out. I don't always feel confident. And half the time, I am scared to death but talking myself through everything that I'm doing. So I was raised in a household, honestly, where I was very supportive, and it was amazing, and I feel blessed to have those parents. My parents didn't have that, so they did the exact opposite for my brother, sister, and I often say to my mom, I don't know how you did it, but you raised a really confident child, and I hope that I can do that to my own kids someday. And, you know, that's really my message. You know, I can relate to several things that I've heard already so far. failed my real estate test twice. Yes, I tell all new agents that. I'm like, don't beat yourself up. Failed it twice. I'm really smart. It's okay.
It's a weird test.
It's a weird test.
Let's just put that out there. I think so. Yes.
That's where you just beat yourself up and you just go do it again. But I think for me, the biggest part of my story is that I've learned to surround myself with people who are my cheerleaders.
Mm-hmm.
Who are gonna pick me up when I have those days where I struggle and I just am like comparing myself to people because I happen to go on Facebook and I look at how well they made that school snack because I have twins. I have boy-girl twins, and I figured out a long time ago that I am not the Pinterest mom as much as I want to be.
Not even at all.
But at the same time, it's like I very much see that, and I want to compare myself to that. But then what always makes it better is at the end of the day, either the people I've surrounded myself with or even my kids are the first one to love everything that I do. So that's where I go, okay, you know what? I'm good. I'm good just like I am. And I do think that having that support system has been huge for me to continue to kind of push through and find that confidence and that strength when I don't always have it for myself. So.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this back from you. And then Andy, we're just gonna check Kelly's mic one more time before we start the Q&A. Kelly, if you'll just put that button up. I've got a couple of questions we're gonna ask the panel. So if we need to maybe catch a different mic or you can just kind of guide us. Guys, you're watching us live. We're just imperfect people, so I'll let this be an example to you. We live what we preach, right? Which is like, done beats perfect. I think that came up right on time. So Kelly, do you want to just test? Is it coming through on your end, Andy? Okay. Well, we will share. Okay, so the first question that we are going to ask each of you, and we'll start left to right with LaTanya, is what do you do that makes you feel confident?
So I think through adversity leads to confidence, right? So the things and struggles that you go through help you to shape and form who you are. So messing up and learning how to fix it brings on confidence. Reading books, looking at other people who inspire me and what they did and what they grow through and how they did it helps me become confident in what I'm doing. So I know I'm going to mess up, but I just got to know how to fix it and do better the next time.
Sure. So honestly, I come from a family of 3 very confident girls, to be honest. And I think that is attributed largely to my parents raised us that way. They taught us to be prepared. Preparation and being equipped never hurt anybody, right? In building up our confidence. And then like she said, my parents allowed us, they celebrated our wins, but they also allowed us to fail. And I think that that is huge, especially in today's world. People try and protect their children from everything, and we cannot protect them, nor do we need to protect them from everything. And it is hard. I mean, I'm speaking from right now experience. It's hard, and you want to protect them, but celebrating the wins and also the pain of those losses, that will help bring confidence to you and just experience being prepared and equipped.
I think one of the things, I didn't come from a lot of confidence growing up. If anything, I think I developed confidence late 20s, early 30s. So I had to learn to read the books, have mentors around me that reminded me things that I needed to hear, listen to a lot of things, positive affirmations, which I thought were really silly, have become my day-to-day. I do positive affirmations. Knowledge is power, so the more you feed, you gotta feed your brain with good stuff. Because if you don't feed it with good stuff and you're listening to all that's what you're gonna portray. So for me, it's like mindset is everything. It's listening to something while I'm getting ready, and some people think, oh, but you're so positive. Well, guess what? My nature is not always positive. So I have to do stuff to kind of remind me but knowledge. Like in real estate, I didn't know anything. So the more I read, if I'm starting, you know, like I'm developing more commercial deals. In order for me to know that and feel confident, I need to know knowledge. So I have to read on it, you know, things like that. So that all helps with gaining confidence.
I think for myself, a lot of my confidence also came with age. I feel like once I hit 40, it was kind of a magical number for me in a good way. I'm totally okay with my age. I'm 48 and I'm okay with that and I love it. And for me, I think at 40, I just became really okay with who I am. And so in those moments where I'm doubting myself, I do need to take a minute to step back and remind myself of the good things I've done, the things I'm capable of, the things I've pulled through and shown that I can do, and kind of rebuild my own confidence, because I am generally a positive person by nature. I always say I'm an eternal optimist and just believe good things will happen, and I just kind of put it out there. So I try to live my life in that way, but at the same time, when I need that extra boost to push through, I just go back to the things that I've done and remind myself that I'm capable.
So Kelly and I are sharing a microphone because Kelly's mic went out. After this segment, we have like 3 more replacements that we'll grab. Okay, so for our third question, it is, how do you snap out of comparing yourself to others? And as much as I want to answer this my own self, I'm going to wait till the very end, because this is something in the day and age of Instagram, in the day and age of filters, in the day and age of perfect body, perfect everything, faces, hair, you know, all these things. In the day and age of everybody is, you know, a lot of titles that really, if I'm being quite honest, each of you are already carrying, you know, strong women of excellence and integrity. Each of you are top producers. With that said, no matter where we are in life, like as high up as we may be, there's always someone higher, or as low as we may be, there's always someone lower, no matter where we are. So I'm going to let you take that away, Latonya. How do you snap out of comparing yourself to others?
So for me, I don't think I really compare myself to others as in a negative way, right? So I see people to have a positive influence on where I want to go or be, and I see the steps that they take or what they do that I can learn from, or even reach out to them and try to network with them to see, you know, is there any collaboration that can be done, ask some questions, to learn more. So for me now, looking at what I look at, I'm looking at, I'm comparing my business to other businesses because I see how I want to structure and where I want to be and where I want it to go. So I'm looking at more comparing myself to a whole other level of business or where I want to be.
Sure. I feel a lot like Kelly when she's talking about our age. While I would love for you to believe I'm 29, I'm so not 29. Don't write that down though, okay? So this answer would have looked very different in my 20s, in my 30s. Now that I'm in my late 40s, I think that a lot of it is just experience. I think that you can easily get caught up wasting a lot of time on something that, let's be honest, it probably isn't even real what you're comparing. We don't know. I said a while ago, I was quoting my daughter Madison when she says, "You don't know my testimony." Well, that's the truth. You don't know my testimony, and I don't know your testimony. We don't know what you are comparing from what you are comparing is coming from, and how real it is, and what their journey was really like to get there. And I'm constantly reminded. Am I out? Can y'all hear me? I'm very loud, so that's good. Okay, all right. No, that's okay. So a lot of it just really, I think, comes from experience and getting comfortable in your own skin, and confidence like we talked about, but just taking time, because you can really lose a lot of time and energy on something that's just a waste. It's a waste, it's not real, and it will rob you of productivity. So for me, all of us, yes, like Christina was saying, technology, we are in the day of technology, and it's people's highlight reels. It may not be their real journey. So you know, it's easy to say, but we just, we got to stop. Yeah. And just love each other and support each other. That's what today is about, National Women's Day. I mean, that's what this is about. Like, I'm cheering you on, you're cheering me on. I always say, get your pom-poms out and cheer somebody on. And affirmation, it goes a long way in every area of life.
It's really good. I think, you know, you reach a point, I think everybody, the comparison part, I feel like that happens a lot to all of us. I think that's just how our human beings are. But I do think that one of the things that I've learned is to be in the present as much as possible. Because all those, like you're saying, it takes so much time, but also like understanding your why and your purpose. I think when I realized that I'm not going to be like someone else, God created me, I'm unique, and you have to embrace your uniqueness in your own skin. You know, for me, a lot of comparison came in my late 20s, 30s with body. I started doing some bodybuilding stuff, and that's really when I started like, oh, I want to look like that. I want to look like that, because, you know, it's a sport. That's just one thing. And then, you know, you want to, I want to do that, and I want to do that. And I get how we do that, but at the same time, I had to realize, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Even with real estate, I had to, like, I looked at all these top producers and like, do I want to be a top producer, or does it just sound, why do I want to be a top producer? So you really have to ask yourself what you want and why you want it. Is it part of your purpose, and are you clear on that? And if it's not, then that doesn't belong to you, right? So I think embracing our uniqueness and having that clarity and purpose. Yeah, good.
I relate to a lot of everything that was just said. Again, it's, you know, for me, the comparison comes on two sides. It's the business side. I am competitive and I am driven, and I'm always setting a goal just a little bit higher each year and each month of that year, and adjusting and always wanting to reach it. And, you know, I go onto social media and I see that this person's has, you know, this many closings this month and this many closings. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have that many closings this month. What am I doing wrong? And then I have to sit back in that moment, just like you said, that's not what they're doing, is not necessarily what I want to be doing in my day-to-day life. I love that I have the business that I've built. I do want to continue to grow it, but I have freedom and flexibility still, that if I was doing as many deals as some of these agents that I think that I want to be like, I wouldn't have that. And, you know, but then, like, there's the personal comparison part of it too, that I have to always remind, you know, my daughter's 13, and to me, you know, my biggest goal is that I don't want her to ever think that social media is real. And that's what I keep, she doesn't have social media yet, and I keep saying that, I'm like, it's just not real. And I have to remind myself that I'm her role model at the end of the day. And so I have to walk that walk and hold my head high and act like those things don't bother me. And when they do, we talk about it. And, you know, there's a joke in our house that I'll say to her, just because I don't have 1 million followers doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, we're working through that. I think and from time to time, you know, something will happen and we'll come full cycle, and I'll say, so, what do we want to say? And she'll go, my mom knows what she's talking about. And I'm like, you know, there's a little bit of that. So it's just trying to always be the role model. And for my son too, I mean, he's a 13-year-old boy. They have the same set of issues too. So just trying to remember that someone's always watching me and seeing how I'm handling that. So better mindset. So.
That's so good. I think I loved what each and every one of you have said here. And I think that as we all continue on our journey, you know, as individuals, but also just collectively as a body of women in the marketplace together, I think that my hope and my vision for this city is first and foremost unity, always, in all ways. And I think that among women, it's so easy for us to compare ourselves, like in a variety of ways, whether it's your body or, you know, how many businesses you own or your net worth, or, you know, I see a lot of women compare their marriage to another person's marriage, and then they feel this sense of unhappiness or unfulfillment. And, you know, I think a lot of people have kind of heard this phrase. I certainly didn't coin it by any means, which is to say that comparison is the thief of joy. And I'm going to say that twice because it's worth repeating. Comparison is the thief of joy. So if you're comparing your career to someone else's, if you're comparing your marriage to someone else's, your body, your face to someone else's, if you're comparing your child to someone else's child, like, you know, I've had that kind of happen to me as a mother. Even my daughter is very high performing and she's done really well for herself, and other parents comparing their child to mine, and I say no. You would be surprised how strong my daughter is because of what she's learned and overcame in her life. You don't know what it looked like 10, 15 years ago. You don't know what it looked like 20 years ago. You know, when I was literally fleeing an abusive marriage for my life, I was, you know, very, very fortunate to survive. And she was just a baby. I'm like, you don't know how hard she worked for those A's. You don't know how hard she worked for that scholarship. She had to bust her tail and really, you know, concentrate her efforts and her focus. And I think one of those areas of comparison, I know we're mostly talking about business today, but I do want to throw that in there, is that a lot of women do compare their child to another child. And speaking of being a cheerleader, actually, Elle, you don't know this about me, or maybe I did tell you this, I'm not sure, but you know, in addition to being in the mortgage industry on a commission-only income for 15 years, I also taught cheerleading. I taught my daughter's cheerleading squad for 7 years. I coached that, which is, you know, a bit of a thankless job until the girls are grown up and then they come back and say, oh, you know, all these great things. But one of the things that I really learned through that is how many times parents compare their children to other children. And you just, as a mom, I'm just here to tell you that each child is uniquely gifted and talented, and it's okay if their measure of, you know, intelligence or social skills or whatever that skill set may be is not at the same level as another child. Just as a mother, I want to release you into your full identity and freedom as a mother. But as a businesswoman who has that testimony, I want to say too that with comparison, you know, just talking about my own life was a hot mess. Are you kidding? A hot mess. You know, a solid 20 years ago. 18 years ago, and it's only by the grace of God that I'm even where I am today. I mean, literally, you don't know how many times I've just been fortunate with that. So guys, girls, thank you. Ladies, thank you so much. I really have fought back the tears about 3 times. This is so inspiring. Each and every one of you are inspiring in your own right, and I hope that you just continue to go out and let your story be known. Let everything that is true about you and your life and your testimony and your story in business and in your personal life as mothers and as women continue to just resound, because it needs to be told, certainly. So thank you, ladies, so much. And with that, we are going to go to our next sponsor in our lineup, and we will send you off to hear a few quick words from our sponsors.
At Landmark Homes, we talk about the landmark difference. And once you see, you'll understand why we say that it's not just a home, it's your landmark. Since 1988, Landmark Homes has been listening to their customers and building homes tailored to their specific needs. 2021 finds us focused on our newest communities, South Point, Glade Estates, and coming soon, the Park at Wiltshire. Located in a growing area of Brentwood, South Point offers customizable residential homes, townhomes, and flats. With shopping and entertainment close by, South Point features a pavilion area, sidewalks, and green space throughout the community. Glade Estates in Mount Juliet is located near 840 and features 3- and 4-bedroom homes that are modern and fully customizable. We have built our solid reputation and competitive edge on our flexible design and personal customization philosophy. Make it your landmark with the help of our in-house interior designer, Lauren Elders Interiors. We know that a home is far more than just a house or a piece of property. It's your landmark. With this in mind, we provide our clients with the ability to choose the style, color, size, and material of multiple aspects throughout their new home. Lauren and our Landmark team can help guide you through all the finishes and options. The extensive design center located at the Landmark office allows customers' visions to come to life. Visit us today at South Point off Nolensville Road and Glade Estates in Mount Juliet. And once you see, you'll understand why we say it's not just a home, it's your landmark.
Chris, what are you doing? What's going on?
We're recording for our puppy podcast today.
No, it's not the puppy podcast. It's the Nashville Women in Real Estate Summit we're doing right now.
Oh, Maggie.
No.
We'll have to do this a little later.
Yeah, not right now, Maggie. Just a little later.
Oops.
So hustle up. Get in here. This is important.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. My name's Chris Bailing, and this is my brother Matt Bailing. We're with House Call Home Inspection.
And we're twins.
We are. We don't look like it, but we are.
Yes.
We service the greater Nashville market. We do home inspections. We do radon testing, termite letters. You can schedule mold and air quality testing through us. We can do well testing, water testing, asbestos, lead testing. We pretty much
Basically, we're do almost anything that you need.
Yes, we're a full service company for our realtors and clients. We cover the greater Nashville market. We go to Clarksville. We go all the way down to Tullahoma. We go from Dixon to Cookeville. We pretty much have the philosophy that we go where our realtors go.
And I love that saying. That is, we hold true to that.
Yes, we go where they go. So if you show a house there, we'll go do a home inspection there. Our availability, we work 7 days a week, including Saturday and Sunday. The nice thing with my company is that you can call us and we can do the home inspection the very next day. And if not,
Prime example, just before we started filming this, we had somebody give us a call. It was probably 11 a.m. and we were able to turn around and get them in this afternoon because they needed it today. And that's the type of service that we try to offer to our clients.
Yeah. So sometimes we can afford you to do same day service, but 9 times out of 10, we can get you on the schedule tomorrow. We have 4 inspectors plus myself, and so we can take care of all your needs. One of the best things that our agents are really positive about is our repair builder that we have that's built into our software, and it actually allows you as an agent to log in and click the items that you want to put on your repair request proposal and make a PDF out of that. A lot of people will then put that and attach that to their TAR document. It comes with our photos that we take during the inspection. It includes our write-ups, locations. It's super easy to do. You can do it from your laptop or your phone. So if you're jetting out to Destin, you can still get your repair proposal done.
And I would say that's one of the things that our agents have just raved about, how simple that makes their lives.
Yes, and there's no more copy and pasting. So that is a super cool feature. We also spend a lot of time on automation and customer service. So we call the clients and our agents after every home inspection. We have an automation package that goes in that will ping the listing agent, will ping that buyer's agent, and actually will contact the customer. So we keep everybody up to date on the progress and the schedule of that home inspection. We also have an online scheduler that everybody likes to use. It shows all of our availability, and you can find us at housecallnashville.com.
Well, you know, and I think that the service side of the thing is what people appreciate the most. We really pride ourselves on that.
Yes, we do. We're actually, and I always tell everybody this, we're a customer service company that happens to do home inspections. So your clients are our priority number one, and we just appreciate the time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. House call, home inspection.
Oh, wait. Who are you going to call?
House call.
All right, fantastic. Well, again, my name is Christina Livingston. I'm the owner and founder of SOAR. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about feminine marketing and what I believe that consists of and what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. So as I may have mentioned previously, I am not only a former mortgage finance professional, but I'm also a Nashville native. So I'm actually born and raised here in downtown Nashville. Well, I should say I was born here in Nashville. I was raised in mostly Rutherford County from about mid-elementary school on through college, and then went to the University of Colorado at Denver. And one of the things I want to share is that I kind of developed over time by through osmosis is just a natural talent for marketing. I have an eye, I have an ear for it. God has really gifted me that way. I'm not a photographer, but I have an eye for what looks good. I have an eye for what sounds good. I can do things on the fly when it comes to marketing and public speaking. But there's something that's more fundamental, I think, to feminine marketing than just as talent or a skill set. It's so much deeper than that. To me, I think that feminine marketing first and foremost begins with authenticity, being true to yourself and who you are as a woman, you know. For example, in consideration of what are your hobbies, what are your interests, what are the things that delight you, what are the things that bring you joy. There are ways to incorporate that into your real estate marketing or into any type of marketing that you're doing for any business. So I think, again, just starting with authenticity and the things that, you know, bring you joy. The next thing that I would say when it comes to, you know, feminine marketing is really your identity as a woman, in the sense of I believe that as women we are created to be helpers, you know, to be that helpmate. We are, I think, naturally designed to be compassionate, to want to not only help, but to create and to inspire and to give life, right? So the way that we are designed is to give life and bring life and bear life. And I think that those are important things you can bring into your marketing pieces. And people are always asking me, like, Christina, what do you mean by that? And what I mean by that, a lot of times can translate in things of whether it's the verbiage that you use, being life-giving and positive and carefully selecting your words, or it could also mean a lot to do with your lighting sometimes, just making sure that any photos that you use or videos that you use, you know, are always well lit and they're well thought out. They're well planned. They're curated, if you will. They're not just sloppily thrown together, you know, in the sense of it doesn't look like it needs, you know, TLC, so to speak. I think that the next thing with feminine marketing is often vulnerability, believe it or not. For a lot of people, that can be a very scary word. But if you're a real estate agent, you know that there are risks involved for your buyers and your sellers. And I think that it is a great thing to release yourself to express the vulnerabilities of your client to whatever those risks may be, in the sense of maybe you need to create a video series on the risks of selling, the risks of selling in this market, the risks of buying in this market. You know, when we think of vulnerability, we think of risk, right? Because vulnerability ultimately means that there's something that could potentially happen that might not be the most ideal, or someone could have something happen to them that might be to their detriment, or that could potentially hurt them if they have a decision to make, and there could be a negative consequence, as we know that there are so many decisions any buyer or seller could make. I think that we lead with that, and I think that we become vocal about that with feminine marketing. We say, hey, listen, you know, I'm so-and-so, I'm in real estate, I'm an agent for however many years, I've done X, I've done Y, I've done Z. And there are some important things that I feel like you need to be aware of in today's market. These are the risks. And one of those vulnerabilities actually in the national marketplace happens to be emotional vulnerability. With it being a seller's market currently, you know that there's a high probability your buyers are going to fall in love with a house. You know that there's a high probability that they're going to be in a bidding war. You know that there's a high probability that they may lose that bidding war, and as a result end up in a state of being brokenhearted, extreme disappointment. And how do we handle that, right? So I think in the subject of, you know, feminine marketing, you know, we just come forward with learning how to deal with those risks. And when those types of things happen, since we are all too often seeing that happen now, it is something that you can lead with. It's something that you can go and create with your iPhone, right? You can create with your iPhone an entire video series about the risks and the vulnerabilities of being a buyer in today's market and what you're going to truly be up against. The more raw and transparent and authentic and vulnerable you are as a woman to communicate a clear message to your end audience, to your followers, I think the more you're going to draw them in with your humanity. I think that all too often, so many women want to be scripted. Can I be honest with you and tell you I didn't even script this today? I intentionally did not script this today, simply because I'm a person that speaks better from the heart, and it just translates more to you, I think, when you can actually hear from me. And I just want to tell you that, you know, if you're a woman watching this and you're a real estate agent, which you probably are, most of our audience today will be, but not everybody, I want you to understand that you don't have to be afraid to communicate those risks in a way that has a high level of emotional intelligence and deliver that message through your marketing, through your content, in a way that says, prepare your heart for disappointment, potential disappointment, knowing that that could happen. And so I think that that's just something that's really, really, really important. The next thing that I really want to talk about today is going to be a bit of a tough subject. And it's about the way that we present ourselves and our bodies physically in marketing materials, the way that we present our appearance. You know, all too often you'll see photos of someone in a marketing piece, like whether it's a flyer or a photo on Facebook or Instagram or some form of social media, and you get to meet that person later in life and they look absolutely nothing like what their photos look like because they're so heavily filtered. I don't think that there's anything wrong with filters, but I do think that it's important to just remember that you're good enough the way you are. Make sure that you're balancing your photos with some unretouched photos so that when the general public does meet you in person, they recognize your face, right? If you're so overly filtered and overly perfected and somebody passes you in the street, you know, if you're out here building brand recognition, the last thing you want is to lose your brand recognition because you're overly filtering your photos or your videos. And then the next part that I want to talk about in terms of how we present ourselves physically has to do with the way that we dress. I am seeing a couple of different trends in the market that I want to talk about today, and they're actually polarized. Believe it or not, they're very polarized in the market. I want to start, before I talk about like the way that we dress and the way that we, you know, the things that we put on with our clothing, I want to tell you a little bit about when I got started in the mortgage industry in January of 2005. At that time, there were not very many women in the mortgage industry at all. In fact, I only knew of 2 others besides myself. And at that time, I was very young. I was 22 years old. And as I mentioned earlier, I was going through a divorce. You know, I sort of stumbled upon the mortgage career and got involved with that very quickly. I did very well early on within my first year. After about my first year, I started as a regional coordinator / executive administrative assistant in the mortgage world, and I quickly realized that there was a lot of opportunity and money to be made in the mortgage world. Decided to educate myself on the mortgage world, the School of Hard Knocks way. And my boss at the time, many of you might know him. At that time, I was working for a guy named Ken Michael. Today, he works for iServe Lending. At that time, Ken and I both worked for a company called Lime Financial many, many years ago, about 17 years ago. And so one of the things that I kept hearing repeated to me over and over and over, now this was my personal experience, of course, was that I needed to make sure at all times. Now, I'm not saying that this is like, you know, for you. I'm just saying this was my personal experience back then. That I needed to tone down my femininity, that I should never wear my hair down, that I should never curl my hair, that my makeup should always be understated, that I should opt for updos and ponytails because it would cause men around me to take me more seriously. I kept receiving this same message over and over and over. It was like this barrage of messaging from actual real men in our local market, face to face. This was coming at me. And they would say, always wear pants, never wear a skirt, never wear a dress, keep your heels low, you know, all of these things in an effort to mute or diminish the level of femininity that I've pretty much always carried since a young child. Obviously, I'm a very feminine woman. You can tell that by taking one little glance at me. And so, you know, with that, it was unfortunate for me at that time that I took in that messaging and I allowed it to, in some ways, really shape me. I can honestly tell you that for a couple of years, for like my first 5 years, I actually did everything that I was told to do. I actually switched from dresses to pants. I kept my heels low. You know, all of the things that I just mentioned, I sort of like followed that. And it was unfortunate because the messaging that I received at that time was that your femininity is too much for us to handle in the marketplace and take you seriously as a businesswoman. So with that being said, obviously today I am intentionally dressed like Elle Woods on purpose. It is a whole thing, sister, let me tell you, because today in 2021, obviously I've grown into a woman. I've become a woman that I deeply respect, and I don't ever settle for any type of feedback or receive feedback that is not in alignment with who I was created to be. But with that said, I think that there's another polarization of messaging that we're also getting. So the first would be to tone down your femininity, and the other to be to over-sexualize your femininity, which is, I think, something that is a bit of a problem, a bit of almost an epidemic in the business world. All too often, I'm out in Nashville, I'm here, I'm there, I'm kind of everywhere, or I'm just like perusing on social media, you know, scrolling my newsfeed just like you are, and I see women who are well endowed, if you catch my drift, who are openly flaunting. I don't mean just a little or the shirt came down. I mean, it's out there, and it's intentional, and it's all in your face, and it's femininity being overly sexualized. And a lot of people may say, you know, that this might be a little bit of an old school thought or way of thinking. Quite frankly, this is my opinion and it's my show, so I'm going to express it. The fact is that when we see women who are overly provocative or overly sexualizing their marketing in real estate, you begin to send the wrong message about what it is that you're marketing. Are you marketing a business service, or are you marketing your body? Are you needing affirmation and validation so badly that you're going to show everything that's inappropriate to show? Or are you wanting to be actually taken seriously in the business world? And I think that that's a big, big question with women about what do we wear to be taken seriously, if we're overly feminine or if we're underly feminine. And with the overly feminine argument, the problem is that, again, invites the over-sexualization. And I just want to tell you that, you know, I consider myself to be more authentic than any other descriptive word. Some may say that I might be considered classy. I would say I'm more authentic than classy, because at the end of the day, I think you have to dress authentically to your style and to what makes sense for you. If you like a more feminine look, fine. If you like a more toned down look, that's fine too. Do you, sister, do you. That's it at the end of the day. But don't be taking marketing photos and videos, and certainly don't cast the image of over-sexualizing your business, especially not in Nashville. That's not going to be well received here, and I can tell you that from personal experience as a native. In fact, I'm going to tell you a true story that I'm going to keep the names of this story anonymous. I happen to know a local agent here in the market. She is stunningly beautiful, and she's a very smart woman. She is making some mistakes with her marketing where the boobs are always out, and that just isn't appropriate. I'm just going to tell you straight out. If you don't like it, you can send me a hate email, and it'll go straight to my delete mail. It's fine. But the fact is that if you're walking around with the girls out, it's going to be a problem. And let me tell you why. And I'm not going to apologize for this either. This is actually a friend of mine who's doing this. I haven't said anything to her yet about this, but I'm going to. The point is, I actually know of a real life Nashville husband and wife couple who are experiencing some trouble in their marriage. Both of them are in real estate. One is already licensed and the other one is getting licensed. Because I know a lot of people, and I will obviously keep this story completely confidential, but I hear things, and I function as an earpiece to the market. And so I'm very, very good about keeping a tight grip on my mouth. I don't repeat things. But I happen to know that this exact person is causing the husband to think and do things and behave in a way that maybe he might not have been inspired to do otherwise, or take certain action steps. Now, men are ultimately responsible for their own thoughts, actions, and behaviors. We will not say that women cause them to do anything. But what I am going to say to you is that there is an unintended consequence of dressing provocatively in a business world on your business page. It's inappropriate. Stop doing it. There's a time and a place for that. If you want to dress sexy, put that in a place where there's a time and a place appropriate for it, not in your business marketing. It has no place there. I think that you can be an attractive, beautiful woman. You can be sassy. You can be you can be all the things that you want to be without compromising that element of discreetness that you need to possess as a woman in business. In business, it's just not really the time and the place for all those things to be seen and to be shown. That's up to you where you want to see those and do those things. Ultimately, your business is yours. I'm not here to mother you. I am here to bring you what I believe is kind of like a piece of advice just for you to consider. Everything that you're doing in your personal brand is going to affect your business brand. But today I'm specifically referring to, I really want to encourage you to consider a bit of conservative approach to the way that you dress and the way that you market yourself. You can still be sexy without showing everything. Like, I feel sexy wearing this, and I don't mind telling you. But am I covered up? Yes, I am. Am I out there showing anything? No, I am not. I think that we as women carry a responsibility to be mindful that we are beautiful creatures unapologetically, and that beauty actually has an impact on everybody around us. Do you know, I actually read an interesting article recently. It said that there are 3 things that it is impossible for the human eye not to look at. The first is tasty food. The second is danger or trouble. And the third is a beautiful woman. When I saw that article, I knew immediately that that's what I needed to speak about in today's event. So it's not that I'm, trying to be preachy. I'm not trying to be judgy. Listen, we've all, had fashion faux pas, myself included. Believe me. But I just want you to keep that in mind. If you're someone that you feel that pressure and that stress to over-sexualize your appearance because you think that it's going to get you more business, I would actually say that if that's what you want to do, you're free to do it. It's a free country. You can do what you want to do. But I just think that it's really inappropriate, and it's really not the best way for you to go. I think that when you walk in a confidence that comes from knowing who you are as a woman and all of your talents and giftings that you bring to the table as a professional, you automatically look more beautiful. You automatically look, I guess the word is sexier nowadays, because sex appeal is more about who you are on the inside. It's about your identity. And if that's what your goal is, just remember that. You can be beautiful and attractive from the inside without coming across in a way that maybe sends the wrong signal. And I'm quite confident that my friend who is, guilty of doing this is probably highly unaware of the impact that she's having on someone's marriage, because this husband thinks she's hot, and she is hot. She's super beautiful, but so anyway, I want to kind of move on about what feminine marketing is or isn't. But in my opinion, not that I wrote the book on it by any means, but certainly now, at 38 years of age and in 2021, I would say there's a middle road. And there's a reason why I chose these shoes today. I think that, if you really want to express your sexiness, you can do it in the shoes. Am I right? Can I get an amen from the amen corner? Without, showing your body, if that makes sense. Now, another thing that feminine marketing is personality. I feel like the world wants to mute sometimes. If you've got a big, bold personality and you're extroverted, just go for it. You know what? Also, if you're an introvert and you're very quiet and you're very shy, absolutely showcase that in your marketing. It's imperative that you let your personality shine through in the way your photos are taken, the way that your videos are edited, the way that your messaging and communication with wording and verbiage choice comes across. And if any of you ever want to pick my brain, you can call me at any time. You can see me, if you want some advice on, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And not just myself, but, I'm a woman that needs advice sometimes too. That's why I have expert contributors all around me. It's why I have prayer partners around me. It's why I have, men and women who are like parents to me that aren't my parents around me, because we all just kind of need somebody to tell us the real truth. And one thing that you'll find about me as a business owner and as a woman is that I'll tell you the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And sometimes we have to talk about some things that are a little challenging to discuss. So the last element that I want to leave with you about feminine marketing is truth. I think that when you're marketing yourself, be truthful. Don't over-exaggerate your successes, and don't underplay them. I think that you are fully released and have permission to, if you're walking in abundance and victory, go ahead and be that. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and let the world see that in a way that is like a light before other people, because if you let your light shine and you don't try to hinder yourself from showing your accomplishments, you're going to subconsciously and unconsciously give someone else permission to do the same. The world is not served well by you playing it small. And so I want to say that there's a difference between humility and being a Brachiosaurus Rex, okay? If you're bragging, people are going to know. It's going to come across in your tone. But if you come across in a way that's truthfully grateful, like, oh man, I'm so grateful I closed this deal. It was so tough to get done. Or I'm so grateful that these, buyers and sellers chose me. We were able to and list out your accomplishments. I think that you can be truthful in your accomplishments mixed in with gratitude and humility. And it's not bragging at all. And I think that you should. You fought hard for that business. And you should let the world know. And I want to celebrate your wins with you. You should celebrate your wins. Every little I'm an Enneagram 7. I'm a firm believer in celebrating every little tiny win. Like, I smoothed out my flyaways today. Yes, I'm going to celebrate that. Whatever the silly thing may be. I'm just being facetious, but you get the point. And then the last thing is to being mindful in the tone in which you use. In the same vein where we talk about if you want to showcase your accomplishments as part of your marketing, your tone really matters in the sense of, are you coming from a place of humility, or are you coming from a place of look at me, look at me? I think that anytime our marketing comes across in a way, as the young kids call it, thirsty, aka our generation would call that insecure, needing validation, then that translates. It's subconsciously understood by your audience. And so maybe think about running your marketing pieces by someone that's going to be brutally honest with you and tell you the truth in love. If you think, something is kind of off, it probably is. You might want to have somebody a couple people give you some feedback. And so, whatever your style is, whatever your habits are, whatever your interests are, whatever your personality type is, you could be you could be one of those women that wake up naturally beautifully every single day and don't require any makeup, and you're totally just organic. I think in my mind sometimes I wonder if, like, was I supposed to be that? And the answer is no. I was made for full glam. It's just what I do. So just be you. If you're no makeup and all organic, go for that, girlfriend. I'm not gonna discourage you from that. I think you need to be you, and the more that you allow yourself and give yourself permission to really just be true to yourself, the better that your feminine marketing is going to see a return. It's going to have a greater impact on the audience that you're trying to reach. You cannot wake up today or tomorrow and be someone else. You just can't. So wake up today, wake up tomorrow, be you, and market the real, true, authentic you in a way that isn't polarizing, that doesn't do too much or too little, but kind of like pull that Goldilocks moment. It's just the right spot for you, and only you can really determine what that really is. So with that being said, I think that that's everything that I had to share today on feminine marketing. We're going to let you guys have a few quick words from our sponsors, and then we will take a 5-minute bathroom break since I believe we have just a few minutes of extra time. I'm Christina Livingston, and I'm unapologetic for this message. Thanks so much.
Hi there, I'm Shanda Kozicki, founder of My Realty Helper, Nashville's original contract-to-close service. It's no secret that realtors are busy people. From listings to closings and everything in between. You've got your hands full. Wouldn't it be great if you had someone to help you with paperwork? Schedule your inspections for your buyers? Submit your contracts where they need to go? And help you and your clients manage deadlines, timelines, and expectations. I know what you're thinking. I don't have the time or maybe the budget to interview, hire, and train an assistant. Well, that's where My Realty Helper comes in. We're a team of independent transaction coordinators, TCs if you're trendy, with the experience, knowledge, and know-how to jump in and provide help you need right from day one. We call what we do leverage because it's the most powerful tool you have to accomplish the greatest amount of tasks with the least amount of effort and expense. My husband and I founded My Realty Helper over 16 years ago. Since then, we've helped hundreds of realtors just like you close thousands of transactions and earn millions of dollars in GCI. You don't need to train us because we're likely already working with agents at your firm, using the same systems and tools you do, and working with the same lenders, title companies, and inspectors. They like us a lot because they know when an agent has a good TC in their corner, stuff gets done, and done right. Best of all, we get paid when you do, at closing. And some agents even get to utilize our services for free. You'll have to call and ask us about that one. So, if you're ready to stop running in place and take your real estate business to the next level, give us a call or check out our website at myrealtyhelper.com today. When you contact us, be sure to mention promo code SOAR for 50% off your first service with My Realty Helper.
Hi, I'm Debbie Schreiber with Choice Home Warranty. Choice Home Warranty is out to disrupt the warranty industry with our unique claims dispatch system, our top-notch customer service, and experienced sales reps like myself with over 25 years in the warranty industry to provide you and your clients with the best experience. Don't your clients deserve the best choice? Come check us out at chwpro.com. Hi, I'm Debbie Schreiber with Choice Home Warranty. Choice Home Warranty is out to disrupt the warranty industry with our unique claims dispatch system, our top-notch customer service, and experienced sales reps like myself with over 25 years in the warranty industry to provide you and your clients with the best experience. Don't your clients deserve the best choice? Come check us out at chwpro.com. Hi, I'm Debbie Schreiber with Choice Home Warranty. Choice Home Warranty is out to disrupt the warranty industry with our unique claims dispatch system, our top
Hi, I'm Christina Livingston, and we're back for the 2021 Nashville Women in Real Estate Summit. We are actually filming live, coming to you from Collective 615, located in the L&L Market Building on Charlotte Avenue in downtown Nashville. Our next segment is a panel titled Tough Conversations, and these beautiful, elegant, and tough women are ready to bring you some of their awesome expertise. I know that you all can't see the pom-pom corner and the amen corner behind the scenes, but trust me, it's happening. I wish you all were here with us live, and I can't wait till we can all be together again. I put my eyeballs in so I can see you guys a little bit better, and hopefully I don't knock these lashes off in the midst of having these glasses on. So the reason why I wanted to actually want to talk about my inspiration for this panel for just a few moments. I'm going to share actually two stories, one story now and one later. So recently, as I was preparing for SOAR Awards, as you guys know, we just released our annual publication called SOAR Awards, the top 2,000 agents of 2020 for the Nashville market, ranked by dollar volume for the individual agent, right? Emphasis on individual. In the process of that, I came across a situation where someone had contacted me and had some questions that I guess you could say led innuendo to something that was very rude. And while I try to show as much respect as I possibly can, and I handled it beautifully, and it turned out with a great end result. This was probably about 4 weeks ago, and maybe even 5 weeks ago, and the conversation worked itself out beautifully. But I happened to mention it to another friend, and she's a real estate agent also, and we got to talking about how difficult conversations or tough conversations happen all the time in and around real estate, or in and around business in general. And I thought to myself, we actually should discuss that at the Women's Summit, because it just happens so often. And so I was fortunate that it was a beautiful outcome that came of that. It was a situation that required me to have some chutzpah, if you will, but with grace and with love, of course. So I'm going to introduce these three ladies to you and let you know how I know each of them. I'm going to start with Miss Carla Friesen. Now, I know Carla from our mutual friend, Sonia Mallory, and she is in real estate, and she's also a personal trainer, and she gets up at the crack of dawn every single day and personally trains everyone, which is why she looks so gorgeous. And then we have Miss Rachel Berry Stinson. Now, I have to tell you, there's a true story about me seeking Rachel out. So sometimes you can look at a woman and you can just know. You know that they're carrying some sort of impartation or a mantle, and I just looked at her and I thought, this woman, she's carrying this mantle of humility. I need to know her. I need her in my circle. I need her in my life. And I just had this instinct about her. And so I was interviewing Charlie, her broker at Tyler York. And I said, hey, Charlie, I don't know Rachel, but I just had this feeling about her. I have this feeling she's this, this, and this. And he was like, you got it spot on. I was like, I knew it. I don't know her, but you could just see it all over you. So I wanted her to join us today, and she did. And she's here representing Tyler York today beautifully. And then, of course, Miss Missy Roten, which I have to tell you, it's so great how I found and got to know Missy. Well, we had actually met on the red carpet once before, but we had both forgotten about it. And I was introduced to Missy through Elle, and I knew that I wanted Elle in my circle. I knew that I needed to know her for a ton of reasons, and I said, Elle, who's really like us? If you know anyone that's like-minded like us, in the sense of a woman of excellence, good character, similar beliefs and values, that kind of thing. And so she recommended Missy. And so come to find out, I did some due diligence on Missy, and she was a top producer, and we named her in SOAR Awards as well. And the more I found out about her, the more I just loved her and had to have her here. So with that being said, these women are going to talk to us today about tough conversations with your team, with your clients, and with your fellow agents. Ooh. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. This is going to be good and insightful and full of wisdom. So with that said, I'm going to let you start sharing first, Carla.
Okay, so I found it important today and in today's market and climate that it's important to have tough conversations with our buyers right now. So I felt like we're setting the tone for them if we're letting them know to set realistic expectations up front. And so and the reason I thought this was a good topic is because I've had some other agents, clients call me or friends of mine that says, hey, I have a friend that's working with another agent and they're not showing them the properties that they want to see. So I just have a conversation. I say, well, is it that they're not showing them the properties that they want to see, or they're showing the properties within their price range and what they're looking for? And so I felt like that's an opportunity to educate our clients up front, because as we all know, the market value has increased monthly, yearly right now. So the median price range alone in Davidson County is $342,000. So if you have a client that is just now pre-approved and they are pre-approved for $220,000, then that's just going to be a small pool of houses that we can actually show or send. So I like to prepare my clients. I like to educate them about the market. So I just came up with a few little topics that I wanted to discuss, because at the end of the day, their experience starts with us and ends with us. And so no matter what happens in between, it's going to be a reflection of us, right? So we want to make sure that that reflection is a positive one. And so if we set that expectation up front, there'll be no surprises, in the middle. And so we can already combat some of those things. So the first thing I want to say is that we want to make sure that our buyers are prepared, and prepared in the sense of they need to already have a pre-approval through a lender, not pre-qualified, but pre-approval. There's a difference. Pre-approval means they've already pulled all their credit, they've looked at their income, they've looked at their tax forms, and they already know that they're pre-approved. Also, they should have started saving or start saving, because right now, because we're in a seller's market, sellers are not really paying for closing costs and down payment. So they need to already have a cushion for themselves to be able to come up with that. So be prepared. The other thing is to be practical. So being practical is letting them know that if they're in a certain price point, there's a large pool of other buyers also in that price point. So when houses become available, there's an opportunity for them to not actually get that house because of that large pool of buyers. So they need to be practical and understand that this is a process and it's a marathon, not a sprint. So, you're gonna go through 1, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes 5 or more. So they just need to be practical in that sense. The other is to be prompt. Like when there is a house that comes up on the market, I know I have my clients, and most of us probably do, have them set up on automatic searches. I am on it. Like as soon as it comes up, I'm calling, did you see this? We need to go see it. Well, some buyers may have the attitude, well, I'll go on the weekend, or, well, let me think about it. You don't want to be an agent that feels like you're pressuring your client, but they need to understand the market. And so I make it a point to let them know, hey, I'm not trying to push you into anything, but this is the circumstance, this is the market. So you have to be prompt, you have to be ready to act on these houses. Educate them, let them know, have your checkbooks ready, be ready to sign. If you like it, be ready to sign, because we've got to go for it. My goal is trying to beat other offers in. So, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. And then the other thing is to be patient, because like I said, we are in a seller's market, and there are going to be situations where your offer is not going to be accepted on the first one or the fifth one. I had a client we just closed in Clarksville like 2 weeks ago. We had put in 12 offers on different properties before we got an accepted offer. So it is a time to be patient. And I always tell them, you know, what's for you is for you. If it's meant to be, God will make a way. So,
Amen.
that is my thing. Just want to make sure that they understand each step of the way. And so I just feel like if we educate them up front, they won't be disappointed down the line. They'll know what to expect. So that is my thank
Very
you.
good, very good. What do you
Thank
ladies
you.
think about that?
I think that's spot on.
Mhm.
Any active agent in the market right now knows that educating buyers
Yeah.
sometimes is matching reality with
Mhm.
what they were expecting. And
Yeah. It's a hard conversation. Yeah.
I actually find that I feel like the need to sit down and explain the contract is in advance.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that if disappointment should arise,
Mhm.
then I'm able to go, we had this conversation.
Yeah.
So I can set the stage.
Yeah. And I feel like now, like buyer consultation is just as important as listing consultations now. Like you need to already go through all the paperwork because when it's time to submit that second, third, fourth offer, they already understand the paperwork. They know what to do. They'll sign it and shoot it out.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's really
awesome. I
good.
love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now I want to ask you, Miss Rachel. I know you came ready today, so share with us what's on your heart about tough conversations.
All right. Well, thank you for having me, and that was really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Thank
that
you.
echoes what a lot of us are experiencing. I was thinking of just sharing one of the more tough conversations I've had over the course of my career, and it was not with a buyer, it was with a seller. And it was a huge learning experience, but I had sellers that had their house on the market. They were actually moving out of town because one of the sellers' parents had terminal cancer. And so they were moving to be closer to the family. And we had passed inspection and appraisal. And about a week and a half to 2 weeks before closing, I get a call from the buyer's agent. Y'all can keep the earnest money. The buyers changed their mind. I'd never been in that situation. I'd worked with these buyers before, so we all care about our clients, these sellers when they purchased. We care about our clients a lot. So I had to take a minute to figure out, how am I going to present this news? What are the actual ramifications of the buyers defaulting? So quick call to my broker, got on the phone with a litigation attorney, and had to write down a lot of information that I did not know before. Wow. Yeah, so I ended up calling the sellers. It was difficult news to break, but at the time I had done kind of my prep work. Here's the bad news. We've lost these buyers, but I framed it in such a way, here's what we do next. And let's get this house back on the market. You have up to 6 years to come back and sue for damages. They opted not to. And the attorney gave us kind of practical ways of keeping track of what the damages were, how to mitigate the damages should this ever come to court. So long story short, we relisted and it sold. But I would say going into certain situations where you're going to have to break bad news, a lot of us are people pleasers. Yeah. We love our clients to be happy. We love cooperating agents to be happy with us. And so when we're faced with something we have to break to them that is bad news, it's tough. So I have found, do your research ahead of time. If you don't understand the full scope of the situation or the crisis perhaps that's going on with the transaction, get on the phone with your broker, with your title attorney, have a good pool of people in your business that you have built relationships with that are willing to come and help you. If it's a serious inspection issue, have a great relationship with your inspector that you can say, hey, do you mind if my clients call you directly? And just really being that buffer between very difficult situation and your clients, and just guiding them and also absorbing some of the potential drama that can go down.
We do that. What potential drama could have actually happened? I'm just curious. Actually.
Yeah. So earnest money does not cover defaulting a contract. The buyers signed you know, a legal contract to purchase the house at a certain date. And so the moment, you know, closing day passed, they were in default, breach of contract. And, you know, for worst case scenario for my sellers, and interestingly enough, it like happened to be, we were going into the holidays. So they did sell a little bit less. They did incur, you know, a little bit of loss there. But really, if that house hadn't sold, the damages could have really mounted, and they would have had, you know,
continued payments.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
electricity, all of
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Wow. Now, how does one go about documenting what type of loss they could have seen having gone into the holidays as things kind of slow down? Is there a way to? This is a little off topic, but is there a way to actually like to calculate that and to document like this is what we could have sold for today based on what was on market versus, you know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 weeks, however many weeks down the road?
So we were told by our attorney to just, you know, document everything. It sold for a little bit less than that initial contract, so that would have been considered part of the damages. And again, thankfully, it sold within a month of,
Okay.
But had it not, then every storage unit, moving trucks, if they had forfeited their income and job here. So it can get really expensive fast. Yeah, thankfully it did not for them, but.
And I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that buyers, because they do not understand the contracts like we do, and really the sellers, for that matter, don't really either. So it is our job to do that education. But I think they think just forfeiting the owner's money is what
it's going to
take
suffice,
get it
right?
done.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I have never had to help someone find an attorney to do interpleader or sue, but I would if I had to. But I feel like that they just think the earnest money is the answer, and it's not always, because it could be something so much more prolonging.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I let my buyers know that even when we're going over the purchase sale agreement, you could be in default, you could lose your earnest money, but you could also be sued.
That's
and,
right.
Yeah, go to court. So they already know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where it's great to have a really good broker
Mm-hmm.
on your side.
Oh man,
Right.
it's nothing better than a great broker.
That's right.
That stands
That's
behind
true.
you when you're having
Very
some
true.
issues and challenges.
Oh, I can only imagine. And there is one thing I did want to mention. I know that you kind of provide a lot of, Missy, I know you provide a lot of advice to your team. Missy is a team leader of Roten Partners at Compass. And I know that they really rely on you pretty heavily for situations like that. And then, of course, you have the broker as a backup. But I want you to share a little bit with me about your heart today on tough conversations. And let me just tell you, Missy came ready. Oh, now you might know. Let me grab that for you.
Okay, so I did come ready to destroy the battery tactic. But I'm gonna come from, you know, being real here, but I am a coach and I am a team leader, and I try to stick to my notes because I think what my position is how to do these conversations. So I think it's important not just know that we have to have them, but how can we do them? And I love analogies because I'm a visual person, so I'm gonna talk about an onion compared to a tough conversation. Because both of them are hard. You know, onions, we love them. They add so much flavor to our food. But I think we can definitely agree. I'd rather, you know, peel 100 onions than to have a tough conversation, right? So a couple of fun things for you too. So an onion is a key ingredient to most foods because it does add flavor. Sometimes people are allergic to it, and I'm sorry for y'all if you are. But at the end of the day, they do bring savory to an ingredient, to a recipe and a dish. But you know, when you peel them, you can cry. You know, there's tricks around that, I suppose, but definitely they can make your eyes water. And get you upset. I don't think many people like to eat them raw. I don't. My mic not working. Did I kill my mic? Is this better? Okay, great. But interestingly enough, onions have health benefits. They really do. I'm going to give you a couple. They are packed with nutrients. They are loaded with antioxidants. They actually contain cancer-fighting compounds. They help control blood sugar, and they have antibacterial properties. Please tell me you knew that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how is that compared to a tough conversation? Well, just like the onion, the tough conversation serves as a key ingredient into having tough conversations. Tough conversations are very key in successful business relationships, be it with a buyer, a client, one of your agents on your team, maybe your broker, maybe your children, husband, what have you, life in general. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sure. As we start to unpack the conversation, somebody might cry. I've cried. I've had to have tough conversations be given to me, and I have cried, but I grew from it, right? The other thing is, I don't think for 1 minute any of us enjoy having them. We don't, but they are necessary, all right? And they actually have health benefits. Really? Mm-hmm. Yep. So having the ability to have a tough conversation is actually constructive. It relieves endorphins. It helps our mind to focus. And we get this sense of accomplishment that we were able to make a difference in someone else's life, or maybe even our own, whether it's our client, buyer, seller, peer, husband, children. Tough conversations are absolutely necessary. So now I'm going to switch to the mindset. Is it tough or is it constructive? You get to choose. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that a lot. Okay, so I'd like to just take a minute and unpeel the onion, if you will. All right? The first is the core of who we are and how we are created. Okay, I'm going to go deep. So just for a minute, humor me, okay? And I am going to look at my notes because I really want to stay on topic because I only have like 7 minutes. And that's really difficult when you're a coach and you have to talk. You actually have more than 7 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, so we've all been created equal by God. We know that for a fact. We are all created equal, right? But we're all divinely different. Not one of us is the same. Our DNA is different. It's different on purpose. If we were all the same, we wouldn't need tough conversations, but life would be super, super boring too, wouldn't it? For sure. I think it's important to understand the difference that we all bring as being received to be beautiful, because we are divinely created the way God made us. So receiving the differences should be beautiful and respected. That's layer 1. Now we're going to go to layer 2. The second layer is that we are all created for the need to have conversation, which really is relationship. But relationship is conversation, right? And it takes two, whether it's an easy conversation or tough. All right, Webster's defines conversation as an interactive communication between two or more people. Probably didn't have to tell you that, but I thought it'd be fun to bring the actual definition. And I'm sure that we can probably agree that that's accurate. Would you? Great. And y'all feel free to just jump in anytime, okay?
I'm enjoying it.
You're doing
great.
good.
Really good.
Okay, since conversation is the verbal expression of how we feel inside, be careful, because I submit to you that it is the development of conversational skills and the etiquette, and it is very, very vital to how we communicate with others. Now, we must have conversations, and it's easy to have easy ones, and it's tough to have constructive ones, okay? Now, the third layer is perception. I heard a lot about this on different panels this morning, but I think it's interesting to note. Can we all agree that our perceptions are completely different? Yes. When you hear something, you immediately process it in your ability to process and in the way you perceive it.
Yeah.
And how we receive something is how we perceive it. It's important to know that Rachel's going to perceive something completely different than the way I am. But that's okay. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Right. So again, it's going back to the thought of we need to understand that it's beautiful and should be respected, period. So, okay. The fourth layer is the choice. So again, we can define who we are as a person, and it shows our character to the world. So, in other words, I wrote down our choices that we make and that we express outwardly, they define us and they show our character to the world. And I'm getting to a point about tough conversation because I want us to be mindful of that. Typically, our true character will show when we are faced with what? Tough conversations. Yeah. Or disappointment, if you will. That's the true character moment. Yeah. And I'd like to think that I'm perfect and I've got it all together. But typically, I mean, even especially like for me as a coach, one of the things I can tell you is you will not disrespect one of my agents, period. Whether it's a peer, one of their clients, I have had to call many times and just stop it because it's just not going to happen, period. Just won't let it happen. But I do have to be very careful about that, but it's just important to know you have to know your value, right?
Yes.
Period. Okay, so now we have one more layer and then we'll go to our questions. Okay, so how do we have a tough conversation? We all know I've got notes on this for sure too, right? Can you hear me okay with this mic? Okay. So the easy part first, if you will, remembering that this is constructive, not critical. Constructive builds, critical tears down. Please be mindful of that when you're having a tough conversation with someone, okay?
Can I just pause for a moment and tell you that if you see me and Michaela making eyes at each other, it's because we are mother and daughter having a whole conversation. In case anybody is watching, like, wondering if you see me giggling when she's talking, you can't see my daughter, but we're just making eyes at each other.
It's a conversation, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I've got a 28-year-old daughter, so I know the season. I get it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and some boys. But, so the easy part is to align with someone, affirm them, and then assure them. So if you'll humor me, I just want to break it down for you, okay? So when you align with someone, the first thing you do is you make the decision, you make a choice to approach the conversation with positive intent, always, okay? First and foremost. You align with them, and that just basically means you meet them where they are and you match up with them. I'll give you an example because I love examples. Sally, I want you to know that this time we are sharing is very important to me. I understand that you want to achieve your goal, and I love it. I'm leading up to something, but I'm aligning with her, okay? Then I'm going to affirm her, and this is in relationship to a team member of mine, maybe, okay? But this could be a client. Look, I love that you have brought in an interior designer to do your home. It's stunning, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk with you about it. I may not love it, and I may know that it's going to be a difficult sell. I need them to listen, but I'm going to line up with them. All right, now I'm going to affirm Sally. This is basically to state or assert positively, to maintain true, and to confirm or to ratify something. So, Sally, I need to make sure that you understand your goals are achievable. Do you believe this too? Okay, and then Sally, here's another example. I need you to believe in yourself because I know you can do this. Do you believe you can do this? So I'm affirming her. So I've lined up with her and I've affirmed her, and now I'm going to assure her. So this is something you want to tell them that's positive, okay, and confident about themselves. So Sally, I can see that you have been setting goals, and your desire to be successful is contagious. You are super energetic and you have so much potential. So basically, I've aligned, affirmed, and assured her. Okay, so now here comes the tough part. This is going to be the 3 R's. Reproach, reproof, and restart. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read this, it's important. Reproach means to constructively express disapproval of actions, and it's best, please note this, it is best when handled by engaging them with questions. If you're on my team and you know, you can shake your head.
And if you're a parent.
If you're a parent, right.
You do that also.
Because remember I talked about perception a minute ago? I got to make sure we're on the same page before I start bringing in the reproofing. And at the end of the day, I need to know that they are with me and I can that they understand where I'm going, okay? So questions. This is perfect for any relationship, okay? So why? Why questions? Because it actually allows them to hear themselves work it out. And you're not the bad person. Right? Questions, they're powerful. Okay, Sally, I'm going to be reproaching her. Do you remember me telling you from day one that there will be times along our journey that we will need to have constructive conversations to help you succeed? Great. This is one of those times, Sally. Okay. Now, reproofing. Reproofing means to basically, we'll get to that in just a minute. Sorry, let me give you another example, because I'm going to give you a couple examples of different relationships. That's Sally, my team member. Let's say Sally told me she had a goal and she's not hitting her goal. That's going to be a tough conversation. We've all had to have that, right? So if she's not putting in the work and I need to address it, this is what I'm going to say. Sally, in January, you expressed to me that you wanted to make $100,000 this year. Is that still correct? Okay, great. Well, this is June. How do you feel you are performing to meet those goals? She's going to talk it out right there. Okay? Sally, do you believe that lead generating will get you $100,000? Is that necessary? How is your lead generating going? Okay, so we're going to leave it there for Sally. Now, what if Sally reacted negatively to a client? That's a tough one. Because the client could have been really ugly too, I'm just saying, okay? But, Sally, how do you feel you handled Mr. Client's reaction to you when he was angry about the way you handled fill in blank? Sally, how could you have handled your reaction differently? Let her talk it out. Or let him talk it out. Today's National Women's Day, so I'm just saying her. Sally, our reactions to people's actions are crucial for success. Do you believe that? Okay, great. If we allow ourselves to react negatively, our actions to negatively, we are not in a position to promote a positive outcome. Do you believe that? So I didn't really spank her. I'm just asking her some questions. Okay. Now, this is something. This happened to me one day, and it was at a church event, and it was so powerful. So I just pray this blesses you. Have you ever heard your children say, "That just makes me so mad. That makes me so mad"? Have you ever said that? Do you realize that if that's a choice you make? So if my children say, "That makes me so mad," I look at them and go, "I'm glad I've got that much power over you." You know, because at the end of the day, if you get to choose who makes you mad, you get to choose your reaction. And if what I did made you mad, I love that I have that much control over you. Don't give your control to someone else. The most powerful thing that we can do, not just as women, but as human beings, is to have self-control. And I can't wait to talk about that when you ask those questions. Okay. I'm going to drop that again. There you go. Okay. Now, that was a lot for reproach, right? But now we're going to talk about reproofing. That just basically confirming what you said. All right. Sally, when we make mistakes, we're learning. Do you agree with that? Correct. Good. I want you to know that I'm here to support you in your goals, and I will make sure that you have the tools you need to succeed. Do you believe me? I'm always ending with a question. Okay, now, restart. This is where you just really want to show the enthusiasm. Remember, you just had the opportunity to kind of bring out the things you needed to talk about that would have been really complicated or tough in some way, but I found it a way to be more constructive. Do you agree? Yeah. So now I want to encourage her for the journey. Sally, I'm glad we had this time to visit and share how we can encourage each other. Remember, iron sharpens iron. We have a wonderful opportunity as a vessel to make a difference in our clients' lives and each other's.
This is blessing me.
Sally, do you feel prepared for the next time you encounter a difficult situation? And just, there's more. I mean, I guess the thing is just encouraging then at that point to make the choice to just be of self-control, be understanding of your value. Your value is so important. And trust me, if you don't show your value, no one else is going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay? But also, in your failures, accept it with humility, because that is also self-control. Huge self-control. I don't really have any more notes on here.
So good.
Wow. I didn't know if I was, forgive my outburst. You know, I'm a little charismatic. Okay. I grew up in a charismatic church here in Nashville, you know, and so I tend to amen and, you know, fall out slain. I just don't mind me. Now, I'm living authentically. That's what I'm doing, you know. Sorry about your perception of what you thought I should be. Anyway, so the point is that I love what you said, because there are so many times when someone, I know I used to be like this for sure. If they point out, you know, if someone points out somewhere where you have fallen short, or you have a deficiency, or maybe you have a blind spot, and they're trying to show you what that is. Mm-hmm. A lot of times our fleshly nature is to react and bite back. Like you feel attacked. And so, you know, you feel like someone, you know, was backbiting, even though they're really trying to bring you an element of wisdom. And so our fleshly nature can be to just fiercely bite back without actually listening. But, you know, it is written in Luke, be careful how you listen, you know, when you're listening to constructive criticism or having a constructive conversation. And I'm a little bit of a glutton for punishment, so I've kind of mastered this skill, but I know that in my 20s that used to thoroughly light a fire under my bottom, because it would really offend me when someone would when a boss mostly would bring something like that to my attention. Or even Michaela, you know, she'll tell you that, like, when she was in middle school, I would tell her, Michaela, if that laundry is not done by the time I get home, we're going to have a talk. And she'd be like, I just don't like the way you talk to me. And then I'd be like, well, I don't like that you're not receiving me. And so the whole time you're talking, I mean, we're just getting blessed by what you're saying, just as mother and daughter over here, because, I mean, what you're saying translates into family, parenting, business, any area. Everything. Your girlfriends, you know, your girlfriends call you out fast, especially if they've been around for a minute and they're in your inner circle and they have that permission. You know, I have developed, I think, over time, I've become a person that actually kind of likes to be rebuked because I recognize that there's wisdom in it. But I wasn't always that way. I used to just have that fleshly nature and be like, what do you think you are? Right? I mean, now we all know that can be a natural tendency, even among leadership, right? If it's a boss, or if it's a team leader, or someone like a mentor or a coach, you may not like what they have to say, but if you'll take a moment and listen and really give it some thought and stew on it, then it can really go a long way. We have about 10 minutes or so. We're going to go through these last 3 questions really quickly, and what we're going to do is I'll ask the question, and then we'll start with Carla. Let's ask Andy how we doing on mics over here.
Okay.
All right, Missy, we'll have you. Yes. So, forgive me if my responses are a little bit, that just hits me so powerfully. I have a sensitive spirit, and I have an ear for, like, I just want to take it in. My little heart's a sponge. I love everything all of you have said. It's so good. All right, question number 1.
I'll try to
answer
it.
We're going to go from left to right, so we'll start with Carla, and then we'll go to Rachel, and then we'll go to Missy. What is the hardest type of conversation that you dread, and how do you prepare yourself for it?
Okay, I'm going to be honest here. I don't dread having difficult, hard, honest conversations. That is just who I am at the core. All my friends know me to be honest, to tell it like it is. I think it's just important, whatever the conversation is the delivery and the intent. And so I always want to make sure that my delivery, one, is good, and that the intent is always pure. It's always going to be honest. So I just don't recall. I'm sure there was early on. I just don't recall where I'm not at a place where I can have an honest, difficult conversation.
I love that.
Mhm.
I love
Mhm.
that. Okay, how about you, Miss Rachel?
I do dread tough conversations. I
We
wish
need to
I
get
didn't.
together.
I
You
wish I
two should
didn't.
get together because
Yeah.
you're both friends with Sonia. But
We
you
are.
should do that.
Oh, that's
Yes.
awesome.
Rachel used to live next door to Sonia.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
yes, that would be great.
Such a small world.
Yes, I like to keep everyone around me happy, and I
Mhm.
don't like breaking bad news.
Yeah.
I gave an example earlier when it was my segment to share, but really the toughest conversations I have in this business are often letting my client know that despite how, we've done our part of the
Mhm.
transaction, we've kept our timelines, we've been diligent, we've been honest and thorough,
Yeah.
that at the end of the day, and thank God it's only happened a couple of times, but right before closing, if somebody defaults, I had a seller fly out of the country and say they weren't going to sell to my buyer days before because they owed money they didn't want to pay. So just having to deliver bad news despite my client and myself really doing the right thing. And in real estate transactions, there's only so much we can control.
Yeah.
And sometimes you've got someone in the transaction that defaults. So those are really, really difficult conversations. I prepare for them. I'm a note taker. You wouldn't believe it. I'm the only one up here without notes, but I really am.
I believe it.
I'm going to write down exactly what happened. I'm also going, if it's a lender involved, I'm going to say, may I have my client call you directly? They're probably going to have some questions. Gather as much information, get a good handle on the situation, and then really try, just like you said, to frame it in a positive light.
I like how you said that earlier. Like, you knew you had to deliver bad news,
right?
But you did the work before you was able to call. So you knew you had to talk to your broker. You find out about a lawyer. So that's me. Do the homework and then make that hard call.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can shock. You're already bringing really difficult news that can alter their living situation. So anyhow, that's
Okay.
Definitely.
Very good. So I think that we know, Missy, how you approach a difficult conversation. So let's skip that last part for you. But what is for you, I think, the hardest type of conversation? What's the hardest type that you normally just don't really look forward to?
I don't look, when I have disappointed someone personally, I do not like having that conversation. I will, but it's just I don't when it's something I have done that disappointed someone.
Oh, I can so relate to that. Okay, so our next question would be, how would you approach a conversation where someone said something offensive to you and crossed a boundary line that required you to confront the individual? Now, this can be business, or it can be personal. And I'll start with you, Carla.
I'm trying to decide on if that person is a friend, is that person like an associate? Do I value this person? It's gonna depend on all of those, depending on my response.
Sure.
Because if there's really no relationship, if I'm in passing and someone does something, is it worth my energy to respond to it? Maybe not. But if it's someone that maybe I have a relationship with, an associate or something, then I'll spend time to sit them down, let them know how their actions or their words made me feel. In this climate, there's been a lot of educating people here within the last year, so I've been willing to do that, and I've taken time to do that for people that I felt like, I value in my life. So
That's good.
Yeah. So if they're a friend or if they're an associate and I value that person, then I want to be able to sit down and, try to hash everything out that way.
I love that because to your point, I actually was having a conversation with someone we all know, like, and trust and love very, very much, dear. In the marketplace recently, I was having a really powerful conversation with someone I've always looked up to and admired, Share Powers. And she was educating me on some things. And she said to me, Christina, I love your heart, I love your intention, but you need to understand, and I'm paraphrasing here what she said, that intent does not equal impact. Well, my little charismatic self almost fell out on the floor like, oh my gosh, that hit me so hard, you know?
Exactly.
Like, whoa. I thought
That's
intent
powerful.
was everything, you know, and which it does matter, but it's not always, you know, it does not equal impact. And so the way that translated, it just hit my soul the right kind of way. And I was like, okay, from this day forward, I will make a little, you know, a lot of things more forward in my thoughts. And so I just really appreciated that. And I know a lot of women in the market really value her too. Okay, so Rachel, how would you approach a conversation where someone said something offensive to you and crossed a boundary line that required you to confront the individual?
Also hard for me. But yeah, and I think the word constructive that's popped up a few times is a really good way to put, you know, to look at it. If I'm looking at, you know, oh, I've got to school them or put them in their place, then that's not really productive. But if I'm looking at like, okay, here, we've got to address this. What's the most constructive way I can do this? And also, sometimes it's helpful, and it's been done to me too. Okay, take a minute, Rachel. If you kind of went all the way down, like, who does this affect? And there are things that sometimes our clients say to us, sometimes other agents say to us that do need to be addressed. And we never want to be put in that position. But if we can present it as more of like constructive, and then, like I said, kind of point out who it could impact, because I've been guilty of, you know, being thoughtless with my words, and so I think it's best to go in assuming, you know, they probably didn't think about it, or it was a joke. So
that's really good. That's really good. All right, how about you, Missy?
So I've got an answer for the, like, just random person in business. So randomly, like if it's the clerk at the grocery, I actually will say to them, thank you for that constructive help. I appreciate your input. Is there anything else you can tell me that would make me a better person? Because I want, you know, their third party looking in, I mean, you know, looking outside at me, and I want to hear that. So that's fine. So I just want them to know I appreciate their input, and if there's anything else they can tell me that would make me a better person, that's fine. Business is a little different. Though it's the same message, there's different steps to it. So I think first and foremost, you ask them to talk to them, ask for their permission, and when they give you permission, you just say, I heard you say blank.
And that's good too, because people are only responsible for what they say. They are not responsible for how you heard
it. Exactly. So you give them the opportunity to say yes or no. And then from where their answer is, if it's yes, then you can say, well, I just want you to know I heard it this way, and this is how I felt. And then I just would like to set an expectation for the future. You know, if you feel the need to be critical, I'm going to ask you to be a little more constructive, and if you would take me in private, because if it's public, that's a whole different ballgame, you know, if you do it publicly. So just encourage them to feel free to speak into your life, but they need to do it in a private way.
I love that. Okay, last question, and we're going to do one-word answers for the sake of time. Ready? What characteristics of mental strength are required to enter into tough conversations and have a healthy outcome? I'm going to say that one more time. What characteristics of mental strength are required to enter into tough conversations and have a healthy outcome? One word.
I'll go first.
That's a good one. I'm just going to say, I don't know. I'm just going to say, for me, it's just honesty. Just
That's good.
honesty.
That's good. That's good.
I think confidence.
Yeah, that's
that was going to be my answer.
That was what I was looking for too.
Oh yes. Okay. Okay. Missy.
Self-control.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yes,
That's
I
a good
love it.
one.
This has been really good. We've talked about so much, and I think that as we all continue to grow, we're all on a journey. I would say none of us are perfect. None of us have tough conversations perfectly. None of us are ever going to be perfect at executing an exact right formulated response, but we can all certainly seek to improve and to be stronger in the way that we listen and the way that we communicate and have those tough conversations with our team, with our kids, with our spouses, with our business partners, and our clients. Yeah. Ladies, thank you so much.
Thank
this
you.
is so
This
valuable.
was great.
Thank you guys for being
Thank
here.
you.
Yeah. And so with that said, we are going to have a few words from our next sponsors before we welcome Miss Amanda Bell to talk about motivating yourself and others. So thanks so much, and we'll see you as soon as we come back after these messages.
All right. Oh. No.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andy Schmidbauer, and I'm the owner of 360 Nash. I wanted to do a quick video to kind of explain one of the some of the things that we can do as a photography company to promote a property or to let people understand a property more so during this time than any other. So we do provide 5 main services, real virtual tours, which is probably what I'm going to spend most of my time on, the floor plans that come from those virtual tours, drone or aerial, stills and normal photography, which almost all listings should have, and then a one-page branded website. So the big thing is, when we first got into this business, we saw what was being called a virtual tour, and you could basically go from a page that looked like this, where you could see every single image, and you'd click a flashing icon that said virtual tour, and all it would be like a slideshow that was set to music. I didn't feel that was any more informative than this page that was right here. So when I saw that the opportunity existed to be interactive and immersive, we jumped on that opportunity. And so that would be the entrance of Matterport. Matterport basically allows for us to understand the space in 3 dimensions. We get this really cool dollhouse view. What can be done? So maybe if we've got some sellers here who are on the market already or looking to go on the market, but are concerned about foot traffic, they don't want a lot of foot traffic, or we don't want to have to leave our house, we just don't want those germs getting in, we can really understand exactly what is going on in a home. We can walk around, we can understand these spatial proximities. A lot of people say, I can't read floor plans. Well, that's okay, because this model basically allows for us to really get how grand this grand living room is. We have floor plan view, which I'll talk a little bit more about floor plans here in a second. And even better, we have this new tool where we can measure different places in a space. So we can measure the size of a doorway. Okay, so that's Matterport. What are the advantages? We have that 3D view. How grand is the grand foyer? I talked about that a little bit ago. Understanding the spatial adjacencies. Exactly how does that grand foyer connect to a living room, connect to a kitchen, connect to a dining room? We can understand that, whereas from a picture, we might be guessing. The property is showing 365, 24/7, so you're always online as long as you've got an internet connection. It can basically alleviate some of the pressure we might put on someone who might they might not keep their places clean as you might like if they have dogs or elderly sellers, or again, if we, in this current situation, if we're not wanting those germs to be walking through our house, we're only wanting serious people, we can kind of eliminate some tire kickers there. This can help you with your next listing. So are you farming an area or a certain type of residence? Is this kind of in your wheelhouse, so to speak? Cool idea there. You will have less showings. So at one point I called this a disadvantage. During this time, it seems to be an advantage. So I might be able to move that over at some point. It is sometimes unneeded. If you are in a property that you know is going to sell quickly, and you have no interest in selling another property like this, you don't need to do it. Your photos will be just fine. This leaves no stone unturned. So we can't just shove everything in a corner and take the tour. We have to have the property in tip-top condition. From the Matterport, if we have done that, we can create these floor plans. I used to be an architect, and this is kind of one of the first things that I like to look at is the sizes and where the room adjacencies. So I can kind of see that in plan here. We have the measurements that are accurate down to an inch. So if you don't want to go out there and measure the space, you don't have to. We do drone work as well. We take pride in a lot of the drone work that we do. We have to make sure that we are in a spot that legally we can fly. We can't be near any airports or anything like that. And we've got the FAA license that basically allows us to put the drone in the air and get these tours kind of going. These work out very well for land and other things like that. Okay, so we do the normal stills, the things that need to be in your photography in the MLS. Again, this is a reflection on yourself. Get professional stills. It might sell regardless of professional stills, but you want to have this in your portfolio. We want to be able to take this around and show the kind of way that you are putting more pride into your marketing. So the way we shoot is called HDR plus flash. So this is a typical HDR shot. It's got 5 exposures. A very short time that the aperture is open to a very long time. What we can do is sandwich those all together for a pretty good composition. So this is the result of that HDR shot. This is what a lot of my competitors do here in the area. What we like to do is add a flash shot. Now, what does a flash shot get us? It gets us... Hi, everyone. My name is Andy Schmidbauer, and I'm the owner of 360 Nash. I wanted to do a quick video to kind of explain some of the things that we can do as a photography company to promote a property or to let people understand a property more so during this time than any other. So we do provide 5 main services: real virtual tours, which is probably what I'm going to spend most of my time on, the floor plans that come from those virtual tours, drone or aerial, stills and normal photography, which almost all listings should have, and then a 1-page branded website. So the big thing is, when we first got into this business, we saw what was being called a virtual tour, and you could basically go from a page that looked like this, where you could see every single image, and you'd click a flashing icon that said virtual tour, and all it would be like a slideshow that was set to music. I didn't feel that was any more informative than this page that was right here. So when I saw that the opportunity existed to be interactive and immersive, we jumped on that opportunity. And so that would be the entrance of Matterport. Matterport basically allows for us to understand the space in 3 dimensions. We get this really cool dollhouse view. What can be done? So maybe if we've got some sellers here who are on the market already or looking to go on the market, but are concerned about foot traffic, they don't want a lot of foot traffic, or we don't want to have to leave our house, we just don't want those germs getting in, we can really understand exactly what is going on in a home. We can walk around, we can understand these spatial proximities. A lot of people say, I can't read floor plans. Well, that's okay, because this model basically allows for us to really get how grand this grand living room is. We have floor plan view, which I'll talk a little bit more about floor plans here in a second. And even better, we have this new tool where we can measure different places in a space. So we can measure the size of a doorway. Okay, so that's Matterport. What are the advantages? We have that 3D view. How grand is the grand foyer? I talked about that a little bit ago. Understanding the spatial adjacencies. Exactly how does that grand foyer connect to a living room, connect to a kitchen, connect to a dining room? We can understand that, whereas from a picture, we might be guessing. The property is showing 365, 24/7, so you're always online as long as you've got an internet connection. It can basically alleviate some of the pressure we might put on someone who might they might not keep their places clean as you might like, if they have dogs or elderly sellers, or again, if we, in this current situation, if we're not wanting those germs to be walking through our house, we're only wanting serious people, we can kind of eliminate some tire kickers there. This can help you with your next listing. So are you farming an area or a certain type of residence? Is this kind of in your wheelhouse, so to speak? Cool idea there. You will have less showings. So at one point I called this a disadvantage. During this time, it seems to be an advantage. So I might be able to move that over at some point. It is sometimes unneeded. If you are in a property that you know is going to sell quickly, and you have no interest in selling another property like this, you don't need to do it. Your photos will be just fine. This leaves no stone unturned. So we can't just shove everything in a corner and take the tour. We have to have the property in tip-top condition. From the Matterport, if we have done that, we can create these floor plans. I used to be an architect, and this is kind of one of the first things that I like to look at is the sizes and the room adjacencies. So I can kind of see that in plan here. We have the measurements that are accurate down to an inch. So if you don't want to go out there and measure the space, you don't have to. We do drone work as well. We take pride in a lot of the drone work that we do. We have to make sure that we are in a spot that legally we can fly. We can't be near any airports or anything like that. And we've got the FAA license that basically allows us to put the drone in the air and get these tours kind of going. These work out very well for land and other things like that. Okay, so we do the normal stills, the things that need to be in your photography in the MLS. Again, this is a reflection on yourself. Get professional stills. It might sell regardless of professional stills, but you want to have this in your portfolio. We want to be able to take this around and show the kind of way that you are putting more pride into your marketing. So the way we shoot is called HDR plus flash. So this is a typical HDR shot. It's got 5 exposures. A very short time that the aperture is open to a very long time. What we can do is sandwich those all together for a pretty good composition. So this is the result of that HDR shot. This is what a lot of my competitors do here in the area. What we like to do is add a flash shot. Now, what does a flash shot get us? It gets a superior color, accurate whites, and just a better looking image altogether. So here's the HDR shot. Again, this is about 80% where I would like it to be. And what most of the people in town do. And then when we add a flash, we get accurate colors. So by pushing a flash off in the room, we really see this countertop come alive. We can understand what color that actually is. Versus the HDR a second ago, we could guess at this color for the countertop, but we're not quite sure. And then we've got the cabinets here. What color are these? Is this a cream? Is this a beige? Is this a white? Or is this a brown over here? What color are these? Same with the color of the walls. But what we do is we'll mix that now with the HDR shot and kind of get the best of both worlds. Notice once we mix it together, we can keep the accurate colors that are on the walls. We can keep the accurate colors of the countertops and cabinets while getting rid of the shadows that the flash was putting off. There is a little bit of shadow here, but it's within striking distance that we can really understand the space. We can understand the color. I happen to be able to take this same shot. This was the shot that a competitor of mine took on a property that I shot a couple years later. Our image, when we shot a flash off, looks significantly different. Again, the color, the whites, the actual color of the cabinets looks vastly different. The color of the floor is more accurate. So One of the other things that we provide is a one-page website here. So we have, if we shot a Matterport 3D, we can have that right here on the first and foremost. We have these this email or call icon. So if you're on a device that dials out, this will dial you. This won't dial us. And then it's branded as you. So if you have your colors, your logo, your headshot, we'll basically put that on the page here. We are ready to shoot for you, and let us know how we can plug in. Thank you much.
Hi, I'm Christina Livingston, owner and founder of SOAR. Welcome back to our next segment with guest speaker Amanda Bell, who is going to be talking to us today about motivating yourself and others. And I want to just give you a little bit of background on Miss Amanda. She is the broker owner of At Home Realty, and coincidentally, she happens to be the very first, the original SOAR expert contributor. So when I started the company over 2 years ago, I reached out to Amanda, and she was someone that I had followed for a really long time. Someone that I really respected, and asked her to serve on our panel of expert contributors at SOAR, which essentially operates as acting as wise counsel and some collaborating and some other things too. And so she was gracious enough to say yes, and now here we are.
I know. So does that like make me the OG?
Yeah, it makes you the OGest of the OGs.
Okay.
Yes, she's the OG SOAR expert contributor, so for sure.
Well, I'm always excited to take a moment to talk about any aspect of my life, and I feel like that this is a perfect topic for me because I think that it's something that we struggle with a lot, not just in real estate, not just in mortgage, just in life in general. So we'll take it from there if that's all right with you.
Take it away.
Okay. All right. So the first thing, and Christina, I don't think you know about this. So I have this little cup here, and I give this out to a lot of the speeches that I do, especially towards young women. And it says on the cup, I did not mean to be me. I didn't mean to be me. Okay? So we're going to take this cup, and this is me. So this is going to symbolize me. I like visuals, sorry. And then this is life. And then this is motivation. Okay? So we're going to throw all of this in here, and so you're going to see that this cup changes. And this cup will change colors as we talk, but this is very important. So we're going to come back to this, okay? So I've said for many years that I didn't mean to be me. I didn't grow up thinking anything else other than there was two things that I wanted out of life that were important to me. One was a college education, and one was a nice house. I know there's a lot of other girls out there that know they want to grow up with 3 kids and a dog and a picket fence, and that wasn't the kind of girl I was. I just wanted 2 things, a nice house and a college education. Fortunately, I've been able to achieve both. But the funny thing is I never said I want to be a real estate agent. In fact, in college, I waited tables at Ruby Tuesdays in Murfreesboro, and there was a lady and her husband, Sally Wall, who is with Snow and Wall Realtors, Coldwell Banker in Murfreesboro. And they came in and they said, hey, we want you to be a real estate agent. And I said, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work nights, weekends, and holidays. Well, I won't tell you how many years ago I was in college, but basically I didn't do it then, and it presented itself again. And it was an opportunity that I took, and now I own my own company. So I didn't start the direction that I thought I was going to be in life, but I'm at where I'm at. So along with life, the great thing about motivation is that there's no definition for it other than it's what encourages you, it's what pushes you, it's what drives you. There's no right or wrong answer. And that's the great thing about it. It's very diverse. What motivates me is not necessarily what's going to motivate the next person, because my life is very different than a lot of the other people out there. But it can also sometimes be the hardest thing to find within yourself. We all know that there's mornings that you wake up and you lay there in bed and you're like, I just don't want to get up. What is going to make me get up today? So my motivation for getting out of bed may be different for my motivation to go to work, my motivation to show a house, my motivation to do the laundry. So it can be ever changing and ever evolving. And it's also going to change as you change throughout your life. You know, my motivation as a young person was I wanted to have a college education and I wanted a nice home. So in high school, I made good grades. My parents were older and were retirement age when I graduated high school. And so for me, it was very difficult to ask my parents to set money aside for me to go to college. And the funny thing about it is I can understand now. When I was a kid, I used to tell my parents I was going to Harvard. Well, now I realize every time I said the word Harvard that my parents probably had a heart attack. But when I graduated high school, I graduated 4th in my class, and I also was able to get a full ride scholarship to Middle Tennessee State University. So that was my first challenge. You know, let's get through college. Let's do what, you know, we need to do to get that college education that was so important. Then at that point, your motivation changes. You have this college education. What do you want to do with it? Well, I wanted a nice house. So I did what most young people do. You know, you go out, you get a job. You find a person that you think you want to spend the rest of your life with, and we built a nice home. So we built this house, and we both decided that the next thing in life was going to be, he was going to get his contractor's license, I was going to get my real estate license, and we were going to build houses and sell real estate. And that was how I ended up back into real estate. Well, I got my real estate license in April of 2003. And then in August of 2003, life happened again, and I filed for a divorce. We were divorced in October of that year, but then I found myself needing to find a way to pay for the home that I had so longed for. So at that point, I was working 2 jobs, which this leads to the motivation that I had at that time in my life. When we signed the divorce papers, he looked at me and he said to me, we're going to put in the divorce papers that if you decide you don't want the house, that I get first dibs at it because I give you 6 months, and without me, you will be nothing, and you're going to lose the house, and you're going to lose everything. Well, my personality says, watch me. You know, tell me I can't, and I will. It's so funny, I just met with a life coach yesterday, and she looked at me and she said, you have this personality. Tell me I can't, and I will. I will prove you wrong. Well, that was in 2003. It is 2021. I have a very successful real estate company, and he still does not have his contractor's license. And now I have an even nicer home. This hopefully will be my last home. But I've gotten to where I want to be. I've used that as motivation. But here's the reality of it too. You can't be afraid to say what really motivates you. In 2010, I met with one of the CEOs of a franchise, and he was obviously trying to recruit us over because we're privately owned, and he was trying to recruit us over, and he said, what motivates you? And I looked straight at him and I said, money. He kind of looked at me and laughed. And he said, I cannot believe you said that. And I said, well, why? It's the truth. And he said, well, most people are afraid to admit that. Well, I've acknowledged what my motivation is, and money is what I want to achieve my goal, to my end result. And he kind of looked at me, and then he said, you know, I understand that. So I think sometimes we need to have hard conversations with ourselves. Not only what is the end goal, but what really motivates you? Is it that dream vacation? Is it putting your child through college? Is it a particular car that you want? You know, what is the absolute thing that motivates you to do what you do on a regular basis? Now, I also understand, because I work so much, that my hours are not necessarily going to be everybody else's hours. So when I'm talking to one of my agents and we're talking about, you know, what is your motivation? What do you want to do? How are you going to achieve it? Well, I also understand that it's very hard sometimes having a broker that is a working broker and that does as well as I do, because it creates the possibility of making them feel less than. So what we do is we sit down and we map out what their goals are and how they're going to achieve it, and then what motivation that we need, and then you reassess that motivation, just like with anybody else. I know throughout life we've gotten to points where we're burned out. You know, we just don't want to do anymore. And you have to really dig down deep into finding something that's going to push you to that next level. And sometimes that you have to contact, you know, other spheres within your group, or maybe outside of your group, to help you talk it out, you know. And sometimes it's just saying it, you know. Saying it is acknowledging it. Saying it makes it real. I have a friend that says, will it done? You know, say it. Say that you are going to do this, and it will be done. So sometimes it's hard for you to hold yourself accountable, but it's even harder for others to hold you accountable if you're not honest with what it is that you are using as your motivation. So you have to use your friends, but you have to also be very honest. Even as greedy as it sounds for somebody to say, money motivates me. Well, it may be money that I need to pay my mom's house off, or it may be money to take care of my grandmother. So the end result is not greedy, it's giving, but the motivation is money. And that's okay. But you've got to acknowledge, you know, what the true root is in order to get that done. So when I'm sitting down with an agent, you know, we talk about several different things, and then we reassess. We sit down and we say, okay, you know, you told me this was your motivation, you told me this was your goals, you know, have you achieved it? Are you at the first benchmark? If you're not, you know, let's regroup and let's really see if that's really the motivation that you thought it was. Because if not, there's not going to be anybody that can help you with that. The other thing that I find very comforting is your friends, your sphere of influence, your acquaintances that you surround yourself. I'm a firm believer that if you provide to yourself through various outlets, whether it's social media, whether it's television, whether it's books, whether it's people, if you provide yourself with negative information, negative vibes, negative energy, then it's going to affect you. Even if the situation isn't real, if somebody tells you time after time after time that something's wrong, that something bad's going to happen, you're going to believe it, you're going to absorb it, and it's going to affect you mentally. Well, this totally detracts from what you need to do to stay motivated and stay positive. So I have friends, family members, acquaintances that are on the same page that I am. You know, when COVID started, we had a conversation about how each of us felt about it. And for me, I wanted to be educated, but I didn't want to be absorbing a bunch of negative energy, a bunch of fear. So we had a conversation among our small group of friends and just said, hey, look, you know, this is what I need in order for me to stay positive, in order for me to stay focused on what I need to do, in order to keep a thriving business. And I need you to help me with that as my friend. And we did very well with it. You know, some of the other ones, they had different feelings about it, and it's kind of a mutual respect thing. But in other aspects of it, there's several people that I have involved in my life in one aspect or another. Maybe it's just social media that I talk to, you know, every 2 months or every 4 months or whatever. They're so positive. They're positive with life. Christina's a great example. I've got another one. She's in San Diego. She does her own business from home. And the positivity that flows from her is just amazing. I have focused more on things that she's done lately. She spends a lot of time training the people that are under her, motivating the people that are under her. And it's made me feel like I need to step up my game and motivate people that are underneath me, spend more time training them, spend more time giving them the information that I have in my head, because in this business, obviously, real estate is ever changing, and you learn by doing. So if you surround yourself with the people that are positive and like-minded, it doesn't even have to be in the same industry. It just has to be the same energy. Then you're really going to feel the repercussions. You spend more time uplifting others, and you're motivating without knowing that you're motivating. You know, my friend Anna in California, She's gotten into gardening, but she doesn't really know what she's doing. So I sent her a gardening book that my mother gave to me before she passed away. And I said, I just want you to have a copy of this because you're so excited about gardening. And she said, I can't believe you would do that. That's so nice of you. And I said, but you don't understand what you're doing for me. You're motivating me to be a better person. You're motivating me to do more for my agents that work underneath me. The positive energy is just pushing and driving me to continue to do better, better, better in all aspects of my life. But all she does is post on Instagram. So I'm so blessed to have access to that information. But I've chosen to be surrounded by people that way. I've got a friend who's a CPA. She's very successful. She's got a family that is very loving, and I don't have parents anymore. So for me, I feed off of the relationship that she has with her parents and then the knowledge that she has as well. But it also comes down to having a respect for each other, that we have a work life and things like that. I'm a firm believer that the people that complain about how much you work only want to tear you down. The people that want to support you will be there for you, whether you talk to them every day of the week or whether you talk to them every 2 weeks and it's not like you've never missed a beat. Those are the kind of people that you need in your life. But your acts of kindness, the things that you say, the things that you post, you may be motivating somebody else without even knowing it. So I just want people to acknowledge that, like we heard earlier, you choose your emotions. So if I choose to put something negative out there online, then I'm not doing anything to benefit anybody. I'm just trying to tear somebody else down. So if I choose to post something positive, whether it's like yesterday I posted about a flower that had bloomed, it's just uplifting. And I think that's what we all need to do. And I find it so encouraging that I'm part of a group of women that find that it's important to support each other and to say positive things. But like I said, I think the biggest thing is you just need to think about what you say, what you do. But when you're responding to somebody else that you're asking for assistance and motivation, that you be honest with what it is that you really need and what motivates you. Now, I've been going strong since 2010, and my husband complains a lot because I'm always gone, and I keep saying it'll slow down, and he said, Amanda, you've been saying that since 2010, and you just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But I also find that as I get older and as my life changes, that what once motivated me is now, changing into something else. Hopefully, my new motivation now is I want to start taking more trips, obviously, once everything goes back to normal. But, with that being said, you write it down. I remember when I first started my own office, I had a little Post-it note in front of my desk, and it said 3 on it. I wanted 3 contracts a month. That's what I wanted, 3. Just wanted 3. And I had it right there in front of my computer so that I saw it every single day. And then now I'm a spreadsheet kind of freak, and I have a spreadsheet that has my goal on it every year. I set a goal every single year, and I've only not done that 1 year, and I didn't meet what I thought I wanted my goal to be. I'm a very visual person, so my spreadsheet has pie charts and graphs and breakdowns of sales and commissions and where I'm at and where I want to be, and every time I have a closing, I update that spreadsheet and I'll look at it again. That spreadsheet motivates me. Now, it may not motivate somebody else, but that motivates me. I can see where I'm at and I can see where I need to be, because I am a firm believer in all aspects of life. If you don't know where you're at, you don't know how to get where you're going. It's just as simple as that. Whether it's money, whether it's business, whether it's life, you've got to know where you're at. You've got to know where to start in order to find the tools to get you where you need to be. And it may be that you have to know where you're at right now in order to figure out the right motivation. There can be wrong motivation. There really can be. We don't think of it that way, but it really can be wrong motivation. I'll show y'all my cup again too. So see how it's kind of changed colors? So the whole point of my little saying is I didn't mean to be me is, you know, I kind of started off in life thinking that I was going a certain direction. And I tell young girls, you know, I didn't grow up saying I wanted to be married and divorced by the time I was 25. It just happened. You know, I didn't grow up saying that, you know, I wanted to be what we call an orphan adult by the time I was 38. But life just happens. So as life keeps pouring into you, you have to keep adding motivation to keep changing who you are. And you have to keep adding different kinds of motivation. It's kind of like a recipe, I guess you would say, you know. I mean, sometimes it may be a little too salty and you add this, or it may be a little too runny and you add flour. And I can cook, but I'm not a great cook, so don't, like, use those analogies in cooking because they're probably bad analogies. But just know that you have to keep adding a little bit to it, taking a little bit away in order to find the right mix for whatever that is. For me, another motivation that I have, obviously, is a fear, believe it or not. You can use fear as a motivation. My fear is the fear of failure. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was the fact of, you know, the divorce that I went through. I don't know. All I know is that I have a huge fear of failure. And that motivates me. It motivates me to get up and go every single day. It's like I told my niece one day. She was at home wallowing in her sorrows because her and her boyfriend had issues and stuff. And I said, honey, I said, laying at home in bed is not going to get you anything but broke. He's not paying your bills. Get up and go to work. And she said, you know, that makes sense. I have a huge fear of failure. I do want to be successful. I never dreamed that I would have the company that I have. I never dreamed that I would be this successful in real estate. I've been blessed. I've been blessed that I'm good at what I do. I have a long way to go. I have a lot to learn still. But in the same breath, I have a huge fear of failure, so I can't not be successful. And there are just certain things in life, you know, the house that I'm in now, you know, obviously we have a mortgage on it. Not that I would ever hope that I would be in a situation of a foreclosure, but I work hard because I'm in fear of losing things that I've worked so hard for. And yes, to an extent, those are just materialistic things, and life will go on. But I don't always look at it that way. So it's very strange for me to have a fear and to use that to motivate. I guess the only other thing that I can really say is that there's just so many different avenues to address this topic, and none of them are wrong. Everybody has their own opinion. Everybody can give you advice, but you really have to do some soul searching, and it's not always going to come at the same time. I'm a firm believer of prayer. I'm a firm believer that you're not always going to have the answer exactly when you think you will. When I got my broker's license after 3 years of being in the real estate industry, believe it or not, and you didn't know this either, Christina, but I went and I had showed the place that my office is in now. And I had shown it to 3 different clients for rental space, and it just wouldn't work out for any of them. And I had prayed about having my own office, but it just never felt like the right time. And then I guess it's like a light bulb went off after the 3rd showing that nobody wanted it. And I was like, I'm meant to be in this space. And so I took the leap of faith and went to it. And I was telling you, you know, I've always wanted a nice house, and not that my last house wasn't nice, but there was a house that came on the market. I don't think you know this one either. There was a house that came on the market, and everybody knew this particular house. And I looked at my husband and I said, I want it. He said, what do you mean? I said, I want that house. So this was in 2013, and we went and looked at the house, and I was so excited. I was like, I gotta have this house. And so we made an offer, and it didn't work out, and I was crushed. And so we talked about it, and it's a large property, so most large properties have to have a name. So my husband had come up with a name. Now, mind you, we didn't even own the property; they didn't accept our offer. But my husband came up with the name the Adelaide, and Ada was his mom's name, and she had passed away, and Lea, which is Lee, is my middle name. So I told my husband, I said, we're gonna wait on this property. And he said, what do you mean we're gonna wait? And I said, I'm telling you, I want this house. So we saved and we saved and we saved because I had this motivation to save money for this house. And we would go look at a property, and he'd say, what about this one? I'm like, no, I got to have the Adelaide. I've got to have it. I've got to have it. And I even drove my mother by it. She was alive at the time. She's passed away since. And I drove her by, and I said, Mom, I'm going to have that house one day. And she's laughed at me. She's like, sure you are, Amanda. Let me just write you a check. And I said, I'm telling you, Mama, I'm going to have this house. So the year after my mother passed away, I got a phone call from his agent on the house because he had gotten a contract on it and it was falling through. And so I got a call, and the lady said, the house is going back on the market. I know that you've worked hard and you want this house. And I said, yes. So I went home and I gave my husband the contract, and I said, you need to sign this. He said, well, what are we doing? I said, we're buying that house. He said, well, don't you want to go back and look at it again? I said, nope. No, it doesn't matter. We're not doing a home inspection. I want that house with all its flaws. So we got everything worked out, and we closed 2 weeks later. And we walked out, and my husband goes, can you believe we bought the Adelaide? And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, we need to look that up and see what that name means, because some things are not always what great names, especially if we're going to say it out loud. So we looked it up, and in Hebrew, it means in God's time.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I promise you, it means in God's time. Like, it still brings chills to know. Wow. And it was 3 years later. And my husband said, Amanda, I cannot believe you're so calm about this. I said, I've had 3 years to pray about this. This is meant to be. And so the very first thing that we did, my godmother 2 weeks prior had bought me a purple rose bush, which my mother loved purple, and she had a green thumb. And one of my agents is a master gardener, and so I told him, I said, take this home, don't plant it, keep it alive for 2 weeks, but I wouldn't tell him why. So on the day we closed, I called a guy that helps me with landscaping, and I said, this area right here, I said, this is my mother's garden, and you can plant anything in it as long as it's purple and it has my mom's rose bush in the middle. And I'm just telling you, that was my motivation for 3 years, was that house. But it didn't come to me just because I wanted it. You have to work for it, you have to will it to be done, and you have to just continue at it. And then eventually, if it's meant to be, it'll be.
She's killing me.
I know. I'm like, tissue, please. But I mean, that's a perfect example of motivation and consistency and things that change throughout life to get you to that next level.
That was really good. Can someone please pass the tissues? Thanks, man. Live TV. Right. It's cool.
Yeah. Well,
I love that. I actually had heard that story before about your office. You had shared that with me a while ago. Yes, I'd heard that one, but I had not heard the story about the house and the meaning of the name and the plant. So that's all very, very interesting. I think that we all have heart's desires that we're waiting to be fulfilled.
Yes.
And so that hit a special chord with me today. We have 1 minute and 19 seconds left on this segment. What are your final thoughts that you want to leave that won't make people cry?
Just don't be afraid to dream. Number one, be honest with yourself about what it's going to take to get you there. And don't be afraid to ask others for help to get you there.
That's good. That's really good. Thank you so much, Amanda.
You're welcome.
Every time you come to SOAR, I always love having you. Whether it's, Pocket Preview, you came to that, and this, and then the original expert contributor that helped us start it all. So thank you so much
You're
for coming
welcome.
here. These are really great stories. And guys, if you have any other questions for Amanda, you can certainly feel free to reach out to her on Facebook or Instagram as well. Again, I do want to brag and say one quick thing about Amanda is that she was talking about some adversity that she'd gone through. Year over year, she has consistently been, if not the absolute #1 top individual listing agent in the entire MLS. She's been one of them consistently, time after time. So just be careful when people speak words of death over you. If they say, you'll never make it without me, or you can't do this or that because of X, Y, and Z. I mean, clearly she proved her ex-husband completely wrong, and obviously he was a jerk anyway.
Yeah.
So, nevertheless, yeah, I just said that actually on live TV, or internet TV. And so I love that motivated you. I'll tell you what's interesting. One commonality between this is that we do share the belief of tell me that I can't and watch me do it. So one of the reasons why I left the mortgage industry was, one, I was like completely burned out on it. 2, my passions had evolved. But what was the catalyst? Because that had been going on for 4 years. I got a bad case of burnout that kept, it started in 2016 and kept repeating. By the time 2019 got here, I think it was December. I'm gonna hold off on a story about December of 2018 because I want to share that with Nasreen when she comes on in a moment. But by January of 2019, I had officially launched SOAR, and we were selling out every single event that we had in person. And I use the term selling out loosely just because our tickets are free. Obviously, everything we do for you is free. But in March, I was running the entire state of Tennessee for a specific mortgage company at that time. And to this day, my boss, who was my boss then, was indeed my favorite boss. And to this day, he still is. But he said to me, Christina, I'm in the home loans business. I'm not in the event planning business. And I just don't see the vision that you have for this company. That was on March 1st of 2019. And I'll never forget it. I looked at him, and to this day, he's still my favorite boss. He still mentors me, counsels me. We have a great relationship, but I knew that our vision was not aligned and we were not going to the same place. And I just looked at him and I said, you know what, watch me. I said, in 30 days from now, if I don't exploit this company, I will resign from I shouldn't say the company. I'll resign from this mortgage company. And so, you know what I did? SOAR took off, and I left, and I went to another mortgage company. I did exactly what I said I would do. So I feel that on a deep spiritual level, because there have been so many people in this life who will tell you, you can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that, for so many reasons. And that's my answer. Watch me.
Yeah, I mean, I got a better house, a better husband, and a great company. So I don't see how I went wrong.
Thank you so much for being here, Amanda. I just love her. She's a hoot. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to go to a quick word from our sponsors and a 5-minute bathroom break after that, and we'll be right back. Our upcoming segment is going to be called Balancing Responsibilities and Outsourcing, with several beautiful women. We have Amanda, Tina, and Nazarene, also known as Naz, coming to you next. Enjoy these words from our sponsors.
Greetings, everyone. I hope you're enjoying all the great speakers at today's Nashville Women in Real Estate Summit. My name is CJ Welch, and I own the Wow One Day painting franchise here in Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you to Christina Livingston and SOAR for allowing us to sponsor today's event. After the purchase of a new house, we often hear homeowners say, "It didn't feel like my home yet." One of the easiest ways to add a personal touch is a fresh coat of paint in a color that is just right. Wow One Day Painting is ready to help make your client's home feel like it is truly theirs. We want to wow our customers, not just through our workmanship, but by providing an experience that is unparalleled in our industry. Our painters are friendly, they're uniformed, and professional. In short, they are people you can trust to treat every home like it is their own. Wow One Day Painting brings people a fast, affordable, and high-quality solution for all their interior or exterior residential painting projects. We respect your time as much as you do and provide the quality paint job you expect in a timeline that is unexpected. Visit our website, wowoneday.com, to schedule a free estimate and learn what a difference a day can make.
People are asking us all the time, can you really do it in a day? They say, well, okay, well, how long will the project take? And we say a day. Yeah. Say, oh, really? And we're like, yeah, of course, like that's what we do.
Well, when we found out that they could do it in a day, we were sold.
Often we're called in by clients who've already had painting started, and they say the painter that we've hired is just taking way too long. You know, you don't want someone else making your home theirs for too long, right? So you want to hire a contractor to come in, do the job, do it well, do it quickly, and give them their space back.
When they're doing it in just a day, you don't expect the quality to be this amazing.
And then even after we've produced the project and they come in and they say, wow, I can't believe you did this in a day.
It was amazing. We went to work, we came home, and it was done.
The reactions are so different. You know, sometimes people cry, some people, their eyes are wide open saying, I can't believe it. It's super rewarding to be able to come and see how much the customers appreciate the service and the end product.
So they actually wow you?
Absolutely. This was truly a wow experience.
Hey SOAR, this is Dustin Black. I'm the founder and CEO of Black Tie Moving. I want to, number one, thank you all for all of your support over the last few years. And I want to tell you about an exciting new program that we're going to release, and we're releasing it to you first. So this is the Agent Advantage Partnership Program. So what we really wanted to do is create a win-win-win for obviously your clients, yourselves, and Black Tie Moving. And we've created a referral funnel and platform that is going to allow us to do just that. I don't know if you're aware, but about 8 months ago, RESPA said that moving services was not a settlement service, and they're not going to consider or make you disclose any of the commissions or referral fees that we give you, on the HUD, obviously. So what we did is we created this partnership, and I'm going to share my screen with you here for a moment. We created the Agent Advantage Partnership. It's a profit-sharing model that's going to allow large agents, teams, brokerages to earn 10% of their gross revenue on each referred move. Access to live VIP private events, experiences, and masterminds, and the peace of mind knowing that your clients get a great moving experience on one of the most stressful days of their life, right? That's the most important thing. Your clients are going to receive $50 in free packing supplies. So that can be wardrobes, small boxes, large boxes, any packing materials they choose. Now, we're also going to reserve our VIP crews for your clients. So these are the guys that move, the celebrities, the musicians, professional athletes. These are the best of the best. We want to give you guys and provide your clients with our very best crews to ensure that they have the best moving experience of their life each and every time. We're also going to give your clients a free Black Tie Move concierge. We can help your clients shop for utilities, like cable, internet, insurance, anything like that that your clients are having to do during, and around their move. We want to take that off their plate. Our average concierge typically save our average client 6 to 8 hours of their time. And we all know that time equals money, right? So scheduling flexibility, we're going to ensure that your clients are taken care of and they have a schedule, that is flexible. So if something happens with closing, it needs to be pushed back a day, we're going to reserve and guarantee them that flexibility and those dates without charging them a dime for it. The security system upgrade is a $250 value that we're going to give them. It's free, kind of take it or leave it, but we care about, obviously we consider our customers family. We want to help them take care of and protect theirs. So you can go and register right here at blacktiemoving.com/VIP. Contact us at 833-BTM-VIPs or email us at vipmove@blacktiemoving.com. We want to be a partner with you for life and really, focus on, taking care of your clients and guiding them through that moving process, as professionally, and, as stress-free as we can. So this is the Agent Advantage page where you'll just go, you'll sign up right here by putting your name, email, and creating a password. Then you can go to your referral tools and refer your clients through this portal. You can then check your statistics and follow up on all your referrals and commissions, and then redeem your commissions once a month here on the redemptions page. So we can send that directly to your PayPal, or we can mail you a check every month. Now, our average partner is making about $2,500 a month just referring their clients and leads through this portal to us. So please let us know if there's anything that we can do to help you or your clients through their moving process. We really appreciate you and look forward to working with you more and more each and every day. But I think this is going to create a great scenario to help you guys make more money or offset expenses on moving, on that moving piece. And also, like I said, ensure that your clients are taken care of. That's the most important part. So we're your trusted partner in the moving business. If there's anything that you need from me at all, my personal cell phone number is 972-984-9659. And me and my team are here to help you in any way we can. So thank you guys so much. Stay healthy and safe and at home. And, keep on doing as much business virtually as you can. We're praying for any of you that have been affected by the tornadoes or the COVID-19. And we're here for you. So God bless, and we'll talk soon. Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Okay, welcome back to the next segment of the 2021 Nashville Women in Real Estate Summit. I'm Christina Livingston, the owner and founder of SOAR. Today, we are going to get started with our balancing responsibilities and outsourcing segment. And you can see we have these beautiful, lovely ladies joining us. We have Miss Tina, Nazreen, and Amanda. And I know each of these ladies from a couple of different sources. Tina has been in real estate for quite a while and is a top producer. I know Nazreen actually through Keller Williams Bold. She and I met actually that's where I met Amanda too. I met you both in the same place. What's interesting is that I went through some really major life shifts in 2018 and decided to attend Keller Williams Bold, made some friends and met some like-minded ladies, and kind of here we are today. And I'm really looking forward to this segment because here's what's going on right now. We have had balancing responsibilities issues ever since the pandemic began because of the pandemic itself. So real estate itself has become more involved with all the different like virtual showings, things like that. Then what are you going to do with the kids? All that. We're going to talk about all those things. But in general, in a more is more world, now we're balancing all of our responsibilities in new ways. And interestingly enough, before we get started on this panel, I want to just really say a special word about Martin and Shanda Kosicki at My Realty Helper. They are people who help you leverage your time and your resources. They are an independently owned transaction coordination company. You'll hear from them after this segment. And they're here with us in person today. Shanda's here, and Martin is running the ship behind the scenes back at the home office. And so I just wanted to say, as we enter into this conversation, be thinking about, what kind of transaction coordination company are you using, if one at all, and what types of responsibilities and workload that they're carrying for you. So with that said, ladies, the way that we're going to do today's format is this. Each of you, we always go left to right. So we'll start with Tina. You'll get your allotted time. You can have up to 7 minutes. So if you need to take a little longer, you can, to share your heart about balancing responsibilities and outsourcing. And I feel like I have a pretty good, clear idea as to what each of you ladies are going to share. We've talked about that already. And then after each of you share, I will have 3 questions to ask the panel. And we'll start with question number 1, and we'll let each of you answer. Then we'll move on to question number 2, and let each of you answer, and so on and so forth. So with that said, Tina, I'll let you take it away.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Christina. It is an honor and very inspiring to be here today with all these amazing women. I'm Tina Perrette, and I'm here today to talk to you about outsourcing. This is something I'm getting a lot more experience with, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that as we go along. So I define outsourcing as trading money for time and or trading a little time now for freedom and a lot more time later on. So just a little bit about my business. This is my 17th year doing real estate in Nashville. And over the past 12 months, I have gone from being just me to a group of 5 amazing agents. So that was not something I planned. It was very organic. They all came to me in very different ways because it was right timing for them. For me, the timing could not have been more perfect because as of right now, each and every one of these agents is currently helping me with at least one, if not more, current client that was a past client or a referral from a past client. And just a little bit more about my business plan. That is my business plan, is to keep a network of people that I am regularly in touch with and staying top of mind. Because as we know, that is the secret to keep people coming back that already know, love, and trust you, just to let them know you are thinking about them, you care about them, they're special to you. So question is, how do you do that when you've got 5 agents that you're keeping busy? Some of them are new, all of them are new to this market, and you're training and doing all these things. So I'd like to introduce you to my friend, American Lifestyle Magazine. So this publication goes out every other month. It's $4 per issue, I send this out to all my past clients and some of my sphere of influence, people that I'm trying to get closer to. And as we know, everyone's either a friend, past client, or a potential future client. So I send this out to a lot of people. And at $4, that's very affordable, I think. And this checks the box for me that says it has to be personal if it comes from me, and I'm going to spend money on it. And it does that in a number of ways. So you've got my picture on the front, so in case it's been a long time since we've gotten together, they don't forget what I look like. Then we open up to the inside cover, and if you are super busy and do not have time to write content that is customized to what's going on in your life or what's going on in the world, do not worry about it. They've got pre-written content. It's warm, it's friendly, it's fine. People will enjoy it. They also let you choose some of the content. So there's 2 tear-out postcards that hopefully will go on their refrigerator, and they'll see your face every day. And just a quick story about this. People say this is a recipe card, and some people think recipe cards are cliche. Cannot make this stuff up. 2 weeks ago, I had a past client sent me a text that was 2 words, crab cakes. And I was looking at it going, is this text for me? So then I realized, oh my gosh, Frank is a chef, and he literally took the recipe out of my magazine and made crab cakes. So I can tell you hands down, I've had more unsolicited feedback from this on a regular basis from clients I haven't heard from in years, or had the time to sit down and get coffee with, or be at their baby shower, because that's how I like to interact with my people, but I have to do what I can when I'm this busy. So just one other quick note on personalization and making people feel special with the money you're spending to stay close to them. I figured out a way to take a little bit of extra time on the address label and put everybody's name that's in the household on the label. And I had a client text me right the day that this came, and she said her 12-year-old son was elated to see this fancy magazine come in the mailbox with his name on it. And just for fun, with my clients that don't have kids, I'll sometimes put the pet names on there. People love that. And don't worry about the content or the cover getting stale, because meet American Lifestyle's cousin, Start Healthy. Totally different focus. This is great for your people who are into fitness and all the overachiever type things for your personal life. Same customized content, but different looks. So you can swap these out and make your dollars appeal to everyone. All right, quick little example about delegation. So with my group of 5, this is also a shameless plug for my extremely beautiful featured listing, 8119 Mountaintop Drive in the Grove, in College Grove. I have one agent who came to me about a month ago. He came to us from another market, has done luxury in the past, and he had an idea for how to kind of turn up the heat with the marketing for our listing, get the word out to more people. So he said, let's do a postcard. I said, great, you're gonna do it. So I spent probably an hour total time between providing him with the content, and then I just turned him over to the marketing department of my firm, which I forget that I have and should leverage more than I do. And they had it done in no time flat. So now 434 potential sellers know that our team has experience listing in the neighborhood. All right, last example real quick. So with all this change, there have been challenges. So I would say the number one challenge that a lot of us can expect when we're doing things like this is our willingness to really let go of things. The only cure for that is lots and lots of practice, I have found. So just real quick overview. This is our group, and each one of them is taking things off my plate. This is Debbie. She's my ride or die. She's my partner with at least 4 transactions right now. So I know if she's there, I don't have anything to worry about. This is Savannah. That's her daughter. She's being trained as my transaction coordinator. So taking that off my plate and quite frankly doing a better job of it than I did. And this is Toby, who after 1 year, this past weekend, took someone from showing to contract with maybe 4 phone calls with me. So those are some of my success stories. I hope it's helpful.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the visual aids. I know for all the visual learners out there, they'll be very, very grateful for kind of explaining to us your team dynamic. And we may come back to that in just a moment in terms of like how you delve out the daily responsibilities and the team responsibilities. Do you want to touch on that now, or should we come back to that?
Well, my go-to phrase for that is sometimes we're building the bridge while we're walking on it, but there's usually a very logical assignment. Like right now, as soon as we get off camera, I know exactly who I have to call and what they're going to be doing next with me. And right now we're so busy that it's just taking care of what's most urgent, but I have somebody helping me on just about everything that I'm doing.
That's good. That's good. Well, thank you so much for sharing, Tina.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Okay, up next we'll have you, Miss Nasreen.
Thank you so much, Christina. I just want to say thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be here today.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
They say proximity is power, and it just feels amazing to be surrounded by all these powerful women in this room today. So thank you. So I'm a mom and a bonus mom to 5 teenagers who are incredibly close in age and incredibly busy. We have 2 13-year-olds, 2 14-year-olds, and a 16-year-old. So life is a balancing act every single day. And our 16-year-old just started driving, so that helps a lot. Now, when we think about balancing, we think about giving everything in our lives the same amount of time. But when you're a woman in business, or any person in business, balancing does not mean giving everything the same amount of time, because inadvertently we end up spending more time at work than we do with our families. So for me, every day, I think about ways that I can spend time and fit more things in my day and spend more time with the people that I love and care about, and also be more present on a daily basis. So in other words, if I'm with my family and we're cooking a meal together, then we are really cooking a meal together. Our phones are switched off and we are fully engaged. And even though that's not a long period of time, it's just us together. And so similarly, and sometimes we'll crank up the music and we'll start dancing and we just have a blast. And even though we don't have a lot of time to do it, we do enjoy that time when we're together. Similarly, I find that in business, it's very important to have that being present in the moment time. And for me, that's called time blocking. So what that means is every day, I choose 2 hours in the day that I set aside when my door is closed and no one is allowed to disturb me. And I set that time block aside just to make calls to my clients. For instance, on a Monday, I will have 2 hours to connect with people in my database from the letter A to M. And then on Tuesday, I'll do N to Z. And then Wednesday, I might do my current transactions and kind of touch bases with people and see how they're doing. And then Thursday, I might call vendors and just touch bases with them and let them know, hey, I'm here, and how can I help you, and how can you help me, and vice versa. And so by Friday, I'm doing sphere of influence, friends, and that kind of thing. So time blocking is really important, and really ultimately it's about being present and being in the moment. Something else that's really important for us in balancing our lives is taking time for ourselves. We cannot pour from an empty cup to serve others. It's a lesson I learned very early in life. I grew up in abject poverty in South Africa. And one of my earliest memories is seeing my mother standing at a washing stone. It's a rock where you wash clothes by hands. And I would watch her wash clothes by hand and rock a baby at her foot. And she did that every single day. And it just broke my heart, because even though I was a very young child, I knew that that's not what I wanted for myself. I knew that I wanted to live my life in a way that I was able to have more time for myself so that I could contribute to others. So taking time for ourselves is really, really important, especially in our industry, because we are so busy serving others every single day that we forget about ourselves. Sometimes it could be just 5 minutes to take a cup of tea, or for me personally, I love running. So every morning I set aside at least 30 minutes where I put my headphones on and crank up the music and go for a run. And that just makes me feel very centered, very grounded, and I feel like I can give more to others when I take that time for myself. Something else that's really important is to understand that it really does take a village. I think as women, especially, society has taught us that we're so strong and we're so powerful and we can do it all. And then sometimes we feel really bad to ask others for help. I know I've kind of struggled with that personally, and I'm sure others have struggled with it too. And the moment I learned how to ask for help, my life became so much easier. So just reaching out to others when you need help. Sometimes I'll be all the way in Clarksville with a client, and my daughter is an hour away at practice, and she needs somebody to pick her up, and she's like, "Mom, come right now. I'm finishing practice in 30 minutes. And I can't physically be there unless I get on a jet and fly over to her. And so, honestly, it's just about picking up that phone and saying, I'm going to stay here with my clients, but I need somebody to please help me and pick up my daughter. I think that's really important. Similarly, in our businesses, collaboration is very important. Just like we can ask for help in our personal lives to make our personal lives better and easier, we can also collaborate with others in our business. Because when we collaborate with others, we actually get to learn so much more. And as they always say, teamwork is dream work. And when you work together, I'm personally on a team right now, and I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses, and I'm able to lean on others on my team, and they're able to help me. It just makes life so much easier. And that's about as much as I'd like to share with you today.
That was very good, and I'm
Yes.
sorry I got interrupted there while you were speaking.
Oh,
about
you're
an
fine.
excitement.
Thank you.
That was really, really good.
Thank
you
you.
so much,
I
Nazreen.
appreciate
I
that.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Amanda, I know you
Yes.
prepared something.
I did, yes. And once again, like everybody else, thank you so much for having me here. I love to come share any chance that I get. So you always put on amazing events. I hope that they get to see this venue because it's fantastic. So yes, I want to talk briefly about a source of, I call leverage, how we balance our responsibilities. And I really firmly believe that we balance our responsibilities best when we have systems in place to help with all of the hats that we tend to wear in this industry. And so I want to share a quote with you guys because it was shared with me this morning as I was trying to prep for this event by my biggest source of leverage. So it's an Archimedes quote, and it says, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." And so know that in order to move the world, your world, you have to have a lever and you have to have a fulcrum on which to place it. And so for me, my lever is leverage. We cannot do everything that we want to do, and we cannot achieve everything that we want to achieve all on our own. We have to have people in our world. And so for me personally, those people are the people that I live with in my house. My husband is a great source of leverage for me. Mm-hmm. My kids, they help me with things. They fend for themselves a little bit. They understand that in order for mom to run a great big business and help provide a great big life for them, there's things that they have to do, like put their own dirty dishes in the sink or in the dishwasher. And I'm not afraid to have them do chores like that. It's a little different if you've got little kids.
Again, when Michaela comes back in here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And all of that is learned over time. Like they were definitely babied for a while, but just know that when you're a female in an industry and you have the hats, then you still sometimes are expected to maintain all of your at-home duties that you did before. And I will also say that sometimes our leverage and sometimes our household doesn't really truly support us, like really support us, until we start to produce. And so know that support tends to be a little bit more present when income can verify that. So just a little tidbit of information there. Something else that I want to talk to you guys about really truly is around the systems that create the leverage for you. And so things that I started to struggle with in my own business when things started to get busy, I didn't like that things started to fall through the cracks. And so it was anything from grocery shopping to client gifts to, oh my gosh, I forgot to call this person back. And so creating systems around all of those things involve putting time on your calendar for that. I know Nazreen had already touched on time blocking. And so every Sunday on my calendar for 1 hour, I click list my groceries for the week. It's literally those simple little things that make everything else in our world so much easier to achieve. If you don't have the weight of the world saying, oh my gosh, I have to go do this, I have to go do that, and I have to go do this. No, you create a system around your problems, around your opportunities. And if that system is in place, it makes everything else so much easier. And so we know that there's 3 different types of leverage. We can have people leverage, systems leverage, or tools leverage. I'm a firm believer in systems leverage. If you truly have systems in place for your world, for your time, for your calendar, for growing your team, it makes everything else so much easier. There's also something that I wanted to touch base on too. One of the very first things that I realized that most agents are not very, very good at is managing their books. And so what I have learned over time, and I'm also a real estate coach as well. And so hearing my agents talk to me about, well, I'm going to go buy this, or I'm going to go leverage this, or I'm going to go use this marketing thing, or I'm going to invest in this system, I say, fantastic. Tell me what your P&L statement looks like. And then I hear nothing, because most people don't have a P&L statement. And so what I'm going to encourage everyone to do is, yes, leverage is very important. Your numbers for your business is more important than your leverage. Okay. Without knowing the numbers for your business, investing in leverage, it's not time for you to do that yet. And so maybe that very first piece of leverage is to get with a great bookkeeper or a great CPA and say, hey, here's the model for the budget I'm going to follow. Can you help me make sure that I am within my budget every time? Because honestly, I see a lot of agents out there with really high production that doesn't actually net that much money. And that's very discouraging. If you're out there and you're selling 100 houses a year, but you're only making, $100,000 a year, there's a problem there. And that problem starts with your P&L. And so for me, systems and knowing your numbers in your world and in your business is some of the most important things that you can do before you start hiring people and before you start investing in expensive systems or tools or marketing. Just make sure that you know the numbers to your business. Make for sure that you have a model and a system built around knowing how much percentage of your income is coming in that you're going to spend on leverage. And then obviously when you get ready to hire the people part of the leverage, make sure that you understand what they're going to be doing. What do you hate the most? And that's what they're going to be doing.
Amen.
Yeah. Awesome. Other than that, that's pretty much all I've got to share for that day. I could share a lot more, but
I love what you just said. I love what you just said, and everything that you just said. We're gonna, Shanda, I was getting ready to text you and let you know that we are intentionally going to run your spot a second time because I want that to be reheard after this particular segment. To your point, I love what you just said. As a brand new business owner, I've only been in business a little over 2 years. If you don't know your numbers and if you don't know how much money's coming in, you're not even ready to leverage out yet. Yep. That just absolutely floored me. And the reason why I say that is because as a business owner, I'm in a season of exponential growth right now. I've had to double and triple my administrative staff. And in addition to that, I've doubled our media teams. So some of the people that you guys see behind the scenes, and I know you at home can't see this right now. Well, Andy's been with me since day one, but and Hessel Productions has been with me since day one. They're not here today, but Fergus's Media, which is who our photographer's from, we had all of these 3 people kind of working with us. To that, we added on 1922 Creative. To that, we added on Primal Optics. And so at the same time, like when we doubled our media teams, when we doubled and then had to triple our admin staff behind the scenes for database stuff to do all those things that I didn't want to do, let me just tell you, looking at our expenses for January, February, well, really for the first 6 months of this year, I was like, okay, wow. Okay, we're growing. Are we moving the needle? And the answer, of course, is yes. But to your point, I love that you said it actually begins there with know your numbers. Having a background in the mortgage industry, that's what everybody prided themselves on, numbers. And I have a love of numbers anyway. But with that being said, I would like to hear, before I dive into these 3 questions, because we've got a little bit, let me check this. We do have a little bit of extra time. We have until, we have about 8 minutes left. At what point would you recommend hiring an assistant I'm going to actually ask each of you that question. It's going to be an extra one. At what point would you recommend hiring an assistant and or someone to help you manage your transactions? Because sometimes those people do the same thing and sometimes they don't. So Tina, we'll start with you and we'll go left to right.
Sure. So I had a friend of mine who's a lender tell me years ago, when you're consistently doing 3 transactions a month, regardless of the size, that's about the time that you're going to need extra hands helping to make the cakes. So that would be, I think that's a good gauge. And I just sort of skipped that and went to more. So I was glad I had people at the ready. I would also say that is something that transaction coordinator is something that I like to keep to scale. So they're only getting paid if I'm getting paid.
Right.
That's something that's very important, I think.
Right.
Amanda would probably help me improve on that even more.
Oh, I agree totally. You have to be able to scale everything. And so, yes, I agree with you on that.
How about you, Nasreen? When would you say is the right time?
I would say that to piggyback on what Tina just said, when your transactions have grown to such a degree that you are now starting to focus on them so much that you can't generate more business because your current transactions are taking up all of your time. And so once you've finished with these, you won't have time to look at what's happening in the next period. I think that's when it's time to leverage that work out.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, and I would say for a transaction coordinator, I would say immediately. A real estate agent's job is not to manage transaction to close. A real estate agent's job is to go get the next transaction. And so I don't personally see anything wrong with immediately. Like as soon as you get your real estate license, like just start leveraging that off. That's something that you pay per transaction. That's not something that costs you out of your commission. If you are very good at negotiating or you have a great coach to teach you how to negotiate, then they can absolutely get your clients to pay for that transaction to close. And so it's not actually even a docket on your P&L. And so I say immediately with transaction coordinator, I would say probably around 36 to 50 or so deals is probably when you're going to want to have either a VA or an administrative assistant of some kind to help you with the other things like nurturing your database, making sure that, all of the balls that we're juggling in the air at one time aren't going to come crashing down all at once. And so having that additional person to help with those things, I would say somewhere around 30, 40, 50. It depends. If you like to take a lot of vacations or you have a big family and you want to have time, with your family, or you limit your work days, that may come later. But at least by 50, you probably need an extra person.
Gotcha. I'm in agreement with you, and I'm going to tell you why. Even though I'm no longer in the mortgage business, having spent 15 years in it, the second half of which I spent in leadership, I used to run the state of Tennessee for 3 different companies and had some, mid-level managers that I would manage, and then their loan officers, and then their production staff. The one thing that translates, I think, both in real estate and in mortgage is always having someone who is excellent at doing paperwork to do the paperwork and check the boxes, because that's not my strength. I'm a people person, right? And I'd oftentimes found that a lot of my team members would say, Christina, I could go get more business, but I'm bogged down in making sure this loan gets from A to B. And really, it's the same thing in real estate. So I could kind of see it, both ways, but I really think that the sooner you could get someone, the better. Now, I've got 3 questions. We're going to jump through here. Okay. Balancing responsibilities. How do you prepare your mind for the numerous things you have to juggle each day? Just very quickly.
Oh, I'll go first. So morning walk with my husband. We don't have a dog, so we joke that my husband takes me for a walk in the morning. And yes, we went the whole week that it was 17 degrees with snow and ice on the ground. And if there's not time for a walk, I change my outgoing voicemail every morning, try to do it around at 8:30, and that's when I know my business day has started.
Awesome. Okay, Nasreen?
So I'd like to call myself the person who doesn't need coffee, who always gets up on the right side of the bed. It just somehow happened to have been born with that gift of being a morning person. So I wake up every morning going, hello world, I'm here. And so the one thing that I do several things. First of all, I start my morning with prayer every single morning and meditation. But there's another practice that I do before I go for my run, and that's called priming. And what priming is actually something that I learned from a guru, Tony Robbins, and he teaches you how to use breathing and meditation together so that you can elevate yourself to be at the highest state you could possibly be, because motion is emotion. And when you get moving, it elevates your state of mind and you just feel so much better. So that's something that I really enjoy doing, and it just gets me in peak state every single day.
Interesting. I have never heard of that tactic. I'm going to have to check
There are
it out.
videos on YouTube, and I would say look it up. It really is breathing exercises and meditation. And if you're having a day where everything is just coming at you from different directions, stop what you're doing and do a priming exercise. It really does elevate your state.
You know what I like to do sometimes? I haven't tried that, but I will go outside sometimes. And I heard this actually shared from Dave Hollis. Shared this recently on Instagram, which is if you need like a break, like everything's crazy and you just need to shut all the noise off, is to go outside for 90 seconds, leave your phone in the house or in the office or wherever, go outside and let the sun just hit your face for 90 seconds and do nothing else but let the sun hit your face for 90 seconds. And then you go back in and you're like, it just totally recharges you. You know, you get the vitamin D coming in from the sun. Hopefully you wore your sunscreen, but you'll get some vitamin D through your sunscreen, I'm sure. But nevertheless, I have tried that, and it's been really refreshing, especially in this past week when we've had some nicer weather. Okay, Miss Amanda, how do you prepare your mind for the numerous things you have to juggle each day?
You know, I used to be like a to-do list person. Like, I only got through my day if everything that I knew that I had to do was like down, it was written down. And then I quickly realized that to-do list wasn't the equivalent to my success list. And so as long as I have come to terms with the fact that I'm only one person, I can only do so much, and I honor my calendar, everything that makes us successful should be on our calendar. And for me, in the morning times, I also love to meditate. That's definitely how I keep my mouth quiet most of the time. So meditation definitely is a great way to get my day started. But in fact, just knowing what's on my calendar and knowing that all of the things that are important for me to get done for the day are time blocked on my calendar is really mentally how I'm like, I've got this, just stick to what the calendar says for the day. Nothing else really truly matters.
I wish I could be that person. I'm just going to tell you I'm so not. Can I be honest? And Michaela will vouch for me on this. I just hired a life coach because with our company expansion and growth, sincerely, I've been working 70-hour weeks for like 4 months now. And I'm like, okay, I can go. I'm a machine. Let me just tell you. I can go and go and go. But I also know that I'm going to burn myself out because I've had that. I do that. I don't know why I do that, but I do it. And so I've been trying to introduce some more balance. I really struggle with honoring my calendar. I don't want to honor the calendar. I want to get the task done. And like I feel like this obsessive sort of I can't rest unless it's done sort of thing. And I feel like, oh my gosh, like I've hired 3 new people and I've hired this and this and this, and I'm like, and I'm still going like at capacity, like over capacity really. And so I'm gonna have to really think about how to honor the calendar. You know, I struggle with not only with honoring the calendar, but with scheduling every single thing, because my to-do list for a day is always bigger than what I can complete in a day, even with delegation, even with increasing my staff. And I'm just in this, but it's a beautiful, glorious moment in time of my life, in the sense of it's happening, it's going, don't stop, go, don't say it, don't say no to anything. And so I know it's only going to last for a time, but I also recognize that I have to bring in some balance. I have to bring in the ability to say, okay, it's not that I'm going to say no to this, it's just that I'm going to move it a little bit further out. In fact, two of our media projects that we were going to do some filming for in March, we pushed to April just so we could focus on the things that we're doing in March. And so keeping up with my own creative ideas is really a challenge for me, because my brain is just on all the time. And I have so many ideas and I'm trying to implement them so quickly and to do them well and to do them excellently, and I really struggle with it. So just to follow my own sword. All right, last 2 questions. So this is quick and easy, real fast. What is one thing you think every agent should outsource? One thing. Ready, go.
Content for your business social media.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, yes.
I'd say contract to close, your
Okay.
transactions.
Okay.
I'm a people person. I want to be with people. I love interacting with others. And when it comes down to the paperwork, it just really bogs me down.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, Amanda?
I think every agent's going to be a little bit different. And so my answer to that question is whatever sucks your energy the most.
That's good also.
Great answer.
That's good also. Is there a department for that? Excuse me, is there a department for whatever sucks my energy most? I need to call that
Yeah.
department. Okay, last question. What is the one thing you think every agent should invest in to make themselves more productive in a typical hour workday?
Mobile hotspot on your phone. Best $20 I spend every month.
Wonderful. I love that.
That's fantastic.
Nashville, what do you say?
I would say a CRM is a game changer. Just putting all your information in there and just watching it automatically generate everything for you. Sending out, you don't have to remember birthdays anymore. It automatically generates it. It's a godsend.
Okay, I love it. How about you, Amanda?
A coach.
Okay, I knew that someone
Yeah.
would say coaching.
Yeah, hands down. The moment that I invested in a coach, my business went from blah to, oh, this is great. This is fun. They taught me things that nobody else is going to teach you because they're not getting paid to teach you that. And so investing in education and accountability through a coach is really, truly what made the biggest shift in my business.
I have to agree with that. Both when I was in mortgage and now that I'm not, even now, I'd have to agree. Just because you need someone to call you on your bad habits, and you need someone to be your blinds, kind of help you with your blind spots, and that's money that will pay dividends back into your business and into your pocketbook and into your vacations, like literally. So, any final thoughts that you ladies want to leave us with today as we conclude this segment?
I would say don't be afraid to try new things. There's something that I just started this week because I would be speaking on balancing responsibilities and delegating, so I tried something new. It's called Outbound Engine, and next year maybe Christina will invite me back and I'll tell you how it went.
Yeah, I've heard of that actually. I wanted to check into that. I'm checking into something else, so I'll catch you after this. Yeah.
I just want to reiterate, don't be afraid to ask for help. There's so many times when I think, oh my goodness, I'm going to look stupid asking this question, but I will pick up the phone and call my team leader and say, hey, I have this question. I know it sounds stupid. And she's like, nope, it's not a stupid question. And she will go all out and explain it. And I feel really good afterwards. So don't be afraid to just reach out and ask for help when you need it.
I like it.
I love the ask for help part. And she has a go-to person. And so being in real estate, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like, we got into it because we get to work when we want and we get to take off when we want. And then you become successful in real estate and you're like, nope, I don't get to work when I want. I get to work when my clients want me to work. And so that's when I realized that you teach people how to treat you. And to me, my calendar has become my boss per se. And I know as long as I honor what's on that calendar, I'm honoring myself. And so I teach people how to treat me through my calendar hours. And I'll also say that having people to help you and that understand, if they're in your world and you're using them as leverage, they better understand your calendar too. Like, they better understand that they truly need to understand the importance of Amanda's here from this hour to this hour. And then there's white space in my calendar for thinking time, because I too, it's constant go in my head all the time, and ideas. And so I also believe in not being so structured in your calendar that you don't have time to breathe. White space is important in a calendar. It lets you think, and it lets your mind get creative for a few minutes without going from just one appointment to the next. And so leverage through systems before you leverage through people, and please know your numbers for your business.
That's very, very good. Well, ladies, thank you so much.
Thank you
for coming and joining us today. I'm sure we'll have all of you back again and again. So I'm so pleased that you could be with us and share your thoughts.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so with that concludes our segment on balancing responsibilities. We are going to bring you an additional word from My Realty Helper. They are an independent transaction coordination company. They only get paid when you get paid, and they can handle just about any system. They're already familiar with it. Most likely they're already working with it. And here's a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back after this with Emily Peckham.
Hi there, I'm Shanda Kozicki, founder of My Realty Helper, Nashville's original contract-to-close service. It's no secret that realtors are busy people. From listings to closings and everything in between. You've got your hands full. Wouldn't it be great if you had someone to help you with paperwork? Schedule your inspections for your buyers, submit your contracts where they need to go, and help you and your clients manage deadlines, timelines, and expectations. I know what you're thinking. I don't have the time or maybe the budget to interview, hire, and train an assistant. Well, that's where My Realty Helper comes in. We're a team of independent transaction coordinators, TCs if you're trendy, with the experience, knowledge, and know-how to jump in and provide help you need right from day one. We call what we do leverage because it's the most powerful tool you have to accomplish the greatest amount of tasks with the least amount of effort and expense. My husband and I founded My Realty Helper over 16 years ago. Since then, we've helped hundreds of realtors just like you close thousands of transactions and earn millions of dollars in GCI. You don't need to train us because we're likely already working with agents at your firm, using the same systems and tools you do, and working with the same lenders, title companies, and inspectors. They like us a lot because they know when an agent has a good TC in their corner, stuff gets done, and done right. Best of all, we get paid when you do, at closing. And some agents even get to utilize our services for free. You'll have to call and ask us about that one. So, if you're ready to stop running in place and take your real estate business to the next level, give us a call or check out our website at myrealtyhelper.com today. When you contact us, be sure to mention promo code SOAR for 50% off your first service with My Realty Helper.
find the right real estate agents to work with can be a dizzying task. And when you do find good people, how do you know if they're mostly working with listings and sellers, or if they're mostly showing homes to buyers? Perhaps you're already a real estate agent yourself and you're hoping to gain more listings or just get your current listing in front of more agents here in the local marketplace in Middle Tennessee. Welcome to Nashville Agent Database, where we can help you get more listing contracts by getting you more data. Maybe you are a mortgage lender looking to expand your team, or a title attorney hoping to grow your business with relationships. Perhaps you're a home inspector or a real estate photographer, or even a handyman specializing in home improvement, or perhaps you're a craftsman in a niche market. Nashville Agent Database can help provide you with all the data you need to know who you should target and who your product or service or listing needs to go in front of. Our data shows you the seller side production as well as the buyer side production and total volume and the average sales price for every single agent in our database, including their contact information with email, cell phone number, company name, and company address, sortable by city and county. Nobody else has this data. This is incredible. It's time for you to sit down and consider what your growth strategies are to gain more business and get your product in front of more people. Nashville Agent Database can help you do that. And now we're even offering Facebook custom audiences specifically with data segments. Call us today. Trying to find the right real estate agents to work with can be a dizzying task. And when you do find good people, how do you know if they're mostly working with listings and sellers, or if they're mostly showing homes to buyers? Perhaps you're already a real estate agent yourself and you're hoping to gain more listings or just get your current listing in front of more agents here in the local marketplace in Middle Tennessee. Welcome to Nashville Agent Database, where we can help you get more listing contracts by getting you more data. Maybe you are a mortgage lender looking to expand your team, or a title attorney hoping to grow your business with relationships. Perhaps you're a home inspector or a real estate photographer, or even a handyman specializing in home improvement, or perhaps you're a craftsman in a niche market. Nashville Agent Database can help provide you with all the data you need to know who you should target and who your product or service or listing needs to go in front of. Our data shows you the seller side production as well as the buyer side production and total volume and the average sales price for every single agent in our database, including their contact information with email, cell phone number, company name, and company address, sortable by city and county. Nobody else has this data. This is incredible. It's time for you to sit down and consider what your growth strategies are to gain more business and get your product in front of more people. Nashville Agent Database can help you do that. And now we're even offering Facebook custom audiences specifically with data segments. Call us today.
Hi, I'm Christina Livingston, owner and founder of SOAR, Strengthening Opportunities Around Real Estate, and I'm here with the woman herself, Miss Emily Peckham. We are so excited to have her today for the next segment titled From Licensed to Closing Deals Immediately. So a little bit of background about Emily Peckham. She has actually been in real estate. It's less than 3 years total, right?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. And she is, well, according to my numbers, ranked number 74 in the market, which is bananas. Hello. So we're going to talk about that today, how she went from licensed to closing deals in record time. And I think we're going to find a lot about Miss Emily today. Rather than doing a guest speaker type of segment for this sort of layout, we're going to do a rapid fire Q&A with Emily so that we can jam pack in as much content as we possibly can. So throughout the next 30 minutes, I hope that you take as many notes as you can because we are not offering the replay. So grab a pen, grab a piece of paper. Here we go. Okay, Miss Emily, are you ready?
All right, I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, tell me more about yourself. What made you get into real estate?
So I graduated college in May of 2018. I got married in June of 2018, and I had a finance degree. And I was moving to Nashville. I did not know a single person, and I called my aunt, and I said, she's a realtor in Chicago, and I said, what do you think about this real estate thing? Do you think I'd be good at it? I had always been really good at sales. I used to tell my mom when I was door knocking for soccer, if I could get someone to open the door, I could sell them something. And and I loved people, and I loved the opportunity that real estate presented. And so I said, you know what? I'm just going to get my real estate license. If it doesn't work, I, at the time, was 23 years old, got plenty of time to try something else. And so I just went after it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, what are your numbers?
So my first year of real estate in 2019, I sold 36 homes. And then last year, I sold 106 homes.
Blow me out of the water. Okay, we're going to come back to that 36 homes in your first year. And then what did you say was your numbers last year?
106.
Wow. So you tripled your business in year. Okay. Did you catch that? Year one, 36 homes. Year two, she tripled what she did last year. Okay, next question. The title for our chat is From Licensed to Closing Deals Immediately. How soon did you get your first deal from the time you got licensed to the time you got your first deal?
2 weeks. So there was a for sale by owner in the neighborhood that I now live in. And I called him every single day. I did not know what to say to him. I had no scripts memorized at this time. I just called him every day. Hey, do you need me to help you sell your house? Do you need me to help you sell your house? Like literally every 2 days. And he kept saying no, but I kept following up with him. And then I offered to do an open house for him, which did not go very well. I think they had 2 people that showed up. And so I said, you need me to list your home if you want to get it sold. And so about 2 weeks after that, he called me and said, all right, I'm ready to meet with you. And I remember, like, I did not know what to say. It was a very informal listing presentation at a coffee shop. I went to go sign the listing agreement, and my hand was, like, shaking.
Wow.
So it was very early on in my career, and once I got the listing agreement signed, I was like, okay, now what do I do? Like, how do I actually sell this house? So it was like drinking through a fire hose.
But you basically, in that model, you gave until he was finally like ready to commit.
Yeah.
I love that model.
Just was
because
relentless.
It works every time. When you give, eventually people are going to want to pay you. They're going to want to give you their money. They're going to want to give you their trust because at that point you've earned their loyalty. So I love that. Okay. What do you think has been the number one contributor to your success this early on in your career?
I think that I work harder than anyone, and I've developed the mindset that I am unstoppable. I don't care if I'm going up against an agent that's been in the business for 15, 20 years. I've developed the mindset that if someone does not choose me as their realtor, they're missing out on the service and the expertise that I bring to the table. But I think really the number one thing is just that I outwork everyone else.
That's fantastic. Side note, how did you become so fully persuaded that you were this good? Like that mindset that you're talking about. Because obviously your numbers prove that you are.
Mm-hmm.
But the mindset, I think, generates your numbers. How did you get that mindset?
I think focusing on gratitude, and that has been huge for me. Starting my day, going to the gym and focusing on gratitude has been huge. And I think too, I early on in my career would spend about 2 hours every single day memorizing scripts. And so I knew that if someone was going to give me an objection, like, I want you to cut your commission, or we want to interview agents, or we want to think about it before we sign an agreement with you, I have an objection handler for any objection under the sea. And so because I already know what to say when someone gives me those objections, I'm able to have that confidence and know what to say. And just doing it over and over again now, I get the same objections, all day long.
So memorization basically made you unafraid of objections.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to quote you on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the next question, we're going to say, what mistakes have you made?
Oh my gosh, so many. I think I had no idea getting into real estate how quickly I was going to grow. And so I think in my first year selling 36 homes, my goal for 2020 was 40. And I think I hit that 3 or 4 months into the year. And at that point, I did not have an assistant. I didn't hire an admin until July of last year. And so I think that, I just had no idea for the growth that I was heading towards. And so I think not having that leverage in place, definitely usually like every 3 months, I was just having a burnout because I was just pushing and pushing and pushing and not slowing down.
Yeah. And so who did you hire?
So I hired my first admin, did not work out. I learned a lot through that process as well. And I think I hired for the wrong reasons. I hired out of scarcity and not, and I think I made it too much about myself and not about investing into that person's life. And so it did not work out, and just brought on someone else to put those systems in place. So I'm excited to see what happens next.
Good. Now, when you say you hired out of scarcity, let's elaborate on that just a little bit.
Yeah, I think that at that point I was already like way past due on hiring an assistant. And I think I thought of it as this person's going to come and take all of the crap off of my plate, the stuff that I don't want to do. And like I said, I didn't make it enough about how can I invest into this person's life and give them the tools that they need to be successful so that I can be successful too. So I made it too much about myself.
That's good. That's good. What has been your biggest challenge?
Oh man. I think just like I said, like because of how hard I push myself, and I don't know that I'll ever be content with where I'm at. Like I always want to be, okay, where can I go to next? And so I think oftentimes I forget to slow down and to, time block time for friends and for family and just for myself. And so, like I said, there's been a lot of every 3 or 4 months for the last couple of years, I'll get to that point where I'm just like, I can't even think about real estate. Like, give me a break. So I think that's been the biggest challenge for me is just finding that time for myself.
Okay, before I move on to my next question, I want to kind of expound on that right there. Simply because I have a tendency, I'm a workaholic, self-proclaimed, and I will I was sharing this on our last segment that, I've been working 70 hours for about a week for about 4 months in a row, and I've doubled my administrative staff.
Yep.
I've tripled my administrative staff. I've doubled my media teams, and I'm still working 70 hours a week. And it's because I'm just trying to keep up with the growth of the company. And so for someone like me who feels like, okay, I'm outsourcing and delegating to the best of my ability, but I'm still working this amount of hours, what advice would you have to a real estate agent who's in a sort of situation like I found myself in? Besides hiring a life coach, which I just did.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah. I think that regardless of how busy you are, you have to make the choice to set aside time for yourself. And I know in the last segment we were talking about calendar. I used to literally schedule back to back to back to back to back, and I would return phone calls in the car on the way to appointments. And I'm still guilty of doing that. But I think, you teach people how to treat you, and if it's in your calendar, then you have to stick to that calendar. And so if you say that you shut your phone off at 6 o'clock every night, then you actually have to shut your phone off at 6 o'clock every night. It's that simple. It's not easy, but it is simple.
That's good,
So I think it's just making the choice.
Yeah.
Is really what it comes down to.
Yes. And I know for me, that's something I definitely struggle with, is putting me back on the calendar. So we're definitely working on that.
Yep.
All right, here's the next thing. What do you wish you would have known that you know now?
Oh my goodness. I think, again, I would have leveraged out so much quicker. I have Shanda Kozinski, who I know was in one of the commercials earlier. She is phenomenal, does all my TC. So I think I would have asked her to come and help me sooner, and then just leveraged out quicker. I think I would have done that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm even leveraging my now grown child so they can't get me for child labor. She's gonna be 19 tomorrow, folks. Don't call the Department of Labor on me. No, I'm kidding. Just joking. Have you found it difficult being a younger and newer agent? And also, how did you compete with someone that's been in the industry 10, 15, 20 years?
Yeah. I did not. People always ask me, like, when I was going on these listing appointments, what did you say when someone asked you how long I was in the business? And I think because I went in and I showed up like I had been in the business, I mean, people, they see me like I can't be older than, I've got to be somewhere in my 20s. So I think they knew that I was young, but because I showed up with such confidence, I never got the objection, like, how long have you been in the business, or like, how many homes have you sold? I think I only ever got that objection one time. It's because, I show up with the sold sign under my arm, and I walk up and I say, this is a sign that you see very quickly in your yard when you hire me.
Oh, wow.
So that's the way that I show up to a listing appointment, so I don't get that objection. And again, I've developed the mindset that I don't care who I'm up against. They need me. They need my service.
How much time do you spend preparing yourself, just from a confidence standpoint of market knowledge, before you walk into any type of appointment for a buyer or
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I have a pre-listing process. So I'm sending a bunch more information about me, comparables. I send the listing agreement in advance. I want them to see the commission that's in there. Sometimes I'll even put the price in the listing agreement, because I want to develop in their mind, like, hey, I'm here to list your house. I'm here to sell your house. Send a bunch more information about me prior to the appointment, and then I'll actually pre-qualify them before I go on an appointment too. So I'll ask them questions like, how many agents are you interviewing? If everything that I say makes sense and you feel comfortable and confident that I can sell your home, do you plan to list it with me? And I'll even add them on Facebook occasionally. And I have people that, because of how detailed I am, from the moment that I talk to them for the very first time until I walk in the door, that sometimes I'll walk in the door and they'll say, you're hired, and I don't even have to present.
Now, I want to ask you a background question, because clearly there's something in your brain that I'm picking up on here that has been programmed to say, if I do X, then someone else will do Y. I can see this sort of like the way your brain thinks is, if I then they will fill in the blank, and I'm going to get the result that I want. What is it in your background that kind of helped you develop that mindset of knowing, if I plug in the right variables into this algorithm, I'm going to get the answer that I want?
Yeah, I think just always growing up, I played soccer. I remember, like, in preschool, I wrote, or not in preschool, it was probably in first or second grade, I wrote in my journal, I'm going to play college soccer. And I did. I have always been wired in that way, that if I want something, I'm going to go get it, and there's nothing that's going to stop me from getting it.
That's awesome. So obviously athletics and just being on a team mentality. Now, when you first started in the in the real estate business, did you start on a team, or did you just go solo straight away?
I started solo.
Okay. What made you choose to go solo instead of joining a team?
I knew that if I was willing to put in the work, which I was, because of how driven I am, that I could be successful. So for me, it didn't make sense to give a portion of that income away when I knew that I could make it on my own. And in fact, I knew that I wanted to build a team, and that was where I wanted to be. So for me, it didn't make sense to start on one. It made sense to start solo and grow a team.
Yeah, that's truly fantastic. I mean, her numbers are like literally record setting. Again, I'm a Nashville native. I've been in this industry for, I guess, 17 years now. And I can honestly tell you, I've never seen anyone quite like Emily come in and do what she's done. I cannot tell you how many times I've ran across real estate agents who are, 5, 7, 8 years in the business and haven't even done 36 transactions in a year in any of those individual years. And so I think it really just does come down to what you believe in yourself. It feels like your confidence and your work ethic are really just foundational to every single thing that you do, and then investing into what you know is going to make you sharper.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I always tell people, like, I don't have systems in place. Like, I am working on that with the help of my assistant, but I have succeeded despite broken systems. And so I think there's really something to be said about the hustle and grit, and I think that anyone who is willing to work hard can be successful in this industry. Of course, you've got to treat people right. You've got to love on your people. But if you're willing to put in the work, then you're going to be successful.
Yeah, I love that so much. Okay, so the next question I have for you is, what advice would you give to someone who's newly licensed and looking to succeed in real estate the way that you have?
Lead generate and memorize your scripts. I feel like so many real estate agents, they get into it, and they're also not focusing on one thing. Like, for me, it was for sale by owners. Like, I just love convincing for sale by owners to list their houses with me. It can be open houses, it can be door knocking, it can be social media, but whatever it is, choose that, focus on it, and once you've mastered that, then you get the right to move on to the next thing.
Gotcha.
But
So
just
niches
focus,
are riches, basically.
Yes, and memorize your scripts and lead generate. And again, lead generation does not have to be cold calling. For me, that's what it was. It does not have to be. And I always tell people try and have 20 conversations about real estate every single day.
Where do you get your scripts from?
I have gotten them through Keller Williams and just Googling and all that good stuff.
Okay, good to know. Where do you see yourself next? Like, what's next for Emily Peckham? You come in as this trailblazer, blowing everyone away. What's next?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I am really passionate about investing in real estate too. I think that we oftentimes preach like real estate is the best investment that you can ever make, and yet like how many real estate agents do I know that are actually investing in real estate too? So now we have 3 rental properties. We're closing on another one next week. So I've been really passionate about that and just being able to build that passive income through real estate. And then I'm working on growing a team as well.
Awesome. Now tell me about where your team stands right now.
Yep. So currently I have a phenomenal TC, Shanda Kozinski, with My Realty Helper. And then I also have an admin and a showing assistant, or not really a showing assistant, but people from my office that at this point I do not show homes. So it's leverage I have from my office. I'll pay on a per showing basis and looking at bringing on a buyer's agent soon. Okay,
gotcha. So with leveraging those relationships, how exactly, do you mind if I ask numbers, like how you pay that out? Because that's a unique sort of model. Are you focusing solely on listings, and how are you paying that out right now?
Yeah, my focus is definitely on listings. Last year it was about 70 listings and then about 36 buyers. And this year, man, the buyer's market is a tough market to be in. I do have a lot of buyers right now. And so I have a, like I said, a help from my office. It's $50 per showing is what I pay for that.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question. All right, I think that we skipped over a little bit of where do you see yourself next. I think I went too far forward in the follow-up question. So where do you see yourself next? What are your goals?
Yeah.
Besides hiring a buyer's agent, of course.
Yep, hiring a buyer's agent, growing my team. I am really passionate about having these types of conversations, and I've started to build a course, so I'm working on that. And I see myself eventually becoming a leader in the industry and through speaking and coaching and consulting and stuff like that. I think that's probably a few more years down the road, but I see myself heading in that direction as well.
Okay. Do you think that you may at some point leave sales just to do coaching, or you think you would balance both?
I don't think I could ever leave it completely.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Because you love it. Okay.
Yeah.
What is your favorite thing about real estate so far?
Oh my gosh. So many things I love about real estate. Again, I think just investing in real estate and just the opportunity that we have as real estate agents who, I mean, if you're willing to put in the work, then you can really, there is no ceiling to what you can reach. And then I think just too, like all the people that I've met, both just peers of mine and of course clients too. Yeah, I just came from a walkthrough and just the son was showing his mom the home that he was going to be closing on tomorrow for the first time, and just to see the look on her face and the joy, I just don't think there's anything that you just can't beat that. So
I love that.
Yeah,
there are the intangibles, the things you can't put a price tag on.
For sure.
I feel like I've had a unique opportunity here. Like if I could be paid in appreciation, I probably would. My personality is set up that way. It's very weird. But no, I do know what you mean. And sometimes those moments can feel few and far between. And then sometimes they come in like a overwhelming waterfall. So I love to hear stuff like that. I want to go back to the very beginning so that we can emphasize the action steps specifically that you took at the very beginning. Like you took your real estate exam, you got your license.
Yep.
You chose a brokerage.
Yep.
And then walk us through, like, I did this first, I did this second, and I did this third. We know obviously the memorizing your script, we've covered that already. But take us a little bit further beyond the veil in terms of what were those sequence of steps that you took to be that successful. 36 homes in your first year, I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that.
Yeah, so I attended a class at my market center, and there was a gentleman, Joe Sheeran, who was teaching a class on for sale by owners. And so when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect for me. Because at that time, I had literally, it was August of 2018 when I got my real estate license. I had just moved to the city in June. And so I did not know like a single person. So for me, for sale by owners, they're raising their hand, I want to sell my house, and yet they don't have an agent representing them. So I felt it was a perfect opportunity for me. So I just started picking up the phone and calling for sale by owners. And I started lead generating, which for me, again, looks like cold calling for 3 hours every single day. So Joe invited me into his office, and we would just sit there and basically just cold call for 3 hours.
How would you advise someone who like doesn't have a Joe in their life? Because it can be very difficult to be disciplined that early on and still believe that this 3 hours of time blocking of smiling and dining every day is actually going to pay off and bring forth the fruit and the harvest that everyone promises will come flooding in.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that there are so many stories where they say it may take you 3 years or 5 years to really start making money in real estate, and you've totally shattered that entire philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to people who don't have a Joe to help keep them accountable and really help them to believe that not only believe in themselves, but to believe when they're investing that smile and dial time is really going to produce fruit?
Yeah. So my coach always tells me, like, do you want to be held accountable, or do you want to be accountable? Like, you, regardless of if you have someone that is keeping you accountable, you have to be accountable to yourself. And so I think I'm proof of the fact that you can do it, and you can be successful, and you can sell 36 homes or 100 homes very early on in your career. And so I think, you can certainly reach out to me, reach out to someone that you respect, and ask them for their help. Like, I'm always having people shadow me. There's so many people, I feel like, in this industry that are so willing to give of their time. So find
we
someone
live
like
in a
that.
great city too, though.
Yeah, we do.
So we're kind of blessed and special in the sense of everybody here is really generous.
Yeah. There's enough businesses out there for everyone. So
for sure.
Yeah.
Just to give you some stats, I think in our it was in our 2018 database, we had 44,070 agents market-wide that did at least $1 million in real estate. And this past year it was 7,710.
That's amazing. Yeah,
So
I had no
in
idea.
like just 3 years' time, that number who have done at least $1 million has almost doubled.
Yeah.
And I think we went from 11,000 licensed agents to 15,000 licensed agents just in our like little local MLS. I think I have those stats right, so forgive me if I'm a little bit off, but I'm pretty sure it's 15 right here in
That's
the local
wild.
market.
Yeah.
I want to talk about lead sources.
Okay.
So there's like organic sphere of influence work,
Mhm.
right? And then you're talking about calling for sale by owners.
Mhm.
And tell me what other lead sources you have kind of found really worked for you, and at what point did you start calling expireds, if at all?
Yep. So my main source was definitely for sale by owners, and then I also anytime that I take a listing, I'll circle prospect around that listing. So I will call like the closest 200 or 300 neighbors to that listing, let them know about the home, and my script is, hey, this is Emily Peckham. I just sold your neighbor's home down the street at 123 Main Street. And typically when one home in a neighborhood sells, 2 more will sell quickly after. So when do you plan on moving? And I kind of joke and laugh a little bit. And I got a lot of business that way.
Wow.
And then I'm really intentional about making sure that that person has an incredible experience. So now I'm starting to see, I think this year so far, I've probably received 20 to 30 referrals just since January 1st because of how intentional I am about making sure that those people have an awesome experience, and also just asking for the referral. Like early on in my career, like I was afraid. I would cold call these for sale by owners, convince them to list their houses with me, but then I was more afraid of asking them for a referral than I was asking for their business, which like in hindsight makes no sense.
Right.
And so now that I've flipped that switch in my brain, I'm continuing to see a lot more referral-based business. And then I'm really intentional too about just sharing experiences and stories on social media, and my whole goal with that is to inspire other people, whether they're real estate agents or just people from my sphere. And so I have people all the time that say, hey, I saw your post on Zillow, or excuse me, on Facebook. I really want you to be my real estate agent. So I get a lot of business that way too.
What do you think it was that held you back for asking for that referral?
I don't know if I thought that, like, I was just fearful, like, are they having a good enough experience that they would want to refer me? Because I think at times, doing 100 transactions last year with an admin for only 3 months of that, out of the 9 months, and she was in training for a good portion of that time, I think there were balls that were dropped, and so I think I was fearful, like, am I giving them a good enough service to be able to ask for a referral?
Sure. And do you have a way that you go back and like ask them to like kind of grade and
I know,
privately
ask
benchmark
them
their customer
throughout the
service
entire process.
experience?
Like, we have a phone call. I call all my clients who are active, active listings and active buyers on Tuesdays. And anybody who's pending, I call them on Wednesdays. And I am no longer afraid to ask the question like, hey, what am I doing well and what could I be doing better right now? So I know, and I always tell them at the beginning of the process, my goal is to give you the level of experience that you would be compelled to refer two people my way by the end of this transaction. And if we're sitting at the closing table and you have not sent me or two referrals, I'm going to ask you, please tell me, where did I go wrong?
Wow, that's really, really strong. So I would just encourage each of you guys to write that down, because you don't really hear that sort of, it's almost like reverse psychology in a sense. And I love the way that you kind of phrase that. My next question would be internet leads.
I don't pay for internet leads.
You don't purchase any internet leads.
No.
Okay. My next question would be, in terms of expireds, how do you approach those?
I actually don't call expireds. I think I'm going to add that to my pipeline this coming year, but I don't do them right now, or don't call them right now.
Okay. Any other lead sources you feel like are worthwhile?
You know, it's really, there's so many good options, so it's really just whatever you want to focus on and what you're going to be consistent with. Like, you can't go try 2 open houses and then switch to door knocking and then switch to for sale by owners and then switch to expireds. Like, that's never going to work.
Gotcha.
You have to be consistent, whatever it is, like whatever you enjoy doing best, which again, for me is for sale by owners. I know people that are just killing it with Facebook leads right now.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I hate Facebook. Like, I love posting cool stories on Facebook, but like, the ads freak me out. Like, I know nothing about them. I don't want anything to do with them. So like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep cold calling.
Sure.
You know
and
what I mean?
Even if people, would you say it's like a congruent comparison in the sense of, if they switch from niche to niche to niche, whether it's like expireds, FISBOs, leads, Facebook, yada, 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 that's almost like in the diet and exercise world. It's like switching from like Whole 30 to keto to low carb Atkins to, you know, whatever, you know, what is the one where you just eat like meat only, basically?
I have no idea, but
anyway,
it sounds
so all that to
horrible.
say, like, I know if you don't stick with one program and you try to do 4 programs, you're just going to be running around like a crazy person and never actually accomplish anything.
Exactly.
I know Carl White used to make this comparison that any lead source that you sort of pursue is kind of like building a bridge. If you only build it halfway across, you didn't complete it and it's useless.
Yep. But
you have to build a bridge from one side of the body of water to the other in order for it to really completely function in its beauty and the manner in which it was intended to function. So I would just probably say that it's the same exact way in terms of like lead sourcing and, you know, finding your niche and things like that. As you perfect one, go do the next one after the first one is perfected.
With me, for sale by owners, for example, like, I religiously call them every single morning at 8 a.m. If I didn't get a hold of them at 8 a.m., I'm calling them at 12. If I didn't get a hold of them at 12, I'm calling them at 5. Like, that's how consistent I am. And it honestly gives me anxiety, like, to have missed a morning because, you know, maybe something came up, I was getting coffee with a friend or whatever it was. Like, it gives me anxiety to miss because it's a part of my schedule.
Sure. I know when I interviewed someone back at the summit, the January 2021 National Real Estate Summit, I was interviewing Josh Anderson, and one of the things that he mentioned was key to his success was to protect his time every morning. And that's one thing that I hear you saying that you also do. What are some of the ways that you protect your time? That's part one. And then part two would be, what are like the most common things that come up to attack that time that has to be protected? Because there's so many
things. Many things. Well, number one, I just purchased like a legitimate alarm clock. And so I do not use my phone as an alarm clock anymore. So it goes off at 5:30 every morning, and I do not check my phone. I have to get out of bed. It's in a separate room. So I have to get out of bed to set that alarm clock off so I can't hit snooze.
Oh, that's smart.
Yep. And then I start my day at CrossFit every morning at 6, and I do not check my phone until I get back from that. So like 7:30 is typically when I get home. So that's been huge for me because I was so, you know, in the past first thing I would do is like check email before I would even do anything. And so that's just like such a horrible way to start your day.
Yes,
and then,
or checking social media.
Or social media.
Right.
Like, I know, I feel like it's worse that I check email than social media. And then before I'm able to open up my phone, I write down 5 things on a notebook paper about what I'm grateful for that day. So that's how I start my mornings.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
What is something that you think every single agent could do to make themselves more productive?
Oh my goodness. Hire a transaction coordinator. Do not pick up your own signs and lockboxes. Get a runner for that. And just find like all the little things that you don't like doing and try to outsource them. So like for me, I have, college students who send out newsletters for me. Like I said, I have a sign and lockbox runner, a phenomenal transaction coordinator. Just find all the things that drain your energy and try and outsource those.
I love it. I think we've hit our time.
All right.
That was the most rapid fire
That
questioning.
was a lot of questions.
That was fantastic. So, Emily, thank you so much for being here today. I'm so glad that we got to finally see each other in person. I feel like I've known you forever, even though we've only just met, and I'm really excited about what you're doing.
Thanks, girl.
It
Thanks for
means a
having me.
lot that you're shattering every stereotype, every barrier, every rule that says you can't do this in this certain period of time because it's going to take you so much time, or it's going to require this that you're not going to have. And for you to just come in just as a woman, right, in Nashville and say, oh, that's a hogwash. I can do whatever I want to do as long as I set my mind to it. It's an age-old adage that whatever you set your mind to, you can do.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of those things how you said, it's simple, but it's not easy, right? And sometimes I think that when we hear things over and over and over, we almost have a tendency to shut our mind off like, oh yeah, I've heard that before. And we miss the revelation of really catching on a deeper level what that actually looks like, what it can mean, how it can translate into business practices and numbers each and every single day. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so glad you were here.
Me too. Thank you.
Awesome. And with that said, we are going to transition to another break and a quick word from our sponsors before we bring on the fabulous Lisa Culp Taylor team right after this. Hi, I'm Christina Livingston with SOAR, Strengthening Opportunities Around Real Estate, and we are back for our next segment of the 2021 Nashville Women in Real Estate Summit, presented by our company here at SOAR. I am so blessed and privileged to be sitting down today with the Lisa Culp Taylor team, also known as the LCT team. We titled this segment in their honor, titled The Luxury Ladies. And the thing that I love about Lisa Culp Taylor, she doesn't even know I'm about to say this actually, is that having been in, I'm from here, I'm born and raised, and I've watched Lisa grow all the way. I remember the very night that Lisa won Rookie of the Year, and I met your parents at WCAR, and I thought, oh, that's so cool, you know, and I just thought she was the coolest girl ever. But I never told her because I didn't want her to think I was a weird stalker fangirl. But I convinced her to come here and have a good time, and we're just going to bounce around some ideas. The thing that really made me want, actually on a serious note, to seek out the LCT team is, if you kind of notice, there are different teams of women throughout the marketplace, each having their own set of values and characteristics that are all fantastic. But there's truly something unique about this particular team in the sense of everything that they do is high quality and it lasts. Over and over again, you see the same builders continue to work with Lisa and her entire team. Over and over again, you see this team continue to thrive. Having been someone that has my ear to the marketplace, I've only ever heard great things about them from my friends, fellow real estate agents, and other developers and builders in the community of real estate here. So it made a no-brainer, kind of make sense decision for me to reach out to them and ask them to join us today. So I'm so thrilled that all of you beautiful, lovely ladies could be here today. Now we're going to get started talking about this segment about luxury specifically. We're really going to hone in on what the differences are in the luxury market as opposed to the rest of the market, if you will. So, as we all know, I want to kind of start with Lisa and give you like 2 quick minutes. Tell us about your start in real estate and tell us how this team came to be and how long each lady's been with you. And that might take you 4 minutes. We'll just give you that.
So, I started in real estate on site with the Jones Company back in 1996, and then went from the Jones Company to Southern Land Company, really concentrating on site. I think that it provided, I think every realtor should start on site because you just learn so much. But I guess I've known Vicki the longest. Vicki, actually I'd known Vicki since before I had my license, and Vicki was my neighbor. And
Lisa was my maid of honor.
Yeah, that has been a minute.
She was the only person I knew in Tennessee. So.
Oh, she didn't qualify otherwise.
Yeah. Well, no, she certainly would have, but she was the only person I knew besides my fiance.
Then Megan was my assistant for
since 2008.
Okay, so since 2008, she started. I really kind of suckered her into it, really, because I was like, hey, can you run a few errands for me this afternoon? And it kind of just went on from there. And then she used to tell me, I will never do what you do. I am not working that hard and all this. And then now here she is.
I love it. She's a hard worker.
So Maribeth was next. Maribeth was working with me at a parade of homes in, 2016 or 17?
I believe so,
17.
Yeah.
And we really just got to know each other, and sort of at that time, I started talking about having a team. And then Amy joined us last year, Margaret joined us last year, and then Meredith just joined us this year. So
wow, that's fantastic. So what would you say, let me back up. I think that your brand has always stood for excellence, even from the beginning, when you were just solo on your own, and it was just Lisa. By the way, did you guys know that Lisa and I have the exact same birthday?
No.
August 16th.
Awesome.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And
Madonna.
And Madonna.
And Brian Copeland.
And also.
And Marsha Franks.
Okay, and also Elvis died on that same day, but a different year.
Oh, yes, he did.
Yes. So it's a fantastic day to be born on 8/16. Okay, so the first question that I have for you ladies is this. In this market, we all know that prices are climbing higher and higher and higher, naturally, but also due to some rises in building materials and things like that. What we're kind of seeing as the average sales price. You know, when I first began my mortgage career, it was $160,000 was the average sales price in Middle Tennessee. To where we are now is insane. I think someone quoted it earlier today at $342. But you ladies are dealing in a much higher realm of price point. So you ladies are dealing with the upper echelon of buyers and sellers who want and desire and demand different things. And that's primarily what we're going to focus on today, as well as like your team dynamic and how you all interact with one another and how much fun you have. I can only imagine what it would be like to be a fly on the wall in the conference room at your office. But let's start with this. The first question is, what is it that you think today's luxury buyer wants in 2021 that is sort of a luxury buyer demand that isn't necessarily a must-have for a typical purchasing buyer? Don't everybody go at once.
So that was a lot of questions there.
I think that a big thing that we're seeing in the luxury market is just the demand for privacy specifically. I mean, that is to have multiple acres and to not have your neighbors peeking in next door and room for a really nice view and pool. And I mean, I think that there is a real demand for multiple acres specifically now. It's probably the highest that it's been demand-wise for multiple acres, I think.
The setting is very important. So it's not just what you have in the home, it's the drive to the home is very important. And then people want something really special in every room of the house. So, you know, it used to be maybe just, you know, the downstairs, the areas where you entertain, you would have, you know, really nice features and all that. Now it's throughout the house, even in the closets, and people really want to be pampered and love every room in their house.
I love it. Anything else?
Wine cellars. I've had a lot of California people coming here. They're wanting to bring their wine. And so wine cellars is definitely a big one. And location, obviously school is really important to the families, and their lifestyle is really important as well. And finding off-market houses right now, which is super hard. Bringing them homes that, you know, they can't necessarily see on their own, and trying to get creative and bring them something they haven't seen yet.
I love that. I love that. Is there anything else that any of you ladies would like to add, Megan?
Gated communities.
Okay, good.
Or gated at their own residence. That's a big one.
Awesome, awesome. When you ladies are taking a luxury buyer through the offer process and making an offer, how, first of all, let's ask, what does that look like? Because when we're talking about luxury amenities, those can be touch and go. You might find this here or that there that you don't find consistent. So when you're taking a luxury buyer through the offer process, tell me what that looks like for you.
I think that so many of these luxury buyers have already been through the process. They frequently are having us send it to their business managers or their own personal attorneys. So you're not always dealing with just the buyers. Sometimes you're dealing with their management, if you will.
Like a buyer's representative, basically, in addition
Wealth
to
management.
And they're very savvy at this point. I mean, there's not a lot that we're teaching them. There's advice sought from them, but I mean, they've been there, done that, and they come prepared, which is, you know, very different.
Yeah, sometimes their wealth manager is not necessarily helping the situation either. That you've already written the contract, you're sending it to them, and they're, you know, saying, oh no, we're going to just do this at our pace, and we're like, no, we're under contract for this. Your buyer already knows what's going on, and they're in agreement on it, but you've then got to convince someone else.
Gotcha. When we had an earlier segment today, we were talking about tough conversations that you have to have with your team and with your clients. And I would ask, can you give an example of what has been a tough conversation, maybe similar to that, that you've kind of experienced? Now, I know this is a little bit deviating. This is kind of a little bonus question. When you have those tough conversations, either with a wealth manager or any kind of that nature, when dealing with a luxury buyer, what does it look like? What does it sound like? And how do you get through it?
So I really think it's the same. I mean, it's any tough conversation, you just have to be straightforward, to the point. you're nice, you're pleasant, you're polite, but you still, you have a job to do. So you go through the steps, you make sure that they understand the process and where you are, and you hold firm on that.
And we're in a unique season right now where we have people coming to our area of the world with a whole lot more money to spend on homes. And so it's not necessarily a typical discussion where, you know, the home's listed a certain price and they want to come in lower. These days, you have to prep everybody to be ready to go over the asking price. Right. And the people that we have moving into our area are able to do that. So the conversation's very different now than it would normally be.
Certainly. I mean, did you ever think we would be this cool?
I mean, ever. I mean, I did. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
I'm a native of Nashville, and I can tell you that when I left Nashville for Denver in 2004, you know, I had no desire to come back to Nashville. There was nothing here. You know, we were getting rid of, you know, Opryland, and that was pretty much all there was, unless you went to the shopping mall. And it wasn't really until about 2010 that we even got, you know, things like Virago, or, you know, the original Virago way back in the day. Yeah. Tell me how, as the city has evolved, and now we're the cool kids, which I didn't know we were going to be cool, but we're cool now. As our city has evolved, how do you think that that's really impacted the level of client that you're seeing in the luxury market?
Well, we are seeing a lot of folks from the coasts moving here, and so, I should probably do this. Folks moving from the coasts mostly, and they expect certain things here in Middle Tennessee. They like what they see, but more upscale restaurants, more amenities. They love walking trails and parks and those types of things. So they look to us for that knowledge and how to refer them to the best places to go, and just how to take advantage of Music City the best.
I love it. I love it.
And I found, you know, a number of people who are coming here, whether it's from California or Chicago or New York, they're coming here because they like the pace of life. It's a little bit slower, people are friendly, people are welcoming, but it's still easy for them to hop on a plane and be back wherever they need to be. So we're a great central location where they can come here, slow down a little bit, and still get to where they need to go.
I like it. I'm just glad that we're cool. I think that it's been a really interesting ride. In 2005, 6, 7, 8, I don't recall, during those years when I was in the mortgage industry, I don't even recall seeing, you know, anything in the $3 million market rent. That was like so far beyond, you know, that was LA stuff, or that was New York, or that was Miami. And now it's like standard in Nashville, you know. So I feel like as we've evolved, not only has the standard pricing and the standard way of living has just really been elevated, it's really lifted, but with that comes an elevation in the standard of requirement for service from a real estate agent. And so with that said, let's talk a little bit about your service standards. Kind of talk me through where that starts. Where does the LCT team experience begin? And Lisa, I'll let you get us started.
So so we represent all different price points, from $50,000 lots that we're looking for somebody and up. So we don't just do luxury. The one thing I will say, though, is that we treat everybody the same, and they get the same level of service, whether it's a $50,000 lot they're looking for or it's a $10 million home. That's important to us, that we treat everybody the same. And yes, I think that the level of service that we provide is we're there for someone, whatever it is they might need. I've been named someone's emergency contact for their children. You know,
Wow.
so
Me too.
I know Megan has
Twice
too.
this year.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a pretty big responsibility, but you're also finding them dentists, and you're finding them, you know, a handyman, things like that. We're full service that way, and they have a comfort level with everyone. We couldn't do what we do without the people that support us, and we have a great team behind the scenes. wish they could be here. I wish they got a little more accolades than they do.
Watching.
They are watching. But we
Shout out to the ops team at LCT office.
Yeah. So they really let us do what we do, and they answer. They're just as helpful to our clients as we are, and I think that's the big thing with us.
I love that. I've heard the quote oftentimes in business that you treat the janitor the same way that you treat the CEO, and you will go far in life, because you never know how one day the CEO might become the janitor and the janitor might become the CEO. It's interesting and wild how life can just happen that way. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. In reference to your operations team, do you guys have like a concierge? How does that whole service process get started for your customer experience? Like, take me from the very beginning. Like, you take in a buyer. Let's start with buyers. You take in a buyer, and what's your first steps? Like, what's that customer service look like?
Well, I don't work with as many buyers. Kind of everybody else works with the buyers the most. But
the text comes out, who wants a lead?
Yeah, there you go. And even some of my past clients, they might. I'm still going to be involved, but it might be, somebody else on the team that's out driving them around and showing the houses and things.
I think we make sure. I think the number one thing that we really keep in mind, just besides being kind, is giving immediate and excellent service. So we're kind of always on call. There's no downtime. There's no off time, good and bad, but there's not. And we're trying to be incredibly responsive to any and all clients that we have, So I think that really sets us apart that way.
Yeah, I love that. And
we communicate quite a bit. Yes. I mean, with each other, with our office, with our clients. I mean, we're text messaging each other at 10 o'clock at night. So
I'm a little panicked that I don't have my phone right now.
Yeah. Mine is. It's hiding right back here.
I take mine in the shower.
We try to streamline things too. I feel like, they're just as busy as we are, and trying to streamline and make it no hassle, making it easy for them too, with electronic signatures. And I think just making it no hassle, and just streamlining everything. So,
well, especially for buyers who are coming in from out of town right now, the market moves so incredibly quickly that something pops up on the market, and if it's a fit for them, they can't necessarily jump on a plane right away and get out here. So we go and either FaceTime or Zoom or whatever works for them, so they can at least have an option to get a home if they can't get out here. So we go on a dime.
I love that.
We're accessible.
How often are you ladies seeing folks saying, go ahead and make the offer, and they're just doing the virtual showings?
A lot.
Yes. Especially now. Yes.
I mean, I meet my clients sometimes for the first time when they see their house for the first time after closing, Like, I'll take the keys and hold them with me until they get in town.
That is remarkable. I mean, just never, ever did I think I would hear a resounding all the time.
All the time.
That's wonderful. Okay, so do you guys have any type of like concierge service where, I know you mentioned like you try to take everything off of their plate, just in terms of like, utilities and finding all the different resources that they're going to need for various reasons?
We have transaction coordinators in the office that really handle things from the beginning of the time that we're working with them. We're in constant communication. We can set up their utilities for them. We're transferring mail for them, things like that. We have 2 transaction coordinators, and we have an assistant. So they're dropping off flyers and brochures, and if we've gathered their mail from their last address and take it to their new address, things like that. And then
picking up cars.
Yeah, picking up cars. That's right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Meeting the cable guy. Just anything.
I didn't know how to operate the car. I had to call Amy to find out how to operate the car.
That's awesome. Just recently, I had the pleasure of driving a Tesla for the first time, and I typically drive an Audi.
That's what it was.
So I was like, I feel like I'm in a spaceship in the Jetsons. Like, I got into this car, and I was like, whew, all these things, all these buttons to push. So I can imagine that's probably a little bit overwhelming to have to do on a regular basis. Walk me through on the seller side of things. It's a whole different ballgame in the last 24 months, right?
Yeah.
We've never seen anything like this. Let me ask you first something very simply. Are you nervous about the low levels of inventory?
She definitely is.
Yes.
Very much so.
I've been talking about the low levels of inventory for probably a year now.
Yeah.
And I've got less inventory right now than I've ever had in my entire career.
But one of the good things about Lisa and our team is that we do work with a lot of builders, and so builders are working hard to provide some inventory for those folks who are looking to move here or move within the area. So they're doing their part to ease the tightness of the market.
Now, have they seen any challenges with like land position or anything like that? Or have you found that because the demand is so high that land is now trading much quicker?
You still have the same problems with land, and there's only so fast you can develop it.
Right.
So you might have it, a raw piece of land may go under contract faster, but you're not moving the county or the city any faster than they always were.
Amen.
So that's a problem in itself. We're lucky in that we have several builders that have great land positions, but they've got their own challenges that we're dealing with. Where that they really can't provide prices right now until after lumber, because lumber's all over the place. It can go up $10,000 in a week. So.
Yes, I've been hearing that. In fact, some of my counterparts in the mortgage world have been continuing to drive that home. Like literally now is the time to buy. You're gonna pay $100,000 more in 6 months, guaranteed.
Yes.
Not to mention, interest rates are going up. I want to talk to you a little bit about. You work with some of the best builders in the market. I happen to know this because I was looking a few years ago, and every house I looked at, your team represented. And I think that even more so kind of led me to this moment of I have to have the LCT team come in and kind of explain to me what you do. How many builders do you work with?
I think 6 or 7.
Yeah. Are you allowed to say or no?
Who they are?
Yes.
Oh, you're going to get me in trouble if I forget one. So you have Legend Homes, Trace Construction, Phillips Builders, Garden Gate, Donnelly Timmons, Doug Majors, Patterson. We just finished a neighborhood for Patterson. Hidden Valley, yes. We just started working with them on some lots. I think so. 8 different builders.
Wow. And how did you acquire that many builder relationships as a team? Is it because of your background of when you started on site? Do you think with your specialty you kind of grew your niche?
I'll answer for Lisa for a second. Any builder I talk to when I'm next to Lisa is like, oh, you're working with the legend. Like, they all feel like she's got this serious new construction background. They really respect her experience in that, and she's really good at looking at floor plans and tearing them apart and giving advice. Like, she understands it really well just from her background starting in new construction and having to chase down all those builders back in the day.
And she's honest and a straight shooter, and I think they respect her for that too. She's not going to give them what they want to hear. She's going to give them the truth.
Well, they trust her enough to let her run their meetings too.
Well, it's just, I understand what builders have to go through, and I'm not always trying to beat the builder up. I'm their partner. I'm their sales partner, and that's the way. And I look at them as my builder partner.
Yeah, I love that. So, have you found yourself as a living legend in new construction?
It's true.
Being in such high demand, are you turning builders away yet? No.
Never.
I love working with builders.
Bring them on.
Yeah, I love working with builders. I've got some floor plans sitting on my desk to go through. That's exciting to me. I'm excited to go back, sit down, look at those plans, make notes, make comments. So, yeah, I always like working with builders.
Question for you on the floor plans. How did you become a floor plan guru? Just knowledge and experience working with buyers over time, or what was it exactly?
Well, I don't know that I'm a guru, but
sounds like it. That's
she
what they
is.
said.
Well,
she is.
So my dad was a realtor, and
Okay.
so I used to love to go with him to open houses. And in Nashville, when Brookside, across from Nashville Tech, was converted from duplexes into single family, I used to just sit and look at the floor plans. I just loved it. And then he was involved in Stonebrook in Nolensville, so So I used to go on site with him for that. And I just always liked it, and I understood them. They made sense to me. So when I look at a floor plan, I can envision walking through the house, and I don't know, I always decided what worked or didn't work.
Well, I have a funny story. We were in LA. We were seeing my brother, and he was getting ready to build a house, and he had this 3D model that he's tried to put together. Bless his heart. It was kind of cute, but then Lisa came in, and she was just like nope and nope and nope, and just crushed his brains, crushed it. But it was really funny. But then he actually ended up making changes, and several years later, because he lives in LA. It took,
I look at Mayor Beth, and he was asking my opinion, and I'm looking at Mayor Beth like, does he really want to? And she's going, tell him. And I'm like, oh. And we went back to the hotel, and I re-sketched out some of the things and sent to him, because they had already poured,
they were kind of too past far of going back, but anyway.
Yeah.
So random question, are you also a master at like the Rubik's Cube as well?
No.
Because I was thinking if you could do the I bet you could. I bet you could do it.
Maybe.
I feel like in the next team meeting, that should be your next challenge, Lisa.
Yeah.
We are pretty competitive.
Okay.
Yeah, we do like games.
Yeah.
What kind of games do you guys usually play?
It's a buzzer game.
It's a buzzer game. I ask real estate related questions.
Amy cheats. I feel like there's some bitter resentment from losing one too many times.
We're
right?
It's like
faster.
real estate Jeopardy.
Yes. It's real
I'm
estate
joking.
Jeopardy.
She is lightning on everything.
We're quick on the response. Got to get a little faster.
And I think that goes into our clients too. Being accessible all the time, I think, is really important, especially now, to not miss a beat.
I struggle with turning it off, actually. I think my brain has been so programmed to always be on. And I'm kind of finding that when I left mortgage, that mentality, it's just in my DNA, and it doesn't really translate in their normal business world where people end their workday at whatever time. Because we're so used to it's eyes open, eyes closed, 7 days a week. It's always going. And you live that way for so long, you just don't even notice that you're working all the time. You know what I mean?
Literally on the way here, I told them, I said, my phone hasn't rang the whole time we've been in the car, and I feel anxious about that.
Something is wrong.
Something's wrong, yes.
I'm like, no, it isn't. Just enjoy it.
Andy, I may have you grab John and see if we can't maybe block this off too, just really quickly in case it'll help the ladies.
Sorry.
Yeah, we gotta maybe need to move this down. I'm sorry, guys. You know what? At home, this is like real life. We're real women, authentically doing real life in a real space with the real sun outside. Praise God, the sun's even out. That matters. Okay, so I want to kind of move on into. So we were gonna jump into the seller side of things. What are you seeing in terms of seller trends right now? Any particular demands, any prima donna thing that maybe sometimes is wanted, or is it actually a much more calm and relaxing experience?
I think they go in with the expectation of it's a seller's market, and we educate them now that a lot of offers we're seeing pass-fail inspections, appraisals waived, temporary occupancy for free, high price points, getting above ask. I mean, those expectations are out there, and so I think that is part of what they're considering when they think about listing.
And the closing dates too. I don't want to give up occupancy for 6 months, and
But I'll sell now.
amazingly buyers are accommodating that.
Fewer open houses.
What is the average lease back time right now?
60 days? 30 to 60 days?
I just worked one out through August.
I was going to say longer, and most of the time for free at this point.
Yeah.
Even 3-4 years ago, anything beyond a week or two was just strange.
Yes.
Why, you weirdo? Are you trying not to let go of the house? Actually attached, you don't want to let go? Let it go, like Elsa. So with that said, I think Andy's going to help us get this sort of sun situation set up. Thank you, Andy. I think we'll probably need double coverage if he'll be willing to bring it over. Thank you so much. Just so, because she's in the sun, she's gonna die. I know, because I was sitting in that same. I was like, oh no, I know your eyeballs have to be.
We can trade off.
Like on SpongeBob when his eyeball gets all red and it feels like it's gonna cry and bleed and pop out. So yeah, that's how I felt in the last segment. So we'll try to get that fixed for you, ladies. Couple of things. Walk me through a typical sales transaction when you're representing a seller and their expectations are met versus when they're not met. How is that? Both those scenarios. Not from you guys. Obviously, you guys are killing it. I mean,
I
hello.
don't know what it's like when their expectations aren't met.
Generally, in the current market, it is a giant spreadsheet with a list of all the contracts and all the benefits and all the seller's criteria checked off, and it's highest price and best terms and all of that. So
I'm sure sellers love all the boxes checked. I mean, I know I like
It's
all the
amazing.
boxes checked, which is probably why I'm still single, but that's another subject altogether. The point is, I know that you have developed a consistent reputation over time, Lord help us, Jesus, of excellence. But hold on, I'm very distracted.
Well,
You
that
guys are
helped
awesome.
me.
All right. I know that you have developed a consistent reputation of excellence over time. And I want to talk a little bit about that consistency. Like, what are the constants within your team at all times? Besides, obviously, we've talked about communication and your availability and your responsiveness. But take me a little bit further than that. What are those other constants that are always present within the team?
Be nice.
Yes.
It's pretty simple. Just be nice. Be nice to your other agents. Being nice doesn't mean you're going to be a pushover, but be nice and be nice to the buyer that's coming in. You have your clients be nice. That means cleaning the house as they leave if they're the seller.
It's ultimately a relationship business. It is, and so I think being a good listener too is a huge part of it. I've had a lot of clients that have said, well, our last agent, I just felt like they talked over me and they weren't listening to what I needed, and they were showing me houses that they liked but not that I liked. I mean, things like that, just simple, but they're important.
Gotcha. Now, I know you ladies I'm so grateful that you're here today, but I know that continuing education is a huge part of what you're all committed to and invested in. What have been some of your favorite continuing ed subjects in the last 12 months as things have kind of evolved in the market?
Megan recently did the Certified Luxury Specialist class. I took that years ago when I first started at Parks, and I think it's got a lot of great information in it. Maribeth and I went to Atlanta and did the seller seminar. It was great. We had lots of fun.
Yep.
We always try to have fun.
Yep.
I really enjoyed. Maribeth and I and a girl that used to be on the team, we went to LA to the luxury home marketing seminar with Inman, and it was really had a lot of great information. So,
Tell me what you did at the seller seminar. Did you attend, or did you actually teach it? I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
We attended.
Yes.
Okay. Very, very cool. I'm hoping that we'll have more and more bigger events like that coming to Nashville.
Yep.
I know some girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. She's been trying to increase her game on real estate events. I don't know. You might know her. I don't know. But the point is that hopefully we can have and start to attract some of that knowledge coming in, and some of those bigger names that are kind of known nationally throughout the nation. It's kind of my dream to have any of the $1 Million Listing folks come here.
We're big Bravo fans.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Property Brothers did do a show.
They've done a few of our houses that they've shot there.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm saying I'm talking about from a seminar standpoint.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just to come in and teach, and so that requires big dollars to bring in the huge.
When we were at the luxury home, the Inman Luxury Connect is what it's called, and all of the Bravo $1 Million Listing people were there. So that was interesting. They were there. Some were on the panels, and some were just among.
They were there because they heard you were going to be there.
They probably were.
The Lisa Culp Taylor.
Yes, absolutely. I always said when I grew up I wanted to be a shark like Josh Altman, because I think that he is somebody that's just unafraid. And then I realized I didn't really want to be like Josh Altman. I just wanted to be unafraid. That's a whole other topic. What are some things? What are some trends that you've noticed kind of taking place in the last 12 to 18 months that you've really enjoyed in real estate?
I really enjoy Zoom calls.
You do?
Yes, because I can get a lot of stuff done while I'm on the call, and you can have more meetings in a day because you don't have the travel time. So I've
Yeah.
enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's good. And it feels like we live in such a virtual world anyway. I mean, Zoom basically feels like it's in person anymore.
It does.
Do you know how weird it is to see all these people in person?
I know.
It's so, I'm like, people, wow, I haven't been around people in so long, not in a group setting. And so I'm definitely looking forward to getting back to that, but certainly it does make us more efficient. And when you're overloaded and, workaholic, and it's definitely handy. What else? What other trends have you noticed in the last 12 to 18 months that you've really enjoyed?
I think that for me, it's getting to work with the out-of-state buyers a lot more. So just introducing them. I've been here since I was 10, and I feel like I know the area well, and I love it. And getting to show that to other people and connect that way, I enjoy that part.
What do out-of-state buyers say when they come in here? When they come to Nashville?
Please don't hate us. We're not like those weirdos from California, even though we live in California.
We're not going to California your Tennessee. I promise. We're not crazy.
We're the good people.
Yeah.
Were you going to say something about the trends?
I was. So an interesting thing with this crazy market that we're in is that more people are using realtors. So there are fewer for sale by owners, and the buyers and sellers both really want the advice of a knowledgeable realtor.
And I pray that it will always continue to stay that way. I think that there's never going to be a substitute for the local realtor that knows the market. There just isn't.
Well, and I think I had one this year who they were an older couple who they've bought and sold for 12 homes throughout the course of their day.
I'll just do this, guys. I'm not afraid.
All day. Go ahead.
I can't see you.
You're fine.
As long as you don't mind us saluting you, But no, they reached out because they said, look, we've always done for sale by owner. We've always self-represented ourselves, but we recognize in this market, we are not going to be able to buy what we want to buy without knowing a realtor who knows what is coming to market and what we can get and how to be competitive in getting it. And I walked them through everything, and they were like, we've never had a realtor who's really listened to us and taken what we wanted and gone out and found it in a market where it just wasn't there.
Wow. How do you do that? How do you go out and find out what's coming when it's not yet available on the market?
You talk to everybody. You look at where your buyer wants to be, and you figure out who who lives in that neighborhood or who lives in that area or who knows somebody who lives there, and you find out what's going on within that neighborhood, and you talk to other agents. Lisa's great with saying, hey, what buyer needs do you guys have? Because I'm constantly talking to other agents who've either got pocket listings, or there's still some people who don't want to put their property on the market because they don't want to deal with multiple offers. They don't want to deal with the showings and the crazy, and they say, hey, here's the price that I want to get for my house. If you find me a buyer, well, we'll sell. And so it's just a matter of networking and talking to everybody that to help find the right home.
That's where being nice comes in.
Wait a second. You just don't even know what you just said to me.
Sorry.
Okay, so with that, I had a feeling. Seriously, that is why we created Pocket Preview 3 years ago, because I knew that was happening. I couldn't prove it, but I just had this, I had this feeling, but no one's actually said that to me. In all seriousness, I mean, you hear, pockets happen. You hear that maybe if you knock on enough doors, you'll find sellers who are saying those things, and now we're actually living it. And so that's just an encouragement to me for my own purposes. Thank you. Were you gonna? I was concerned about Maribeth, so
oh no, you're fine. No, I even forgot what I was gonna say.
Trying to keep my eye on her and watch you both at the same time. I'm so nervous about the sun being in your eyes. I'm so sorry.
Well, I think just it's important to have the relationships with other realtors. We're all kind of doing the same thing out there, and just sustaining those positive, relationships, because you never know, when they're going to be on the other side, and vice versa. And we can reach out to some of them, and they respect Lisa and our team, and so we reach out, and it's been really helpful for things, especially for our buyers, to know things before they're going to hit the market. And I think we're working harder now. People might think, it's super busy. We've got all these buyers coming and flooding, but it's actually trying to get more creative, trying to be more proactive, working harder to try to find. We have a ton of buyers, but then it's multiple offers and trying to make sure they get it, and being creative on even our terms. And so it's really kind of, I think, forced us all to really talk about those things and see how we can kind of be a little bit different and in front of it, so that when we are placed in it and during it, we can be the winners.
Absolutely. And Meredith, to your point, I know that you did, what was it, $10 million or so off market last year?
Something like that. I don't know. Yeah.
Something up there. Yeah. And that's, I mean, hats off to you. That's
thank
wild.
you. Yeah.
As a team, do you have an idea as to how much was off market for last year? Just right off?
No, not off the top of my head.
That's truly, truly incredible. I think that, that's a niche in and of itself that you just don't ever hear a lot of people talking about, and I think it's always important to be at least 2 steps ahead of your competitors and what everyone else is doing.
Sure.
And so if there's ever anything that we can do to or create or build to serve that need, because we're already looking into it, please let us know. I'm actually being very serious with you. Please let us know, because I think that part of the market is under fostered, and I think that it's a gold mine for those who are willing to dig and find it. And last year at Pocket Preview, we sold $12 million in real estate. So we do an annual event. I'm not trying to make this about me, but I guess I will. Sorry. And so it's just affirming to hear, okay, there are people who are on this cutting edge, that I'm not crazy, first of all, for thinking that existed. To hear you ladies say it just affirms me, like, okay, I need to keep on. I need to keep doing this. There's more, there's more opportunity to be gained. And, that's what our name is. Well, strengthening opportunities around real estate. Like, that's what we need to be doing.
And I think it goes to, back to like the level of service. It's meeting your clients where they are. It's not one size fits all. Everybody has different needs. Everybody has different comfort levels. And for some people, they're just not comfortable putting their home on the market. They're not comfortable with people walking through and tearing it apart, but they'll say, hey, look, here's what I've got, here's what I want, and you put it out there, and you bring them a buyer without having to put them through what they're concerned about, and then it's a win for both of them.
Now, I have a random question, just in that same vein. Have you ran into any issues? I know last year when NAR changed the rules of like cooperation, basically, and now with coming soons or off markets, like as soon as you have a certain time period, the minute that you put it out there publicly, even before it's listed, you have so many days. How did that change things last year? Did that affect you guys? And did you see any, did that affect anything at all?
Yeah, we're trying to abide by all the rules.
We are too.
And but the one thing is that when you're working with a buyer and someone tells you about something, I mean, word of mouth is still okay. And somebody tells you about something, so then we're trying to jump all over it. So, but we're making sure that anything that we're listing, we're following all the rules. And
sure.
It's interesting because the rules seem so confusing to everyone, and so there are a lot of calls back and forth to the broker. Okay, can we do this? Is this okay? Well, this person told us about this, so is it okay for us to take a buyer? So there's a lot of that happening. It's clear as mud.
Right, exactly, exactly. I think last year when we did Pocket Preview, we did it early in the year before the rule change took effect May 1st. But we went ahead and complied in advance because I'm a rule follower and I want to truly be above reproach in all of my business dealings. I know I talk and I goof around and I act a silly fool sometimes, and that's all fine and well. But when it really comes down to it, at the end of the day, I'm right there with you. I really do try to, and I'm not even a licensed agent, but I try so hard to know what I need to know. I love that you guys are keeping up with that. So let's make our last question as we come to a close. Let's make our last question a fun and easy one. What's your favorite thing about being on the LCT team?
Oh my gosh, I have to pick one.
No, you don't. You can pick one.
Oh my gosh. Well, I love all these ladies, and I really truly love and respect every one of them, and I know that every one of them has my back. So
that's a good feeling.
Yeah, the support provided by the team is probably my favorite thing.
Awesome, thank you. What about you?
Well, as the newest member of the team, and still relatively new to real estate all around, just the support and encouragement, and sitting down with Lisa to set goals for the year, I kind of put my goals, and she kind of looked at me and she was like, no, you're going to do way more than that. Just the confidence that they have in me as a new agent and as a new member of the team has just been amazing, and it pushes me to be a little better each day, and I'm grateful to be part of it.
I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all love each other. We all respect each other. I think we're all different, and we bring something to the table. What somebody's, strengths is, it's somebody else's weaknesses. And I think we try to kind of equal that out. And I was going to say something else. Oh, we have fun and we like tease each other. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, love
What's
all
your
around.
favorite part about being on the LCT? LCT?
I enjoy our camaraderie. Margaret said it. We all have each other's back. We do. When somebody's a little down, we're there for each other. When somebody's got something to celebrate, we're the first ones. We're each person's cheerleader. We're all about helping each other, and that's what I enjoy the most.
I love it. Amy?
Yeah, I think that it's a high-stress business, so having other women that understand where you're coming from and what you're having to juggle on the daily, that's always helpful. And also, there's a lot of opportunity for growth on this. We push each other hard. We all respect each other, but there's still that kind of competitive drive. We're all trying to be the best versions of ourselves, and the bar is set high. So it helps a lot with growth, I think, to be on this team.
I love it.
The camaraderie for sure, and everyone here is inspirational. And our meetings together are always inspirational. We have a great time together, but there's always something gained out of it, not just the laughs. But it's all very, very good.
Awesome, I love it. Okay.
Well, on my way here, I posted that, Happy International Women's Day, and I posted a group photo and how they lift you up, they congratulate me, they do everything to just stand behind you no matter what. I can call Lisa any time of the day just to make sure my wording is right, and just to hear her say, yeah, that's perfect,
I love it.
any of them.
It's a rare thing that you ladies share. There are, I'm going to say this gently, but I think that you'll kind of understand. Typically, when you get a group of women together, there is a typical group of women set of issues. Nothing is ever perfect, but what I'll say is that as somebody that really has an ear to the marketplace, I can honestly say I have never heard anything negative about this team. And I can tell you that based on what you're representing here and sharing today, it's rare that you can even have that kind of bond with women, because typically it's a different temperature, it's a different environment. The air is almost palpable, if you will, sometimes with things that can go awry and not be pleasant. And it's beautiful to see how you all are so in unison. You're united. And I think I was sharing this morning, if I could bring anything, just one thing, to the city of Nashville, my town, it would be unity, always in all ways. And so thank you so much for being here today. I'm so inspired. You're all so beautiful, and I love your elegance and your class and your grace and your support for one another. And we need more of that, truly. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. It was a pleasure.
And so with that, we are going to wrap up this segment of the Luxury Ladies, and now we are going to jump into our next segment that's actually been pre-recorded by our guest speaker, Mr. Mike Zeller. He's going to be talking to you about rewriting your money story. It is a segment that is very, very powerful, that's going to take you on a journey of introspection and the inner story that you tell yourself about how you relate to money and those types of things. Mike desperately wanted to be here today, and he sends his apologies. He couldn't be here in person. His wife is pregnant, and she's at risk, so he couldn't make it today, but he did want to let each of you know he's pre-recorded this, and he's going to just be sharing his genius, if you will, in this next segment.
Hi guys, so excited to connect with everyone here at SOAR, and just an honor to speak with so many amazing people here and share some of my story. And today I'm going to be talking about how to rewrite your money story from the money story you have to the money story you want, because they're usually two radically different things. But first, a little snippet about me. As part of the real estate industry for a number of years, I was part of Village Real Estate for I think 13, 14 years and loved it. Recently retired But as a producing agent, together, I sold, my team and I, we sold close to 500 homes. I don't remember the exact total. And I loved the game of real estate. I loved all that I learned and gained from my time in the real estate game and also investing. Originally, I got started in real estate to invest, but I also went through a period during my season where it was a really intense period where altogether, I ended up losing close to $1 million, actually a little bit over $1 million in just bad business mistakes, things going wrong, things I would not have expected. And sometimes, many cases, all cases, at the end of the day, it's all ultimately my responsibility, right? And I learned so much through that season. And it became, part of my journey that my second book is all about, which is Twice Born: How a Crisis Can Remake You. It's coming out later this year. But when I was going through that season, I had to rewrite my money story. And one of the things I had to see is when I had to rewrite my money story, I saw that, man, there was a lot of things I need to let go of. And there's a lot of things that are holding me back in my identity, in my story, in what I'm creating. And I want to break some of those down for you today. So hopefully I can help some of you guys minimize any of the pain and also reshape your identity around money and your relationship around money. So if you have moments where you struggle with scarcity and this energy and fear of not enough or lack thereof, that you can shift into a deeper state of abundance and faith and certainty around what you're going to create in your life. So I'm going to break a lot of that down. And this comes from literally having read probably close to 50 money books over my life. Many of them, 4 or 5 times, so that includes actually reading some of those books 4 or 5 times, is I had to remake myself so that I could shift from, hey, things are falling apart, to now I've got great momentum in my career and my life again. And it's going to be an exciting year. Like this year should be my highest year yet easily. And I expect and hope that it will be for most, if not all of you guys as well. So let's dive in. First part I want you guys to think about though, is what is your money story right now? Let's see, let me start over here. So what is your money story you have and the money story you want? What are the two differences? Where do you want to go? If you think about most people, we have our origin story around money is usually pretty complicated. There's an element of, there's emotions, there's meaning, there's memories, there's traumas, and there's reasons for making decisions that are passed down from our parents, our grandparents, our friends, our peers, our teachers, our coaches, our mentors growing up. And what happens is we subconsciously and consciously accept meaning around certain things. And we accept, hey, if this is true, then this also must be true. For example, we start creating mantras or belief systems or unconscious agreements. For example, most of us could fill this in very easily. All 4 of these. If you want a blank done right, do it yourself. If you want a job done right, do it yourself. Very common middle-class mantra. Save a blank for a blank day. Save a little money for a rainy day, right? It's improper to ask people how much money they make. Quote, money doesn't grow on trees, right? Last one, work hard, save some money, and one day you'll be able to retire. Those are some of the middle-class stories around money and that we feel. And so I'm going to break down some of that. Because I grew up in a middle-class environment that I was very proud of, and I still am. Like, my parents worked their butt off and to provide a better life for me and my brother, which they did. And they're good people, and they worked hard, and they made the most of their life during their season, right? My dad immigrated from Germany, not speaking English, 8th grade education, working his way up through blue-collar jobs to own his own business. My mom grew up on a small farm in Kentucky, eventually became a teacher, got her master's degree, was one of the first people in her family to get a master's degree. And they were very middle class, and I'm proud of that, right? But there was a story in their stories, if we want to go higher, which they want us to go higher, right? And all good parents want their children to achieve and become and experience more than they do, right? So some of the things I want to unpack is I want to go through the relationship. If we look at the relationship, let me move this around here. I just don't know what's showing up on your end. But let me go back. Okay. So middle class, right? Middle class, time versus money. In middle class, man, we will trade time for money. That's why we care about our per hour earning. That's why we care about salaries, especially in previous jobs or roles. We value time, and we will trade. Time equals money. That's why we also often do our own work, meaning like, hey, DIY projects, things like that. Versus wealthy and abundant, they will use money to buy back time. Why do wealthy, you think of British elite, right? Why do they have a driver? Why do they have people taking care of certain things? Because they are protecting their time. Why do they, some people fly first class or private, etc., right? You're buying back time. Or hiring a housekeeper. That's one simple way you can actually, live more abundantly, is hire a housekeeper or hire people to do certain elements of your work so that you get more time freedom. Because in the wealthy mindset, you're looking at value. Value is the measuring stick. You're looking at, how do I get more compensated based on the value I create versus the time I spend? Because the wealthy and abundant, versus middle class is more of the doer, and there's that energy and that belief, and that's like the hustle and grind, do it yourself, Home Depot style, right? Versus wealthy and abundant, decisions. They know the magic is in the decisions. They know that, hey, the great book is called Think and Grow Rich, the classic that sold almost, hundreds of million or over 100 million copies. Think and Grow Rich, not Work Hard and Grow Rich. Because you can work hard and not grow rich, right? You have to have the thinking part, okay? Next piece is like, you see that there's an identity structure that's different around thinking, around deciding versus doing. When you also go down the relationship with failure, one of my favorite women entrepreneurs, and I promise when I think of top women entrepreneurs, pretty much someone that is almost always at the top of the list or near in the top 3. Like, it's always Oprah, but it's also Sarah Blakely. Sarah Blakely is usually right up there in the top 3 to 5, right? You guys know what her dad would ask her every day when she and her brother got home and over dinner. Her dad would ask her, "What did you fail at today?" And the reason is because he was reorienting her relationship with failure. He was helping her see that failure was a gift, failure was learning, failure was growth, failure was progress, versus it was, something to be avoided at all costs. You look middle class, you avoid failure. You only do what you're good at. Wealthy and abundant, you're like, hey, failure is just temporary defeat. That's setting the stage for long-term winning, long-term growth, long-term progress, long-term learning. You're playing the long game. And failure, while it sucks, like I've had plenty of failures, and I can't tell you I like them. But I also, what pulled me through some of the failures is that, hey, I knew that I was going to be on the other side, that these were setting the stage for something more. So Sarah Blakely, she became one of the most successful women billionaires because she had this healthy regard to failure. You can look it up in most of her articles that are about her. It often mentions her relationship to failure. Next part, leverage. Concept of leverage in the middle class mindset versus wealthy and abundant, very different. Middle class, probably, if it was a scale of 1 to 10, middle class often is using leverage 2 to 4 out of 10. Wealthy and abundant is usually 8 to 10 out of 10. Now, it's not just the financial leverage. It's not putting themselves at risk and exposure necessarily. In fact, many wealthy people are, they protect themselves against risk. They have an inverse relationship with that. But they use leverage. Like I have relationship leverage. I have, relationships where I have partnerships with people where I'm getting a give and take, or give and receive is more accurate, right? Where we add together. It's not 2 + 2 = 4. It's 2 + 2 = 7 because of the synergy. And when I think of real estate deals, like, my team and I, at our peak, we sold like 122 homes in a year. And I had some epic producers on my team, just people that I'm really proud of. But we sold that many, not because of my efforts, but because of my team. Us combined, we did really, really well. My office building, it wasn't just me. I owned an office building, sold it last year, but it helped foster our growth because together we were able to accomplish more than we would have apart, right? So it's a comfort around leverage and thinking through, how do I leverage my own gifts, my own skills, my own relationships, my own opportunities in a way that it helps someone else that needs me and I need someone else, and I'm okay with that, right? You are going to get burned, right? I've been burned in business partnerships. It's part of the journey. It's part of the conversation. But if you want to shift into a more abundant state, you got to be comfortable with a few failures, okay? Continuing on, mindset and self-talk. Man, the self-talk, when you think of championship mindset, like athletes is one of my favorite examples. Athletes, man, their mindset, the championship athlete, speaking over their life, seeing themselves, becoming more. One of my favorite stories, I had one of my previous clients, her name was Christina, and she was a pro golfer. One day she plays with, I think it was Jordan Spieth, who's a championship, on the winner on the majors side for men. Plays golf with him, and she asked Jordan, "Hey, Jordan, so like, how do you decide who you will play with?" And he says, "You know what, Christina, I'll play with most anyone that's good one time, at least if they ask. But if they say anything negative, anything just bringing negative energy while we're playing, I will never play with them again." Because he wouldn't tolerate that in his life, because he's like so dedicated to being in a positive, resourceful, confident state, right? So like that mindset and that self-talk, which brings us to some of the next parts, money talk. If you think of, this goes back to identity. I want you guys to write this down, this phrase: your identity precedes your destiny. And here's what I mean. It's your gravity one way or another. All right. So it's either pulling you down like gravity, or it's pulling you up like your peer group. If your peer group and your identity is pulling you up, think of like lottery winners. When they win the lottery, 3.5 years after they win it, they're usually back exactly where they were living. Versus a multimillionaire that goes through, like, loses it all a couple times. Like, I've been through one of those seasons, right, where to some extent I've lost a lot, right? 2.5 years, they're back almost to exactly where they were, if not there and beyond, because their identity pulls them up, right? So same thing. Your identity, your self-talk, your money talk, your comfort around money, and you understand on the next part that one of the pieces with money is it's when we give, we actually open the floodgates. We actually trust and we speak into the universe or God or whatever that, hey, money is meant to be a flow. It's meant to be like, money is a currency, right? Well, how many of you guys, if money is a currency, then think of it like a current. Like, we want to be around moving bodies of water, like rivers or oceans. What's beautiful about ocean? It's water moving back and forth, back and forth. It's moving. But how many of you guys, think of it this way: how many of you wanted to go to a swamp on your honeymoon? Anyone want to go to a swamp on your honeymoon? Probably no one here, right? Because it's stagnant. It stopped flowing. What happened last year when the economy constricted? First quarter and second quarter last year stopped. It was constricted. The flow was stopped and everyone suffered. The money flow got cut off, right? Our economies do better when there's a flow, when there's giving, when there's expenditures, right? Next part, we already talked about the belief side, but the wealthy and abundant, they see that they are destined. They feel that, they believe that, they speak it, they work to achieve it. Middle class often doesn't believe that they're entitled to this, or that they're worthy of this, or that they can achieve this. Middle class will often say things like, I can't. I can't is actually a command to your body, or I would love to. Or I would love to is a command that I want to, but I can't. That's really what that word means. And it's really a disempowering word. And I want you guys to catch this. Versus wealthy and abundant will say, I want that. How can I afford that? What needs to happen for me to be able to afford that, or to become that, or to achieve that? And so it's a more resourceful attitude, which empowers your brain and your spirit and your creativity to unleash and to step into that. Which brings us to the next point, investing in oneself. In the middle class, like we are oriented, when we're in the middle class, we are oriented towards, hey, go to school, get a good job, buy a book or two here or there, take some online courses, but man, don't invest too much in yourself. Like why do you need to keep investing once you have reached a certain level? Versus wealthy and abundant, man, wealthy and abundant, they continue to invest in their life, their career, their growth nonstop till the day they die. Like I have friends that are just, man, they are massively successful. They're continuing to put themselves in higher and higher, more empowering positions with other people that are achieving and going for it in life, because they want to invest, they want to expand. It's the game. There's hunger, there's growth, right? So when we're rewriting our relationship with money, it's also getting more and more comfortable with investing in oneself. I know, like Christina here, host of this epic event, she invests deeply in herself, and her mindset is strong, and it's getting stronger and expanding more and more. Many of you guys are investing deeply in yourself. You invested to be here. Like, think about what's happening here. The connections, the relationships, the stories, the beliefs, the shifts that are happening, all because you chose to be here. It's beautiful. Keep investing in yourself. When my criteria, when I'm working with someone, I'm looking at, hey, are they a high growth individual? Is that, are they investing at least 10%? My goal is not just giving 10%, but are they investing 10% of their gross income or net income, one or the other, back into themselves to expand, to grow? So if you're making $200,000, or you put in $20,000 to grow and get even better and even stronger. What I found is, as a result of your growth, you can usually grow 5 years into 2. You can combine 5 years of growth into 2 with the right guidance, with the right support. So be hyper intentional as well versus unintentional. If you look at wealthy and abundant, man, they are very, back to that Jordan Spieth and Christina conversation, they're very intentional about who they let in versus who they let out, the influences, in a positive way. Are they interacting with open-minded, expansive people, or constricted, insecure people? Who are they interacting with? Do the people, their friends, their family, whatever, do they expand them? Do they challenge them? They make them think they can become more? That's one of my goals, personally, for all of you guys, is like, how can I serve you and help you expand right now? So another part is they're wealthy and abundant. Man, they feel okay. They feel better than okay. They feel worthy of being wealthy and abundant. They see that. They put themselves in experiences versus scarcity, right? None of us want to live in scarcity. So I want to invite you guys. Next part. I want to invite you guys, though, to live in the spirit of abundance and start shifting and uprooting anything that blocks that. And we're going to get to some of that here in a second. Next piece, proximity is power. If you look at proximity creates momentum. I'm just double checking time here. I got a few more minutes. All right. Proximity creates momentum. It also ensures that your transformation is inevitable. Proximity to people with a more abundant mindset in life, it's like riding a tidal wave. It's like being on the wave to your destination makes it so much easier. Versus if you're primarily associated with people with a deep scarcity mindset, and when you spend time with them, you feel constricted, you feel smaller, you feel more like, oh, I don't want to screw something up, or I don't want to say something embarrassing. And you're swimming upstream. And it's literally when you are, there's this thing in quantum physics called phase entanglement. I won't give you too much details on that because I'm not a physicist, right? But I do understand this one thing, which is in phase entanglement, it's where two or more particles collide, like two atoms collide. They leave a piece of each other on each other as they bounce off. Same thing's happening here today. So as you're interacting with me, as you're interacting with each other, and all these other amazing powerhouse women, you're expanding. You're leaving pieces of yourself on each other. And that's why it's also important to be a person who is leaving good pieces, right? Choosing to be a go-giver, choosing to be expansive and energetically positive and helpful to others, because then you're spreading, right? And then choosing also to be hyper intentional about who you spend time with, because proximity is power, because they are expanding you or constricting you. All right. So we've already talked about these 4 quadrants, but in the time, the money, the mindset, and the relationships, you can shift every single one of us, myself included. I'm on this journey to become more and more abundant, not just wealthy, but abundant energetically, trusting that God or the universe is for me, that I can do what I'm called to do in my life and have a great impact and be a great family man and be a great in my work, right? Starting to believe and see that even more deeply. Next piece I want to invite you guys to, this is what we were talking about earlier. Before you put more on the plate, you got to clean the plate. Get the old stuff off. If you have some old sabotaging thoughts around time, money, mindset, or relationships, get rid of those things. Get them deleted. But if you really want to shift, then as you're deleting those things, as you're scraping the plate clean, then you want to add in these thoughts around time, money, mindset, and relationships. Start creating some positive ones, like time. I have more than enough time, and I will buy back time. I will use my money that is ever expanding, and also that I will give more because it actually makes me more generous and more receptive, right? And that my mindset is like I'm anchoring to more and more who I'm called to be. Then I know I'm supposed to be a 6-figure earner or a multiple 6-figure earner or $500,000 or whatever. And then I'm worthy and deserving, and that money is my friend and the money doesn't leave me, right? And play with it, right? And that money is a resource to do good in the world. Some of us need to rewrite that. Money is not the root of all evil. Money is a resource. It's just a tool. It's neutral, okay? It's how we use it that determines how it is, right? Next part, relationships. Relationships expand me. Relationships grow me. Relationships help me become more. That's another piece. And then it's okay also to choose to invest more deeply in relationships that make you a better human. Okay. And then also protect yourself. Like my wife and I, we've had to work through certain boundaries to protect ourselves from pain. And that has been difficult at times, right? But protecting ourselves from harm, that's the nature of a boundary. So, but as you go through that, now you protect yourself from the bad coming in, but protect the good from not leaving, right? From staying in. Next part is start writing out your new abundance declaration. When you do this, it becomes a declaration. To decide means to cut off. I'm going this way, right? And it's powerful. Decisions are where it begins. So we'll keep going here. We already talked about all of that. Last one here. I want to talk about this acres of diamonds. Some of you may have heard this story before, but it's one of my favorite stories. It's a true story. Actually, I'm going to turn off the screen for just a second. All right. True story. This diamond farmer or diamond this young man that was obsessed about diamonds inherits a farm, and it's the middle of a diamond craze. True story. Okay, middle of a diamond craze in the 1800s in South Africa, and he decides to just spend his time chasing after diamonds. He goes and buys plot after plot of land all across the continent, trying to find it, like strike it rich, like find diamonds. And after a number of years, he strikes out so many times, he has to come back and sell the family farm that he inherited. Shortly after he sells the family farm, he drowns himself in the river. All right, sad part of the story. But the new owner, one day, he has a friend over. Let's say the new owner, his name is Steve, has a friend over, and the friend, let's say his name is John. John notices a rock on the mantle, and he comes in and he says, Steve, where did you get this rock? Steve says, you know what, John? Okay, we got it in the stream out back. The whole thing's got tons of these. And John says to Steve, I think there's a big diamond in there. Turns out there was a massive diamond in there, one of the biggest diamonds ever found up to that point. And it turns out that Steve had bought what became known as the Kimberley diamond mines, which is one of the biggest diamond mines in history that was eventually bought by De Beers. We all know about De Beers, right? This was their foundational diamond mine for like decades, this diamond mine. Okay, then another guy, Russell Conwell, hears about this diamond mine, and hears about the story, these acres of diamonds. When he hears about it, he hears that, hey, you know what? This guy inherited this farm, and he starts telling the story to his congregation. He was a former attorney turned clergyman. He starts telling the story whenever he speaks on, out on tour or whatever. And so many people loved it, and so many people needed to hear the story. And so he just decided, hey, one day, this young man in his church comes up to him and says, hey, Dr. Conwell, I really want to go to college, but I can't afford it. I'm poor, right? College is only for the wealthy. And Dr. Conwell decides, hey, something has to be done about this. So he decides to form a college or a university for the poor. So he decides every time he goes and speaks on Acres of Diamonds, he's going to take up a love offering just for his university, and all the funds are going to go to the university. Turns out he does 6,000 talks over the next few decades, raises over $6 million back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and he forms a university called Temple University in Philadelphia. Many of you have heard of that. All because of the story of Acres of Diamonds. There's acres of diamonds under all of our feet. And I want to invite you guys to start asking yourself and start looking for the evidence. What are the acres of diamonds? What are the relationships? What are the opportunities? What are the gifts that are in your life that you could create more abundance, not just financially, but life-wise, joy-wise, relationship-wise, for you and your family and the people you care about. So that's where I want to end. I want to invite you guys to look for and begin to discover the acres of diamonds. And by the way, if you want this PowerPoint presentation and the story, the book on the acres of diamonds, I've got a little thing here. Just text money to 866-951-0792. And what will happen is you're going to get 5 different classic money books, altogether $50 value, including Acres of Diamonds, but Think and Grow Rich, Science of Getting Rich, several others that are just phenomenal, that have inspired The Secret and so many others. And you also get an invitation if you want to be a part of my money story challenge of like, I'm doing a 3-day in-depth rewriting your money story. Might be great for some of you guys. No worries if not, but if you at least want the books, just shoot a text to this number and we'll get you taken care of. But it's been an honor sharing with you guys, and such a pleasure to connect and just be of service. And I want to invite you guys all, be on the journey, this rewriting our money story, becoming more abundant. It's really a lifetime pursuit, and it's a lifetime of rewriting our identity and shifting deeper and deeper into gratitude, giving, generosity, and expansion, because it's all there for each of us. Thank you again. Thank you, Christina, for having me. And thank you to all you amazing human beings here today, and pleasure serving and knowing you. Have a beautiful night and day.
And we're back. Again, I'm Christina Livingston, owner and founder of SOAR, strengthening opportunities around real estate. And today, for International Women's Day, we wanted to bring to you a very important legacy piece. And as we were kind of unfolding what we thought the legacy piece should look like, a few of us collaborated together. Why not bring in some of our daughters and have our daughters speak? So we have my own daughter, Miss Michaela Livingston Voss, who's going to speak today, as well as the beautiful Madison Hatcher, also known as Mac and Maddie. So just to give you a little bit of background information about Michaela, her 19th birthday is tomorrow. She's a student at NTSU, majoring in business administration with a minor in marketing. Her desire is to become an entrepreneur, just like her mom, and to go on to develop her own makeup line, as well as a few other products that are made available to Gen Z that are both sustainable, green, and responsibly sourced and affordable for her generation.
That's awesome.
Also for the beautiful Madison Hatcher, she is a student at Trevecca. And tell us again one more time what your major is again.
I'm an entrepreneurship major.
Awesome, awesome. And tell us a little bit about you before we get started.
I am going into my junior year, and I'm an entrepreneurship major, and I'm so excited to be here with SOAR, and I'm just honored that I was invited to speak. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So what these girls are going to talk to us about today, I actually have no idea what Michaela is about to say. So I'm just going to let them speak from the heart, no pressure, and just kind of share with us what you've learned from your mothers, but then we're going to let each of you speak, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about what you ladies think other mothers who are watching, what you feel they need to know and impart to their daughters as well. And so, all right, so with that being said, again, this is just a From the Heart legacy piece, and so, Michaela, we'll just start with you.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start off with I'm very, very proud to be your daughter, and I know how hard you worked for this, and you deserve every bit of today, and I have to be the luckiest daughter in the world. You are probably the most intelligent, most beautiful woman in my life that I've ever known, and again, I'm very, very proud of you. So, I
Waterworks.
think probably the number one thing that I've been taught is having a relationship with God and walking with the Lord, and the importance of going to church and taking the walk with God, not just saying you're going to do it, but really following through and reading and memorizing the scriptures, not just scanning through them, praying every night, not just saying, oh, I'm going to pray tonight and that'll be it. And then, making really good personal friendships with Christ followers. And, it's important, this is something else, it's important that we make the right friends, and it's important who we surround ourselves with, because we, as young girls, are so, impressionable, and we take everything to heart, and any little thing that you say, we're going to take it to heart. And we need friends around us who build us up, not tear us down, and vice versa. We need to give confidence and boosters to our friends, and, pay it forward, give back to your friends. And then another thing that I've learned from my mom is that it's important to keep a good schedule. And if you don't keep a good schedule, everything might not go the way that you thought it would. And that starts with writing it down and writing things down every single day. Don't forget. And, that comes with being on time, too. We have to be on time, and we can do that by waking up an hour earlier than maybe we thought we needed to be up, and going to sleep an hour earlier than we thought we needed to go to sleep. And setting aside that time that we need for ourselves. It's really important that we set aside time for ourselves and our friends, but while also keeping it professional when we go into the business world as young women. Like she was touching on earlier today, I was really listening to what she had to say about keeping it classy, and that's keep it classy with the way you talk. And that means speak with intelligence, speak with grace, and keep it dressy in what you wear, keeping it modest, keeping it, covered up, and keeping it classy with the way that you communicate back and forth with your coworkers, your boss, your friends, your parents, everyone. So that's great. And then another really big thing that I've had to develop and learn is the importance of having good grades and work ethic. Because I've learned that hard work and determination and those late night hours are what get you the grades. And those grades are what get you the scholarships. Those scholarships are what's going to get you into college and into the job field, and really is what is going to prepare you for your next stage of life. So yes.
Thank you so much, Michaela. All right, we'll start with you, Maddie.
Thank you. So I just want to congratulate you if you have made it this far in our afternoon segment. We are almost there. And once again, just thank you so much, Miss Christina, for having me. Getting to do life beside women is by far one of the most beautiful things that I personally get to do in a day-to-day basis. Women just have this way of showcasing God's beauty, his tenderness, and yet also how ferociously protective he is as well. And let me just say, if you have not seen that side of a woman in your life, just mess with a friend or a family member, and I can guarantee you will see a whole new side. Women deal with a particularly difficult task, not only in the world as a whole, but especially in the workplace today. We have to work consistently to find balance between grace and grit, beauty and business, as Michaela was saying, and kindness and class. I personally have had the pleasure of watching a woman very close to my life navigate being a stay-at-home mom for many, many years, which if you're a stay-at-home mom, you know it is the toughest job a woman could ever have. And I watched her navigate going from being a stay-at-home mom to the corporate world seamlessly. And this woman is my mom. Growing up, my mom made many demands, as I'm sure all moms do, such as wash the dishes, make your bed, do your homework. And as you know, the list truly goes on and on. Now, you ladies out there who are blessed, just blessed with children, I'm sure you know that these demands are sometimes either possibly not heard, even tuned out, come on now, or lastly, just done in a way that's not up to par. I know, it's hard to believe that not all children just jump at the opportunity to do chores. But going through that is when I personally realized that throughout my life, it was almost never what my mom asked or told me to do that has stuck with me, yet it was what I watched her do continually that I not only have begun to do on my own now that I live on a college campus, but that I also try and do well. The most important thing throughout my life that I have watched my mom do, once again, in and out of the corporate world, is affirm those around her. The National Science Foundation found that on average, 80% of our thoughts per day are negative. That is astounding to me. On the other hand, Elaine Fogel, an online survey company focused on client interactions, says that clients who have a bad experience are 50% more likely to tell about a negative experience than someone with a positive experience. All this said, we live in an extremely negative world where if you don't like something, be honest, most of the time you know that you speak up on it. But I got to watch my mom through the years again and again go against the grain and cheer on those around her like no one's business. She never ever did it because she wanted something in return. She simply did it because she wanted to see those around her flourish. We can go so much further than we think we can when someone else believes that in us as well. If you see something beautiful in someone, speak it and just watch how they bloom. Since about the age of 8, I have been babysitting, nannying, I've been a personal assistant, a photographer's assistant, a hair assistant, makeup assistant. The list honestly goes on. My mom actually has been a salesperson, just found out she was a lifeguard. She toured the world singing and was a stay-at-home mom, and now she's in the real estate world. In the Christian world especially, we can get extremely transfixed on finding out what our one true call is. But today I want to flip that and challenge you to think about what your call simply is not. That way, if you get an opportunity to be a part of something, just try it. Don't wait for the diamond in the rough opportunity. Go out and sort through all of the dirt first. My grandfather, Dr. Hatcher, always said, your availability will always rise above your ability. With that being said, go out and just do it. Try it out, network, and you will see the dots slowly start to connect in your life, because as cliche as it may be, it's a small world after all. Oh Lord, okay, we're done with the singing, we're done singing. Okay, now if I spoke about all of the things that I've learned from my mother, we would be here for many more hours, so I would like to leave you with this, which is James 4:2, verse. James states, you do not have because you do not ask God, or as some of you may know it, you have not because you ask not. The other day, I was in line at Starbucks because truly this world runs on Starbucks, no matter what Duncan tries to tell you, no matter what they say. Anyways.
Not necessarily the opinions of SOAR. This is not an ad.
Oh my goodness. That's awesome. No, so I personally do not pray these prayers often, but I was in the car with one of my best friends, and as a college student financially, come on, some of you may know the struggle, I threw up a little prayer and I said, God, just please put it on this man's heart in front of us to cover our coffees today. Amen and amen. And by no means was this vital or a need to my life, but we happened to just get up to the window, and the girl is so excited, and she goes, ladies, the man in front of you covered your coffees today. And I was just astounded. I really sat there for a second, because something as small as a little $4 coffee, which I love, it is one of my favorite things in this world, it truly touched my heart to the point that I was emotional, because it showed me how undeniably God knows my heart personally. He knew I didn't need it, but that I was just asking my Father for something, seeing if he heard me, seeing if he saw me. And he decided, out of the kindness of who he is, to show me without a doubt that he sees little Madison Hatcher in Franklin, Tennessee, and he decided to bless me, just to bless me. Even something as small as a coffee, I wouldn't have been gifted if I hadn't prayed for. I learned through my mom, if there is a breakthrough, healing, or clarity you are waiting for, to humbly approach Jesus and to just ask him for it. He overflows and abounds with love for us. He always wants what's best for us. So even if you don't hear a resounding yes, know that he may be answering you with a no, or even maybe a not yet. But whatever that answer may be, just sit in the peace of knowing it's for our good. I would like to, in closing, challenge you with grabbing your phone, because I know it is near you, and I want to challenge you to text someone who's close to you, who you've seen pouring into others, or even working hard on themselves, a small text simply letting them know that you see it. Then I want to ask you to ask God for something big or small,
and to ask that He would open up your eyes and your heart to what His answer may be, even if it doesn't look the way that you thought it would. I just want to thank you once again for letting me join you guys today, and I hope you learned some things to, first and foremost, use at home with your daughters, and then also in the workplace.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I love both of those testimonies. A couple of questions I want to ask you are this. What is the one thing that you saw your mother do kind of just as like a daily mundane habit? Maybe not something that like was extraordinary or over the top extravagant, but just like a daily habit or a daily discipline that you are now instituting in your own life, like you just following yourself, just doing that thing because you saw your mother do it.
I've seen you walking just around the house saying, God, give me this. Lord, I want it. And, you know, that's something that I really have started a little bit doing. I've just been kind of saying, God, you know, I really want this. Can I have it? Can you give it to me? And that's something that I've watched you do over and over again. So
awesome. Thank you. What about you, Madison?
Something that I personally have seen my mom do, even to the point where we would make jokes about it in the family, is whenever we're in the car, she has got that Christian radio bumping. And it's so funny because we would be having a full-on family argument, you know, fists are out, and she's like, meow, and here we go, like, Holy Spirit, you are welcome here, comes on. But seriously, what you listen to affects you so much, and if you are in the wrong mindset, it just has a way of correcting you and convicting you. So I personally have taken that.
I love it. I love it. In fact, Michaela and I were on the way to Jamestown on Saturday to go see my father, and we put on some, what was it, Kim Walker-Smith, Protector. Oh, I was like, I literally lost my voice singing that song at the top of my lungs. Well, that and the laughter that later ensued from the crazy game of Uno that was like 3 hours long. But I do want to say this. What is something that you would like for the world to know about your mom that they might be surprised to know? Something interesting, unique, or funny, you know, that's appropriate for camera.
That's a hard one.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I'm going to tell a little God story myself. To Madison's point, it's so interesting how, you know, as mothers, like, especially I was a single mom, without being married and not having a husband and being the breadwinner as well. Between myself and Michaela's dad, he is a disabled veteran, and so you know, he served our country well, and I want to honor that. But I will say that, you know, carrying a large amount of responsibility taught, as I carried a large amount of responsibility, I think it taught Michaela a large amount of responsibility as well. And I think it definitely like shaped her. But with that being said, I had no other choice but to, you have to rely on God. Like, what else do you have? It's like, it's you and Jesus. You plus Jesus equals everything, right? So, yeah, I'm glad you shared that. I had no idea. You know what I thought you were going to say? I thought you were going to tell everybody like how I walk around the house singing all the time.
That too.
That's what I thought she was going to say.
Beautiful.
But yeah, so what's something funny or interesting that people might not necessarily know?
Something interesting, which you pointed it out earlier, but you won't remember most likely, is all of the behind-the-scenes hours that are put in that none of you see. All you see behind the camera lens is, you know, the nice place that we're in and all of the, you know, nice chairs and tables, but at the end of the day, you know, she goes home and puts in a lot of time and effort into this company that she has built from the ground up, and that's something that nobody knows, nobody sees, but I see it, and I think you need recognition for that.
Oh, Michaela. Thank you.
So sweet.
How about you, Madison? Tell us about Miss L.
I think the thing that I personally find the most inspiring is the fact that my mom and dad, when they got married, they actually both come from, they're both PKs, they're both pastors' kids. And so they had no clue about anything financial. And so when they came together, they were in thousands of dollars of debt. And so both of them worked extremely hard, multiple jobs. When my mom first had my older brother as a baby, she was working at a store in the mall because she liked to get babies' clothes from there. And she may have spent more than she earned, but that's another story. But my dad worked at a grocery store, and now they both are unbelievably blessed financially, but that in no way has come without a lot of hard work, like you were saying about Christina. And I just think that's unbelievable that even though they weren't born into money or anything like that, that they put the time in and they figured it out. They cut the debit cards, and God just helped guide them along the way.
I love it. I love it. Now I have a question. In terms of money skills, do you feel like you've learned some things about money from your parents?
Oh yes,
You don't have to give us specifics. We don't want personal details. It could just be a paraphrased generalization.
Yeah, I personally am a very low risk person when it comes to finances. But both of my parents have poured into me. No, this is the beginning of your life. You've been blessed. You've worked hard, so you have some stuff saved up. Invest in a property. Just basically put money into things that aren't just going to basically go down the drain years from now. You want to be making that money back.
Absolutely. How about you, Michaela?
Yes, most definitely in budgeting and learning how to work an Excel spreadsheet and write and look at everything in different sections and really know this is what I've got, this is what I want to spend it on, that's what I'm going to get this month, and that's it. And really knowing, where to put your money.
Okay, last and final question. What's at least one thing, or you can say two things, that you think mothers nowadays need to be imparting into their daughters and teaching their daughters that's being missed?
Ooh. One of the biggest ones that I would encourage mothers to tell their daughters is that we as girls are individuals. There is only one Madison. There is only one me. There's only one Christina. And we need to be able to be confident in our uniqueness and embrace the fact that we're all different, and that's great, and that's good, and it's okay. And the second biggest thing is that I think mothers should teach their daughters that we shouldn't compare ourselves to each other, and we should definitely just try to embrace our own journey and embrace our own selves and be confident in the way that we look. And yeah, I think that's really important.
Good. Thank you, Michaela. How about you, Madison?
I would just say that it's a huge stereotype, the mother and daughter relationship, that there is just yes, exactly, that there's just so much arguing and it's painful, and like they say, oh, Lord, my daughter's in her teen years, she's crazy. But seriously, I would say the biggest thing is just to be emotionally aware, to be emotionally extremely present with your daughter, and just representing that within yourself even, taking time to really care for yourself, whether it's physically, mentally, and just checking in on your daughters, because we live in such a fast-paced world. We live in this era of social media, and it's hard to have those face-to-face, heart-to-heart moments. But, if they're in their room at night, just simply going in and saying, hey, how was your day? Tell me about it. Or, oh, I had a really hard day today at work. How are you? But just being transparent being open, and creating that emotional bond with one another. I think it's huge, and I think we're sadly missing it.
Yes, and to that point, I'm going to ask one final, true follow-up final question. The final. It's finally final. I want to talk a little bit about how you pick and choose your girlfriends. If there is anything that I, as a mother, could say that I've really, really been involved in, I feel like that's the thing. That's the thing, is how you pick and choose. So, what are the things that you look for in other girlfriends? Other friends who are girls who are your age?
Well, in my life, it's always been very, very hard for me to make friendships with girls. I was the bullied kid in middle school, so...
Because she's pretty. And fantastic.
I'm just now getting back to a stage in my life where I'm starting to just step out and say, I'm not scared of anything anymore. And I am not afraid to go out and step out and make friendships. And even the other day, I was in the nail salon, and there were these girls from MTSU just sitting there talking about, oh, you know, we go out, we do this and that. And I walked over to them and I said, hey, I heard you guys go to MTSU. I heard you guys talking. And they were like, yeah, we're in Katie Pie or something like that, this sorority. And I was like, that's awesome. And they were like, you should come hang out. And I was like, wow, that was so much easier than I ever thought it was going to be. And I'm so glad that I stepped out and tried and put myself back out there to make friends. And I think on the point of what in girlfriends do I look for, it's really, first of all, Jesus. Do they know Jesus? Second, are they the kind of people who I can look to, tell my deepest secret to, and them not run with it?
Right. Wow. That is absolutely
powerful.
Huge. Community, without a doubt. I know you said that question, we were like, oh, that's so good. Because community, I mean, what do they say? They say the 5 people that you're closest to, you can look at them and then you can tell me what I'm going to be. You know, you can tell me what I'm going to look like within my character. It is so unbelievably important. I would say for your core group of people that they would love Jesus, like she said, Michaela, that is absolutely huge. And honestly, if they love Jesus, that should take care of the rest. But I would just say things that go along with that, you know, honesty, love, support, it's grace, a kindness. It is such a balance beam with your closest friends, because when you're down, you need them to lift you up, and it has to be 50-50. So I would say look for friends where you leave feeling energized, you leave feeling loved, and you leave feeling seen. But most importantly, make sure that you're giving that as well.
That's very, very good. Do you have any final thoughts before we conclude?
I do not.
Okay. Well, with that said, there's a couple of things I want to make known. I want to thank you girls so much for being here, for the legacy piece of what we teach our daughters. Just as a mother, I want to impart my final thought, which is to say, I think that if you train up a child in the way that they will go when they're older, they will not depart from it. And even if they depart from it for a moment, they will return. It's a promise that they will come back to it. So if you're a mother that you know you raised your child right and you did the best you could with what you had, if you're waiting on the fulfillment of that promise, I just want to encourage you that it does come to pass. It may not be today or tomorrow, even next year, but the way that you train up your children is what they will always return to. So just be careful what you impart to your daughters and the feedback that you give to them and the tone of voice that you give that feedback to them with. And I think that's the biggest thing as a mom, just showing up and being mindful to speak life into our daughters and teaching them about money. teaching them about credit, teaching them about investing, teaching them about knowing how to budget and to be smart. By no means, you know, I like Paul know what it is to live in plentiful times and to live in times of lack. And I've found a way to be happy in either situation. And it's not the things of this world, certainly. But there is something to be said about when your daughter wants to become independent, because we're not raising children, we're raising adults. And we're training them for the world that they're going to go into. And we cannot coddle our children for forever as much as we try to shelter them. And even though God knows I tried desperately to protect Michaela from everything, you just can't. And so I would just encourage you to like control what you can control and let God deal with the rest. And he will, and he's faithful. I think that's everything for the mother's piece. A few announcements that I do want to make just for the sake of SOAR. We have an event in 2 days from now on Zoom at 1 o'clock. You can go to soarnashville.eventbrite.com. Our next event is titled Realtors DIY Camera Crew Skills 101, taught by Realtor Justin Holder of Parks Realty. He is a self-taught camera man. He's his own camera crew. It's wild what he can do. He's prepared 3 different batches of equipment, and he's going to teach you how to use it beginners, intermediate, and advanced. And he's going to teach primarily towards that beginner level. So if you want to learn some things about how to market your listings, how to do your own advertising, how to do your own photography or videography, he's going to teach you some things that I think are really going to be valuable to you. So go to soarnashville.eventbrite.com, register for Wednesday's event. It's in 48 hours or less actually from now. And just make sure that you continue to get plugged in at SOAR. Our normal website is soarstronger.com. We additionally have some other events coming up. Our annual Pocket Preview event is on April the 1st. Our SOAR Awards in-person event is May the 1st on Saturday. On June 16th, we have an event coming up called Godly Men in Real Estate. And we're going to have a very, very not only diverse generationally and racially, but also diversity represented within the craft. So the job title, you know, is it, you know, lenders, realtors, insurance people, handymen, painters, construction guys, house flippers, investors, all these different demographics of men and their job titles are going to be speaking to us on June 16th. And then we have a beautiful event we haven't even announced yet coming up in July. So soarnashville.eventbrite.com is where you find out about our events. Also, just as a reminder, we are currently filming SOAR Talk, which is a roundtable talk series. You will hear more come out about that. Season 1 and half of Season 2 is going to drop by the end of this month. So be on the lookout for that. We'll be releasing it on every Tuesday going forward. And then in addition to that, we're currently filming SOAR Storytellers, which is a documentary series, as well as recording our podcast, which is called Positive Praise and Testimonials. So I thank you so much for hanging in there with us on International Women's Day 2021. This has been our first annual Nashville Women in Real Estate event. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys on Wednesday.